Мы подходим к решающей схватке турнира. Совсем скоро решится, кто станет чемпионом Эпицентр по Counter-Strike Global Offensive 2017.
Gambit. Vega Squadron. Tyloo. Team Liquid. FaZe Clan. SK Gaming. Astralis. G2. Virtus.pro.
В 2010-м и не таких разваливал. Изи.
Приветствуем зрителей в зале и зрителей интернет-трансляции во всем мире. Выражаем благодарность бессменному генеральному партнеру турнира «Эпицентр», мобильному оператору «Йота», комментаторы игры Сеня и Ухо. Сейчас состоится финальная битва турнира «Эпицентр». Некоторые игроки этой команды начали карьеру более 15 лет назад и являются живыми легендами Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Встречайте Virtus.pro!
Daz. Neo. pashaBiceps. Byali. Snax. Please welcome Virtus.pro.
Welcome on stage, Virtus.pro! Вчера эта команда гениально отыгралась, а значит, надежда тысяч болельщиков жива. Встречайте SK Gaming!
Taco. Coldzera. Filip. Boltz. Please welcome SK Gaming.
stage SK Gaming!
Poland, we're talking to you right after the semifinal. You anticipated a really tough match. How it turned out to be?
So the match against Australia was very difficult. The first map, which was their peak train, we had a very solid first half. But when we went to the second half, we started pretty well with us winning the pistol. But they played super good and we're getting the first picks and we're not able to close the rounds. But after losing some points, we were able to do some good individual plays and get us some important rounds. And because of it, we won their pick, which was very important for us. And heading to Mirage, they have a very strict game plan. They're hitting the A side a lot with a lot of execution. And the first 8 rounds, they won. But every round was very close. They had 1 or 2 players alive, all situations where we had to try to retake the site, but they managed to close the initial part of the game. We never lost the confidence that we could win that game. Even when it was 8-0, I remember myself and other players were saying, we can still come back to this, we can do that, the game is close. It doesn't seem like because it's 8-0, but the rounds were super close and we knew that it could make something different. And then I went to the second half of the game, that's T-side, and it was a terrific match. It was super difficult, we had to do some good tactics and have some great individual performance to win clutch in situations like that. And the reads we did and the plays we made us win victory with a comeback on the overtime.
It really seems that in those close and 10 matches, you know, in the endings of the map, when things get really close, your team actually strives under pressure. It doesn't crumble, it actually gets stronger. How do you keep the morale of the team up, the spirit of the team up?
It's very difficult to say if there is a recipe to stay confident on difficult matches, difficult moments during a match. But I think we have the personality on the players, and I like to say that one common thing about our team is that we'll never give up, and we, as much as it sounds like a cliche, it's real. If we are in a situation, and we're going to do everything we can to come back from that situation. If it's a 1v5, if we're losing for 14-6, for example, at the time, we know that there's a small gap, we're going to fight for it. The ability of our players and the decisions and the experience we have playing under pressure makes it all possible for us to come back in games like that.
You made it into the final, which you're going to play tomorrow. You don't really have much time to prepare. How are you going to split your time that's left for the final?
Basically, we're going to watch the game we played today, because it's always good to watch the match we played to see if there's something you could be seeing that you are not paying attention in the past. And then, of course, we're going to be watching G2 versus Virtus.pro. It's going to be the other semifinals. I would really love to see Virtus.pro in the finals, mainly because of the fact that they are finally getting back to their level and they put some good show against FaZe and were able to win that match.
How do you feel about the Russian crowd?
The Russian crowd is amazing. I remember when we were doing the comeback on Mirage, I think it was 14-10 or 15-10 for them, and I could hear in the freeze time, SK, SK. They really wanted to see us getting back into the match. And like I said in other interviews, I think the Russian people are very passionate about the game and they're very friendly. And you can feel in the atmosphere, you can feel in the way they chant your name, in the way they hype up when you're passing, that they really like you and they really like the game. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Do you feel that they're a little bit similar to Brazilians in that sense?
Definitely, I think the Russians are very close to the Brazilians in that sense. I think the Russians are a little bit more crazier. If you look for it's a very common thing in Brazil. When we see someone doing some crazy thing, something that some people would not do, we say, oh, that's a Russian thing. The guys are very crazy. So, but other than that, the passion is almost the same for me.
hands are feeling sort of sweaty and cold, and like, I'm not even playing the game.
Yeah,
I'm
you're a
so
little
excited
nervous
for this
as well.
one.
Oh, it's so sick because VP has surprised everyone. This has been phenomenal. The one area where you got to look at VP and say this has been resurgent, but where they need to improve, Snax. He's got to show up today if they're going to overcome SK because, you know, Sponge talked about it on the desk, and I agree with him completely. The level that SK brought out on their T side of Mirage last night in the semifinal was world class. That was some of the best play. That was some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen all year.
I mean, I'm in on that story. I think that's exactly what's going to happen, Moses. I've been thinking about it all day. You know, he's been lying dormant, hasn't really been showing
He's
himself.
got us all right where he wants us, doesn't he?
Yes. I think it's going to happen this Grand Finals. Best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show here, the Epicenter Grand Final. Virtus.pro versus SK Gaming. And we're going to start on Mirage with Virtus.pro on the CT side, SK on the T side. And so far, that Molotov is a little bit stand out. Already a smoke towards top connector. Let's see what they can bring us here on the SK side. Looks like an attempt for mid-control. Neo going to find maybe a bit more than he wanted. But a mid-air headshot. Snax showing up with a great double kill. And that's one way to get started.
Yeah, that's absolutely disgusting. A great stack. That's the bomb down as well. Taco's got so much work, and he's getting chipped away from range. Beautiful job of mid-control for VP. And that's an area they're going to have to concentrate on during this entire half that they have. They need to control mid, because that's what punished Astralis in the semifinal, was coldzera, was boltz getting pushed up towards window, towards cat. They cannot allow that to happen. And pissed around, all goes well for VP. And there's Snax. Double kill.
Yes, it's all going according to the prophecy, Moses. We are well on our way. Taco, though, no chance at all. I mean, no matter what he was going to do there, that's just not going to be a winnable round. So Pasha will close it out. And SK trying for something quite cool. I mean, I like the smoke to the top connector that sort of blocks off anyone from watching if they were inside of the A-bomb site.
Yep.
And then the 3-man knockout attempt at the catwalk. That could have worked very well.
You have to say as well, Neo played that so well. He gets the peek. It's a very shallow peek. He doesn't overextend. He spots the rush coming, and he falls back. And he takes the fight at a perfect position for Snax to be able to contribute. He really baits SK into turning that corner. It's quite nice. Byali, who's had a phenomenal tournament, he's up next. He's going to push. There goes coldzera. No damage taken on the SK side of things. This is very, very passive from SK, all things considered. More push from Byali, but he's got to be careful.
Yeah, you can almost tell that he wanted to maybe overpeak that a bit, but he's going to think twice about it. They've got to be careful for is down there in the underpass. Well, this CSAT 75. Couple of deagles as well on the SK team, but hopefully Virtus.pro can just close out this round and not lose too much. It's been going sort of a bit back and forth. We've seen a lot of games this tournament where the second round has been lost by the team that actually won the pistol, so don't want to do that.
And Byali could get surrounded, but he's so mindful at the moment. And right up top, he transfers it over perfectly. And there's 4 kills on the round for him. boltz gets a kill over at the A bomb site, and Byali, he's not even chasing down the ace, which you like to see. But these are stellar shots from boltz, doing what he can to make this costly.
Definitely very annoying when you've got the whole round under control. He still has 45 seconds here, so could just do a little bit to remind Virtus.pro early on just exactly who they're playing against, and also bring the team back, you know, into that mindset. We saw SK had a really bad start. I think it was on this map yesterday, right, against Astralis, and took them some time before they got into it. So.
Well, that's the thing we saw. SK yesterday was so very good at adapting. So no matter how big this lead gets for VP, you have to still feel the danger from the Virtus.pro side. boltz in window, Neo's watching for that. Tags him up and just stays hidden, and there goes Snax. He's going to get the final kill. It's a 2-0. And, you know, we should touch on the fact, you know, looking at the stats page, because I did have Peter from HLTV. We talked yesterday how it felt like coldzera had a quiet tournament, but a quiet feeling tournament for him was him being in second place of all players in the tournament in the rating category. That performance last night pushed him up to #1.
My God.
And then he's got Fallen right behind him in 2, and he's got Fur in 3.
How do you stop that? That seems so outrageous. How could the 3 highest rated players in the tournament
It's
all be
absolutely
from the
mental.
same team?
There's no one in VP even in the top 10. You go down and it's Pasha and Byali, but I mean they're well outside the top 10. So scary proposition for the Polish team.
Absolutely is. Great grenades into the middle, and it's going to soften up the unarmored targets that are roaming around in there. You see them being chewed up here by the SMGs. In fact, all of the kills here for VP are all SMGs, which is just great news. That's going to give them, especially with the quad kill from Byali in the previous round.
Oh, yeah.
That's now, what, like 9 kills in 2 rounds that are all SMGs.
Yeah, he's loaded, baby. He's rolling in it. He's going to love that, and that's going to be great as well to keep an AWP in Pasha's hands. And now they have the decision to make where it's almost like there are 2 rounds ensuing after the pistol went ramp too well, where they have to give up some of the SMGs to upgrade, and it doesn't look like they're going to. So they're going to keep 2 UMPs, an MP9, then they have the M4 and the AWP on Pasha.
What's been dubbed a bonus round, I think by Henry G as well, coming up with that term.
We went through a lot of terms for it. I'm glad we ended up on bonus. There are a couple sketchy ones thrown in there.
There were. I quite like the idea. I think it's a nice way to put it. And if you win with just SMGs, you know you've got to be feeling great. Is that a team nade on Snax?
It very well could have been. I didn't catch it, but he's pushed up aggressively. He's got a lot of information, and you can see Virtus.pro being very, very proactive at the moment. Neo's going to be in ladder room close up with the SMG. And then he's got Taz, another SMG, backing him up on catwalk. So another crossfire there. They really want to deny coldzera's access to that portion of the map.
Taz playing close with the UMP. You could understand that. Don't want to be far back in the B-bomb site. That could always get a bit risky. Taco, is he asking for a flashbang? No one's got one prime there. They are going to go and peek Neo, and he actually gets a kill. Cold is so ready for it. Instantly thinks there might have been someone there, but now he's going to round the corner and not check for Snax. And Snax wants more than just a single kill. He's going to get it, go aggressive against Fallen. This is such brilliant play, catching both off guard. And a bit of missed shot there from Pasha that he probably should not have missed, but still isolates Fur a lot, and the bomb is on the wrong side. Great headshot, though.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Snax cannot give up that fight. He falls away. That could be the op out of the hands. At least that's a small victory for Fur to take. And he's got byali waiting for this. He even checks for it, but byali's very, very passive. So time's running down, 20 seconds on the clock. This is the next fight. Is Fur going to be ready for it? Snax, he's just playing the game. He knows he's got to get to the bomb site. That's a perfect flashbang. byali hasn't moved. byali's just being cautious that he can't pick up the bomb and fall back.
8 seconds. He can't even spend time fighting Snax. He has to run. This is already done. As soon as he crouches for that spray, the round is pretty much over. So, I mean, it's an impossible situation. If Snax just hides, then there's nothing you could do. Yeah,
beautiful play from Snax, using his brain there instead of the massive amount of skill we know he has, just to play the timer, just to force Fur to commit to him and really make it unwinnable. But I mean, we called him out in the pregame. He had a great pistol round. He's had a great round here. And I'm wondering if this is a game plan from VP, because they stack up 3 players, 2 on catwalk and 1 pushed up in the halls. I mean, not only is that a large presence, because we know SK likes their mid control, we know like they like cat control, but when they get the 2 kills on cat, when they trade them out, they're thinking those are the 2 B players. We probably have an open site, and Snax able to sneak into the perfect position.
So the Brazilian side still looking for an opening, a way to get into one of these bomb sites. They're going to try for the A1 this time with all Deagles. Now, they do have some incredibly proficient Deagle players, so we can't really count them out yet, but we'll see how they do against the rifles. One counter grenade already coming up from VP. They're just trying to buy a little bit of time, and there's a lot of presence here for the Polish side.
Really is. This is great. The op just peering at an angle. byali waiting for that smoke to fade, being a little bold considering he's probably got the knowledge that he's only going up against pistols in this. The Molotov is well timed as well. It's going to delay this push just a bit longer. These Deagles have to go to work at range because they've got no utility.
They so badly want somebody to peek. You could see in the middle, Cold is there with the Deagle, wants someone to peek in a window or connector or really anywhere. They just want a target that they can fight long range, where they can sort of jiggle peek it. Now instead they're going to be forced into a fight with byali. He gets one. Taz is there to follow it up and still in relative safety. Pasha also taking care of the ramp push. And they're handling all of this very well on the VP side. No crazy overextensions, no ridiculous fights being taken. And then the grenade usage to sort of zone out the incoming push.
There seemed like there was going to be a danger point when byali transitioned to this position inside the site. He took his eyes off ramp, which was when SK started moving up. But that Molotov from Pasha was perfectly timed and really saved the day. Prevented anyone from peeking Palace while byali wasn't paying attention to it. That was well done. Now comes the test. 5th round, the SK team is going to have guns again. You got to imagine there's going to be an op on Fallen's hands. And we were privy to a pretty funny conversation last night leaving the arena where Fallen mentioned one of the hardest parts about opping against Pasha is his movement. I think we all can agree that Pasha's movement is not the smoothest of anyone's. And he said sometimes it's just very confusing when you're trying to line up your crosshair to go against him.
Yeah, I mean, you have a pattern of how you know an enemy AWPer is supposed to be playing, and Pasha's playing well outside of that. Can definitely mess up your aim a little bit. Snax pushing against the corner of the smoke there to take down Taco, and now he's hiding inside it. Not for long, though. byali is in a lot of trouble. He's going to be roasted if he stays. In fact, it's a headshot from Fur. Excellent play coming out here, and now 2 versus 3. SK losing 5 in a row, but now they want to get back in this game. Taz, how do you get out of this position? They're going to come from every angle.
Yeah, it's very scary. And at this point, if you're Taz, you almost have to rely on Neo to a certain degree, because this is where SK is at their most dangerous. They have over a minute on the clock to work their way around the map and find the information. And look at the positions they're in. One connector, one at A ramp. They're just watching for pushes. At the moment, they don't feel like committing anywhere. The bomb is centralized, so it can go either way. It's also watching for a flank. So if you're VP in this, you kind of want to know what's coming, considering you're in danger from so many different angles. Taz is going to work his way into a sneaky spot, but he's useless if they don't come to the A bomb site.
They're so smart on the SK team. They've really got this down to a science. The whole idea of just not throwing away these kind of rounds. They did it very well against Astralis yesterday as well. Just slowing it down, but the timing is incredible for Neo. Catching the bomb carrier, fallen down, Taz in the corner, making a bit of noise, looking for a headshot, but the grenade will end him and Fer will end the round. Double kill right there, and SK are on the board. That's what you wanted to see.
Yeah, it's so difficult to handle if you're VP in that situation. Split up, there's no chance you can work together. Taz puts himself in a pretty good spot to just hide and maybe catch someone off guard. It doesn't work, unfortunately. Neo had the great timing, but nicely done from SK. They do lose 3 players, so the money's still not going to be good. VP's been building it up this whole time. They're going to be able to reinvest quite easily. Actually, that pretty much that eats away all their bank. So last chance here for VP. This would be great for SK to win, to reset early on to claw back into it.
Yeah, you always like to see that. Fer going aggressive in the underpass. When he's on the CT side, he tends to play pretty aggressively here, so you have to expect he knows how to take that fight and sort of preemptively flashes it, making sure no one is going to be there. No really big tricks being pulled right now from the VP side, but I do like this AWP from pasha.
That's a tough angle to hit, especially as it looks they're working their way up catwalk. There's going to be a flashbang, and they can get by, hit this angle very, very quickly. He's not expecting it, and the Molotov is going to force him back. But again, Virtus.pro choosing to go with 3 players there, and Fer's going to lose that duel. It is a good trade by Fallen, but byali's got one today as well. They've got to get over to help him out because he's at such low HP, and the bomb on Fallen is in connector.
Taco might be the man to do it if he could get into window and maybe cause a bit of a disturbance there. pasha is waiting on the other side with the AWP. They've got Taco locked in, it seems. Looks like he's working with Neo just to try and isolate that ladder room. 50 seconds on the clock, and the bomb is still in connector. SK, they're a man down, and they've got no more utility. And if they lose coldzera here, byali, look at the wrong way, and that's such a quick headshot. Definitely bringing it back here with 35 seconds.
Oh, it's all on pasha now. He's got the big role to play. Fallen and Taco, they can encroach onto this bomb site, and here comes the peek from Fallen, and pasha is going to be aware. The shadow came out, but he didn't see it. That's tough. It seems like he's under a lot of pressure, down to about 38 HP. There's the kill from Neo on catwalk, taking mid control. pasha's still alone, and SK hasn't made their play yet. pasha's stalling him out as long as he can. The bomb still needs to make its way. There's only 10 seconds left.
They've got to go quick. Fallen's got it picked up now. He's up on the stairs. 8 seconds. They're trying to run him down. Snax knows it. Another headshot comes in from coldzera. And now the bomb is being planted. 3 seconds left, and it finally goes down. Neo in a 1 versus 2. He spots Cold, but he can't get the kill. That was a little bit too quick, and Cold has picked up the AWP. So one mistake here from Neo is going to cost them the round, and then they can't rebuy. So a lot is riding on this 1 versus 2. Neo making the jump over, goes for the fight, and Fallen's going to win it. An excellent return into that round, and pasha just, he was alone for a long time in that bomb site.
He did everything he could to delay him, but that's the problem with that one position at triple box, especially for an opera. Once you get there, I mean, it's so hard to fall back if certain angles are covered, and he was just I mean, he had nowhere to go once he got stuck there by Fallen. That's really, really tough. And then the timing comes down, forces Snax into a fight that he really, really wanted to take. If he gets that kill, obviously, they can't plan. It runs out of time. So he takes the fight before Neo's ready, but SK win it. And there's the reset. There's the op over to Fallen. So obstacle number 1 overcome by SK. Now it's obstacle of Fallen having the op, and he's been sensational in this tournament with it.
Very hard to stop him. I mean, we talked about pasha having sort of a hard style to counter because of his movement. But Fallen, I don't know anybody who could really shut him down when he's up and running.
And I mean, it's also difficult to shut Fallen down because of his movement, but
yeah,
for completely different reasons when it comes to that. So yeah, that's the next test. We saw what Fallen did to them on train. And we have some SK players, and this is, I mean, look at the way they're just taking map control slowly, and then they just pause. This is one of the great things about Fer, is he's not scared to be so aggressive so early on the round that he can really just hold an angle and wait. And even though, I mean, he's more bold here just because he knows it's going to be against pistols, but it's still so tough to deal with if you're VP. They're trying to get the stack over towards the B bomb site, but it's difficult to get all 5 players into a good position when he's getting all the information.
bit of an overextension there for running in. But not going to be losing the rifle right now. Neo with a good headshot on coldzera. This is a bit more expensive, I think, than SK were hoping for, but it's not the end of the world. They're still going to be able to get in and get the round, and taking 3 in a row always feels good.
Yes, it really does, and that also helps them, like we said, sustain the economy. That's going to be a big deal. Keep the op in Fallen's hands as long as we can go. Neo's having a good game on Catwalk as well. That was one of the positions I wanted to keep my eye on. That was going to be critical for Virtus.pro if they wanted to win this Mirage, this opening map. They have to have strong Catwalk, strong mid. They cannot let SK Gaming take all that ground for free, because you could see how effective SK is. Even if they trade, even if they're just going even trade, even if they lose, even if they go a man down in a 3-on-4, they get such advanced positionings. It's so difficult. This looks like for SK, it's less that mid control. They know VP's put up a strong fight there. So this time they put 4 players over at A right at the beginning, and it could just be a contact play.
Oh, Taz is in trouble. Alone on the bomb site. Does get a headshot right away, and almost a follow-up kill. That's so much work done for Taz. I thought he was going to get overrun. One good flashbang, and he was never going to do anything, but Ferb with the AK will catch byali. The fire on top of him as well, making his life very difficult. 4 versus 3 here, and they're even being flanked by coldzera, so I actually don't think VP can win this round, and even backing out won't be easy. Cold is going to be walking in, and he could catch Snax, who's in the CT spawn. This was just a very impressive round from SK. Not necessarily an easy call to make to run in like that, but worked great.
No, but you have to remember as well, Fallen has seen a couple players on Catwalk. VP's played that 2 Catwalk setup a number of times. If you go back to Pistol, it happened in the gun rounds as well. They put some emphasis on that side of the map, so Fallen's just taking the risk and say, all right, if their game plan's going to be heavy B, let's just see what they're going to have at A. Let's see if maybe we've caught him on that same B stack and we have very, very light pressure. And that's exactly what they got.
So Moses, very often when you're playing when you're the B anchor on this map, you end up in a world where you're either doing nothing for a long time or you're retaking A almost alone because everyone else is dead. How do you make yourself relevant as the B player if nothing is happening in B?
I mean, if you feel like there's no pressure, we see players do it, frequently. We saw, Snax do it one time with the UMP on the second round. You can push up into it, you can grab the ankle, so you're at least providing information that even if there are players, they're very, very far away from the bomb site, so you can have more of a lean. Oftentimes, if it's not the 3-player stack, it'd be the way VP's doing it. You can have a player double up on Catwalk to maybe catch him off guard and watch B from afar. Other than that, you have to rely on your teammates to either A, have successful initial defenses of A so you can get into the rotation with a chance to win, or if they're playing retake, you get there in time.
Just be on time.
Yeah, it's that easy.
Yeah, it feels like one of those positions that a lot of players just don't like to play. If it's about drawing straws, people tend to sort of try and avoid it if they can.
I think a term that I liked, I think I heard someone use was a cold position. Like you just have not about the player, but like you just have so many rounds where you're not going to see a lot of action, but you have to be ready and you have to be on point when they do come. So I mean, it's very stressful and very difficult in that sense.
I know that's a term that Astralis employed to sort of try and explain that situation where you're just not doing anything for a long time, and when something does happen, your brain is not ready for it.
Ooh, that's not good. Fallen spotted him out. I don't know if Taz realizes this, but he is shaking out just a little bit. Fallen. This is going to be tough for Taz.
Oh no, the Molotov burns in the wrong direction, and now the smoke is up as well. That looked like it should have been a sure kill. I'm not even sure Taz realizes how much trouble he was in right there. If anyone else had been in the middle for Fallen, he would have probably just held the angle and they would have got back up to try and take him down. Now instead, Fallen is the one to drop. That is so unfortunate. Taz needs to go back and watch this replay and just realize how lucky he was. Boltz is down as well. byali with a little help from a friend there. The Molotov, perfect timing. With 18 seconds, SK can't afford to wait any longer. They're going to have to go. Fur looking the wrong way. It's all falling apart here. coldzera trying to bring it back with the AK-47. He's got 8 seconds to do a bit more, and now he's alone. And there's just no time. It doesn't matter any longer. Has to back off, so strange outcome, just that one fight in the connector.
Yeah, so many different fights came down to just a second. Even over at the murder hole, I think that was Fur that just looked away for half a second, just at the wrong time, and gets taken down. So on a knife's edge, looked like Cold was going to be able to get him back into that, but the time of the clock, the round just running down too quickly.
Do you think the fact that Taz stays in that corner, that takes up so much of Fallen's time, and you have to imagine he's also communicating it. Like, probably the first thing he does is, I've got Taz locked in a corner, right? And then he realizes, wait, there's no one nearby. So like that, a lot of the team attention goes to that for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't even think Taz realized he was necessarily pinned in until the shot came out. But Fallen certainly was just saying, they just boosted Fur up into the window. That timing was unfortunate, wasn't there to help out. Neo under a lot of pressure, but Actually, some spam and nade damage comes into Fur, putting him down towards 50. We know that won't slow his aggression down, and here they go. Pop flash in, Taz in the same spot again. This time it works. This time there's a lot less dangerous, and he's actually going to stick around a connector behind this smoke.
Flash didn't connect with Taz, but it looked like it caught Fur maybe more than it should have, so that second flashbang worked better on him. 4 versus 5 here. If SK lose this round, that's kind of a disaster. They actually cannot afford to give up this round now. They've got to keep winning and break Virtus.pro. That economy is all that matters right now. What a shot from Fallen. Looked like he was going to be down and out. Repeat coming in, and Fallen again taking down pasha now. It's a 4 versus 3. And Fallen wants more. Inside this A-bomb side, only byali is alive, and he's about to get wrapped on from the apartments as well.
Well, only if actually it looked like Neo was going to come over and bail him out, but it's not going to happen. Nade underneath. Not as much damage as boltz would have liked. He's given up his position for that nade, but still so much pressure on byali. He's got no backup here. Neo just now coming through the hole. He's got to find these two because they're not looking at him. Everyone's paying attention. There's one for Neo. coldzera's down low, and he's going to get a second. He gets there just in the right moment. Again, it's down to timing, and even takes down Taco to end the round. VP stays strong, 7-4 now.
You just have to imagine that Neo is the ultimate teammate to have. Like his intuition playing with byali inside the bomb side, who can't really do anything. He's simply locked in. Very well done. Great play between those two.
Bails him out of a tough spot as well, because I think a couple VP players get caught into little over-aggression, overextensions. pasha, I think, realized, or was that Snax with the AWP? One of them realized on Catwalk that he had those players, walking up, and he wanted to go for that peak, and he just stayed around too long.
AWP on Fallen. Pistols as well. Fallen wants to be aggressive, and he does actually just dump straight down the middle. That could have gone very wrong. He takes down pasha again. I think I can tell what kind of mood Fallen is in this game, and that's always fun to watch.
Yeah, we mentioned, he said it was sometimes difficult off against pasha. At the moment, he seems to be having an all right time with it. Taz has to be careful how he plays this. He might be getting red. byali with the aggression is not going to find Taco. Headshot comes out. The bullets don't connect for byali. But again, SK spread out across the map. They can't take advantage of any of this yet, but they're fine with that. 5-on-3. They have 1 op and all pistols. Still a chance for VP to recover in this, especially with this position. Fur's not ready for that whatsoever.
And Fur actually heard and saw the grenade going up behind Neo, so that was a nice trick play coming out of Virtus.pro, just pretending that they had smoked it off, and in fact it's a sort of a little bit of a bait play coming out. Snax with the AWP in CT spawn, and he's got Taz nearby, so even in 3 versus 4, they can do a good job defending this bomb site.
It's, again, all going to be on the timing of Neo. Is he going to get over there to help them out when this hit comes in? He's going the wrong way now. He seems like he's going to go for the big flank towards the bomb site, but they have to know it's coming. Neo seems absolutely nothing. There's the peek out. Fallen almost with the flick. Tax takes him out. You believed he was going to hit it for just a second. Now Snax with the op has to have an impact.
He's really worried about the angle. Doesn't want to get peeked from the apartments. 3-on-3 now. The time here is definitely a concern. 14 seconds now. Bomb being planted in a fairly safe position. Let's see if SK can steal this round away. But Neo with a perfect timing. Double kill for him. Leaving boltz up in the apartments, and that's going to cancel the round. What can boltz do at this point in time? Neo with a quad kill. Saving the round yet again. And getting 8 on the board for Virtus.pro.
It's so brilliant how much impact he can have on the game. Great decision making as well. I thought actually that rotation was too much. It was going to take too long for him to get into the fight, and it just turns out to be perfect. That kill from Taz onto Fallen as well. A lot of VP signs in the crowd. They're probably loving it.
Yeah, that's very encouraging. And as Fallen was saying in the pre-game interview, he could definitely hear the crowd chanting for him yesterday when they were making the comeback against the Charlottes, and what a comeback it was. Let's see if they could do it again here. They're starting to drop pretty far behind, although they were down 11-4 in this map against the Charlottes and still made it back, so let's not take anything for granted just yet. The money situation, though, is looking a little bit dire for SK Gaming. The Galil, at least they have the grenades, so maybe they could make something work here. The mid-control being attempted from the Brazilian side. I love this boost.
Yeah, that's quite nice. Really, really helpful. If someone's peeking out wide, Snax is the timing going to be there. They don't have eyes on connector quite yet. This is so dangerous. It's all Taz from an off angle. He's going to line him up. He gets one. byali's found a kill, and there's Taz again. Holds connector so well. SK going for a contact play. This time it doesn't work whatsoever.
Taco by Tetris going to get shut down by pasha. Easy kill towards the end for him. So, I mean, It actually looked like he jumped the gun, Taz. It looked like he'd given his position away, and he was going to get peeked by 2 players, but it worked out.
That's so much confidence from VP, trust in Taz to watch that, and it seemed like it was actually going to be misplaced for a moment because Bialy's on top of the balcony, and he seemed fully exposed to those players. Taz just caught him at the right moment, but that was very, very dangerous. If Taz falls there, the rest of that defense collapses so quickly. Now pasha feeling a little more bold with the AWP, and actually SK feeling maybe a little desperate, starting to put all 5 players, instead of spreading out like we normally see, all 5 players towards B. They're going to smoke out the molly, and Neo sees it coming.
He's going to make the choice to run back. Good shot from Snax to just zone out the defense, the attack a little bit. There's Taco with the kill, though. The Tech 9, we don't see that too often, but it works this time. Nice peek from pasha. Just a little bit of a wide angle in that peek, catching Taco off guard. Leaving it 3 versus 4. In the retake, still looking pretty good for Virtus.pro. Snax. Oh my God, what a shot from boltz.
That's so dirty. boltz now with a chance, giving his team a chance to win this round. Flashbang out for Taz. He's on catwalk. He's got to wait for his teammates. There's the fight, though. Taz returns the favor, but he gets caught with a nade in his hand. Needs to be gun out there, and Bialy's the next one pushing up. Molotovs rain out. The utility for VP might just seal this. Fallen gets away, though. He was out in the omen for a moment. And the bomb is running low. There's Bialy with one more kill. They've got to find coldzera quick. They've got to just push him. It's not planted for him. Can he get around? pasha's on it. 2 seconds left, and there it is. coldzera turns the corner just at the right time.
My God. It's a best of 5, guys. Just, you know, ease into it.
Slow build up, perhaps. Everyone get in the mood.
It could be a very long evening, but if this is the set, if this is the level that we're reaching now, then I kind of look forward to this. I think it's going to be really damn good. coldzera here winning a huge round for his team. That's so important. They had nearly nothing. Now they've got their rifles, and in fact, Virtus.pro, in spite of winning all those rounds, not good. Falling with a headshot. Taz, forgetting about that little fact, can get there quick on the T side.
Well, you want to talk about, you mentioned the cold position of the B bomb site. Neo's had a phenomenal game. He's at 17-5 at the moment, but the one round they rush B is not able to get a kill. Gets caught off guard by the smoke putting out his Molotov. Didn't have a good place to go.
He was jumping while reloading as well. So it was all, you could understand why there was a bit of panic maybe there. 9-5 moving into the 15th round, last of the first half here. It looks like a run boost just to try and bait out anyone who's going to be in the window or ping. Or scouting, as it happens with Neo, who's going to be on the A-bomb side this time.
This is pasha's round. This is where he's got to show up. He's got the AWP. He's smoked out everywhere, though. That's the tough part. Flash over the A-ramp wall in case Bialy wanted to push it, but he's not going to quite yet. Can't hear any of this, so they have a pretty good amount of players on this side of the map. It's just all about, can Bialy be effective, because he's going to grab an angle in the corner. Taco's about to turn it. He was ready. There's the bomb. Fallen hasn't peeked. Oh, but Bialy goes back with a nade in his hand. Again, a VP player gets caught out.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to see that. Very low on the clock here. 27 seconds. That scout from Neo is going to be hard to win a fight against Fallen with. He's trying to see if he can maybe get the jump up on the box. pasha setting up for a flashbang. Bomb making its way onto the site now, and Neo, can he follow it up here? pasha coming in, sorry, that's Snax coming in from behind. In fact, pasha's there with the AWP taking down Fur. 6 seconds left. Where's the bomb plant happening? Fallen trying to do it desperately. There's the lineup, and Snax is going to win the round. A great double kill. The timing could not be better. And Virtus.pro bringing it back clean in that last round.
One small gap in that smoke. How many times have we seen it? And pasha finds it, destroys the planter. And again, VP let the clock run down. They go for a late execute, and it's just not shored up. That is a phenomenal half from Virtus.pro, starting in the pistol round, moving forward. 10-5 on the CT side. That's brilliant, especially against the T side we saw of SK yesterday.
And I have to think, Moses, and an old-timer like yourself, it's got to bring a bit of a tear to your eye watching Neo on top of the scoreboard with something like 17-5, I think it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he might even added one more at the end, actually. Maybe not with that scalp, but it's It's the way, it's a different style than what he used to employ, right? He used to be like, he used to be the coldzera of his era.
Yes.
You know, he used to be so very good.
Just
one
with
of the best players.
worst teammates.
And I mean, just it always astounds me the different ways that he's able to find impact on the game, and it's always championship level impact, despite having, you know, a rough turn of form for a couple months. But either way, pressure in mid for VP. The Glocks just ringing out, daring boltz to peek into them.
That's a fight that's very hard to take. Glock versus USP on opposite sides of the middle. I can appreciate the fact that VP wanted to turn away from that.
I think you feel a little safer when you have all 5 players there, just shooting at the one spot, waiting for that peak. Very easy to walk into those bullets. SK, they still have a mid-centric defense at the moment. coldzera guarding Fallen's back. But since they haven't seen anyone, everyone's going to start rotating away. boltz has come back, so is Fallen up connector. He's out in the open for the moment, but he does get back. Is he going to fall all the way? He's got teammates here, so he doesn't want to. There's the peek from top stairs. They're trying to juggle this, but Neo and Snax find kills. They're starting to open up this site, and coldzera's in danger.
Yes, he is. He's going to fight his way out with a great headshot. They're all coming for him. That is almost a little bit unfair. At least give him the chance here. Gonna run him down. Taco and boltz now 2 versus 3, and they're gonna run all the way through the underpass up into the B-bomb site. This is matchmaking level strategies, Moses. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, but it looks so brilliant when you bust it out in a championship game, and as well, Taco seemed frustrated. He was going for the flank, and then he hears him coming back, and you could see it on his face in the player cam. boltz, I don't think he's aware that Neo is here. This is a tough spot to clear, and when does Neo decide to make his move? It's right now. There goes boltz. This could be 2 pistol rounds for VP, and Taz doesn't take the fight. He just drops away. Smart play from him.
Neo with yet another triple kill. Taco trying to fight his way back and looking for a headshot. He's going to get one. Still 6 bullets in and hasn't reloaded yet. Very hard to reload in this situation. In fact, down to 3, and he's going to get dropped by Taz. A huge round win here for Virtus.pro. And I mean, that play, taking the A-bomb site, fighting away through connector with 3 players to take coldzera down, and they're saying, listen, they'll never see us coming B.
Yeah, yeah, right. I'm wondering if they just encountered way more pressure at that A site than they expected. So they figured there was just, you know, they just figured, let's just bail out. You know, why even bother in a 3-on-2? Why even bother fighting for this? Let's just stick together, make sure we don't have to watch 3 different angles. We just get over to the B-bomb site as a unit. And then obviously Neo has the great positioning. Again, the Deagles come out for the SK side of things in the 2nd round. Fallen going without armor here. Snax has got to be careful. Fur right around the corner. He's going to swing with that Molotov, and Snax just barely wins it. It's a huge fight, though.
It's very important that he does, though, because otherwise that push from ramp is going to be shot from the side as well. Fallen missing the kill. This is looking great. They still have pasha in middle to make a bit of noise, and even trapping, I believe, Taco in the corner with the Molotov there. I'm not sure if he realizes quite yet, but he's done a pretty good job. Going to make the hero jump into the window. Will eventually get shut down, but probably too late.
Didn't come off as too heroic there.
No.
But Neo still racking up kills, a 3K in this round, including checking the corner of Fallen in the bomb site, which can be so tricky at times under a lot of pressure. 12-5 now for the Polish side, which is almost insane to think about.
Yeah, my mind is blown. This is very, very cool. This story for Virtus.pro throughout this whole tournament and the preceding 6 months or something, where everyone has been raining on that parade, and for good reason. And then this.
Nothing matters when Daddy Neo shows up to the server. 23 kills for him.
Oh my god. How's he doing it?
And only 5 deaths as well.
I just actually can't explain it. Gonna go take a fight with coldzera, nearly win it. No armor on the SK side, so we're gonna have to wait a bit before the Brazilians can start to fight back. Here's the issue, though. SK have made so much use of that double AWP setup, and it's gonna be a while before they can reliably pick that up.
Yeah, it will be. I think Fallen didn't do the armor with the Deagle in the last round, so he might be able to have one. pasha's actually doing that with no smoke. It does get put up a little delayed. He's going to find that kill. It's a low HP coldzera, and thank God for it. I don't know if he would have been able to adjust in time. A lot of noise being made in all these positions. That's going to lure Fur out in front of the smoke. Snax. Oh, he catches him. It fades, and there's the head. Neo as well gets dinked. Just not enough firepower on the SK side to really fight for this round. Snax immediately dropping the UMP, knowing he's going to upgrade to 13-5. First gun round is so critical for SK.
And we're praising Neo a lot, as well we should, but considering, I mean, I'm going to look forward to seeing the jump in the statistics from Snax pre-final and during the final here. He's, I think, 16-5 now, which is still very respectable. He's done a pretty good job and just been reliable overall.
He had great impact even in the
Yes.
start of the first half. I mean, the pistol round, I think he had 3 kills, and I think the 4th round he had 2 or 3 kills as well. Those are big rounds to get triple kills.
Let's see how this is going to play out. Boltz and Fur wanting to go aggressive. Taz with a UMP to stop them. He does see the feet. Going to try a bit, and do SK want to fight it? It seems like they just want to exchange a couple of grenades, but Snax is ready to flash his way through on the other side. Byali goes down. Neo gets a kill, and Fur's completely surrounded here. He's going to be dropping the bomb, but he's getting shot in the back. Snax to take him down. 2 versus 2 now, and they're quite far away. Cold, does he want to risk it? If he goes a bit early, he's going to at least be able to call that out to Taco that someone's in CT spawn, but he can't stop the bomb. And long range tapping there. Taco winning the fight. And now it's up to Taz. 1 versus 2.
That's not ideal. Taco even spots him out, so now they know his position. Taz wanted to be safe there for just a bit. Out in the open, trying to take the fight with the one-on-one. But coldzera's arrived. And Taz is going to have to duel his way out, and it's not going to work. Molotov in his face, and he's going to find one, but he can't get out of the flames, and he can't get away from coldzera. But still, you would consider this actually, he only doesn't have a kit here, so this could be dangerous. I think he's got it, but still a very costly round for a win for SK.
Yeah, definitely a bit scary there at the end. I mean, if Taco doesn't win the fight in CT spawn, tapping away with that M4 at range, that always is a bit risky. Could have ended up any number of ways. Great job, though, for SK Gaming. You don't really want to win your first rifle round having only one person alive, but...
You hate that, actually. It's actually almost frustrating.
Beggars can't be choosers, isn't
exactly. I mean, but look at this desperate situation. It's great that Fallen has the AWP. That's dropped over to him, I believe. He's got no armor, though. Yeah, this is going to be difficult. So Fallen's going to be in the window. Pasha has an AWP of his own, but he's been relatively quiet compared to what we saw last night in the semifinals, which was just ungodly. Some pressure being put over at the A bomb site from VP. This is a fake execute. No one's committing. It's not drawing too many rotations. It does bring coldzera out to catwalk, and he's going to win that fight. Neo can't do it. Pasha's up next with the AWP, but Fallen finds him. The 1-2 punch in mid for SK. It feels like they've already sealed this round.
Yeah, that's how you want to get started. Pasha definitely not ready for it. Snax really wants that AWP, hoping that Fallen is going to give them a chance to get back in the game with some sort of peek here in the middle. But why would SK do that? Hopefully they won't.
No, at this point, just back up into the bomb sites. In fact, you almost want them to lure closer to you. You want them to commit to a site because you want to upgrade these 2 UMPs for free. And there's not a lot of utility to the fake execute, but timing not with Fallen again. Taz has to be prepared, but he's not. The Ollie's up next, and coldzera's going to get all 3. 4 kills in the round. And there he is. The monster's coming to play.
He makes it look so easy, but if you play that corner when you're trapped in there, you can either peek too far or you can sort of be too passive and stay in the corner. I mean, if you slide out just a little bit too far to the right, then you're exposed against 2 instead of 1, and you just lose immediately.
It's also, there's Edward in the crowd, hanging out, having a good time, getting a cheer. But, I mean, part of it, it's that first kill. It's that one on Taz. If that takes too long, then Byali's able to swing out and either trade it immediately or even kill coldzera before he can finish the kill on Taz. So, I mean, it's that first kill when he turns the corner that, in my mind, is the most impressive part about coldzera. But he does have this uncanny ability to string kills together. He always knows where the next one's going to come.
So well done. Closing the gap. 13-7. There's just 6 rounds between the 2 teams now. But that is not the whole story. The other part lies in the economy, which is what we're really looking for. Now we've got the Doblob. Now we've got the SMGs in play here for the Brazilian side. This is starting to look like a repeat of yesterday. I hate to say it.
Yeah, it very well could be. And I mean, from different sides of the map, I guess you would say it's from. But certainly SK had a phenomenal comeback against Astralis on this map.
Yes.
And again, looking like a chance, and that's great damage with the nade. Here they are jumping out, first switching weapons, and he just has to back off because of that. That little second of inconvenience forces him away.
Yeah, he was a bit too aggressive, maybe a little bit too happy jumping around the middle. There is really, I mean, apart from the upgraded P250s here, there's no flashbangs or smokes or anything. So VP, they need a hand here for SK. They need someone to go a bit too aggressive.
They need to kill Fur if he's going to peak like that. I mean, obviously it's easier said than done, and there was a flashbang for him, but getting that 1 kill would be a good start. It would cause a shift in the rotation, and from there maybe you can just get lucky. But yeah, without utility, this round looks like it's going to be pretty cut and dry for the SK side.
Looks like 3 men are heading towards the apartments, and Fallen will be there with the AWP on the other side. boltz, I think, by the connector. I mean, Fallen could miss a shot and give them a chance to get closer.
Well, the tough part is the bomb is in middle, so the bomb has to come off connector. It's basically running the gauntlet of so much unsmoked territory. It's just going to handle that nicely, and now, yeah, the bomb has no chance. The idea is maybe drop out of, if you have the bomb in those holes, maybe Fallen misses a shot, and then you get some P250s close up that don't allow him to re-peek, and then you can get at least a bomb plan. But not going to happen here, but still, I think this is, what, 3 or 4 for SK in a row now, so the losing bonus is building up.
It's definitely looking a hell of a lot better in saving the double AWP. We've seen some games recently where, you know, the team that buys that double AWP, they lose it. Even if they win the round, they just lose one of the AWPs in some unfortunate place.
So costly, isn't it?
Yeah, you just don't want to see that. Once you've made the investment, you really want it to last like 3 or 4 rounds so you can rebuy it if anything happens. 5 rounds now is the gap. Fallen moving pretty aggressively. That Molotov not covering him, and Taz goes down. Next in line is pasha. That's such a great double kill. Now VP, they don't even get any control in the center of the map. They just get shut down by SK Gaming.
The last 2 rounds they've had guns, VP hasn't even been able to run anything they've wanted. They haven't even been able to get like the most basic map control. This time they're denied mid, and they just lose too much. So moving forward, VP's got to find a way to adjust to that. Maybe take a timeout, maybe figure it out. But the fact that they're not even able to even compete for these rounds is frightening.
Definitely don't want to see that. And on a map like Mirage, I mean, those AWPs could be anywhere, round for round. You know Fallen is an incredibly dynamic AWP player, so you're not even sure where exactly he's going to be. Easy kill for coldzera, and Snax alone.
Goal is 3 kills. There's 1. There's 2. 1 more would be phenomenal, and he's ready for it. coldzera has dropped down, but he misses that timing. Molotov going to ring from Catwalk, and Snax can't really leave this area. He needs to get the bomb up on Catwalk, and there's boltz aggressive behind the Molotov. Nice attempt for Snax, but they do salvage the double op setup. It was dropped in window, so easy enough.
Yeah, Colt swapped out for an M4, so did they decide to give up on it?
They very well could have.
He could have just swapped back again after we went off camera, but...
That's a little unfortunate. Maybe, I mean, maybe unfortunate is the wrong word. Maybe it's a miscalculation from Taz. Yeah, they only have 1 AWP, so... oh yeah, it was coldzera that dropped into the window room as well. So even if
he gave it to Taco before he dropped into the window, which was such a cool detail.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't explain it. They could have if they wanted to.
I think Taz mistimed his jump behind that smoke. You don't want to land in the gap, do you? You want to land behind the boxes. So that could have been a small detail. And Fallen is really coming on point now, which is frightening. And there's VP trying to get into the site while also walking through fire, and it's a slaughter.
I mean, I'm ready for this. We were on this roller coaster yesterday, Moses, with SK, and it was wonderful. Now we get to see if they could do it again. They have brought it very far back, up to 10 rounds now, and Virtus.pro seem to have really almost no answers when it comes to the T side here. They have all the timeouts they could possibly want. That's not the problem. They just need to take one and try and dig a little bit deep here. I'm not even sure what the weakness is right now for SK. How do you get past Fallen?
You haven't even really gotten to the stage where you can probe the defense if you're VP or getting eliminated before you can get anywhere close. By the way, remember, this was a 10-5 half. VP has won both pistols. They get up to 13-5, and 5 straight for SK in all the gun rounds. Nightmare scenario for VP. At least this time, they haven't lost any players yet, so it's already better than last round.
Yes, it is, and they do some damage in byali there. They forced Fur back from the middle in that connector, and he gets taken out from byali. Over at the apartments, coldzera ready for the boost, but the headshot from Snax, that's a big kill. coldzera usually getting that kill 99% of the time, but this was not one of them. boltz, he's so ready for this peek, and Snax looks like he's looking the wrong way, so it's going to be at least 1 kill return there, and the bomb is still maneuvering around in middle.
It'll be interesting to see how byali plays this. You don't want him to fall here. He's the off player. He's the lurker in this scenario. He's not the one to make a move. You want the other 3 players to do it. He's holding his ground. They've got advanced position. Here comes Taco. He's the one that's... Ooh, no, he turns around. Now byali does. Taco is so exposed here. It's all on the timing, and it's not with Taco. Big kill for byali. The A bomb site is open. How does VP react to this? They're patient. They're waiting for the information. They're waiting for the all clear, and now they've got it.
And Fallen is up in the hallway, so he's miles away. If he'd moved forward there, Taco, I think his shadow would have shown on the ground anyway, so it should have been one fight for byali, although it's by no means 100%. Fallen and boltz here, just trying to save the rifles. 4 versus 2. That will be a 14th round here for Virtus.pro, and that worked out very well. I mean, the first kill was wonderful, but that second one on coldzera, that could have gone either way.
No, the opening for VP is a classic. You apply some pressure to the connector defender, and then you have one player in those palaces just waiting to punish it as he falls back. And actually, if I'm completely honest, that's something that Fur doesn't usually make that mistake. You don't see that punished too often because those connector players are very, very aware of that danger coming out. This time it gets punished. So big from VP. They get an opening finally. They get a first kill. They've got their first gun run on the board for their terror side.
Snax taking a nap while he was dead in the round. Just having a good time. Lounging, as we say.
Yeah, he's taking a leaf out of JDM's book.
Maybe that's the key. So now you've got that one big round, but it doesn't seem to me like it's a round that's so easy to replicate.
No, it's not, especially because Fur's now going to be even more aware. Yeah, what's up, Hobbit? Having a good time. Oh, this is a big one as well. Another opening, and it's byali on Fur one more time. Ready for that aggression. I don't think Fur expected them to be turning that corner so quickly.
Be just a little bit careful. Fallen there in the middle. There was nobody there to help out Fallen, not in window, catwalk, or connector, so that makes me a bit worried. I realized he was down in the underpass, but should probably call for a little bit of backup before you try and get out too quick. Plenty of time, though. Fallen really wants to go and look for a kill, and this is the kind of Fallen play I love more than anything. This is not every day we see someone sort of getting this close with the AWPs already scoped up there.
They're ready for it, though. pasha, I think, is scoped in on this, and then, oh, he tags him maybe through the wall, down to 20 HP, maybe a leg shot. That's beautiful. The awareness, knowing that a play would have to be made to get something for SK. pasha's able to force him back entirely. Flash coming out, Snax is in the smoke on Palace. That's beautifully designed. You don't usually see that, but now Snax has a way into the round for his team. He's got a foothold in this A bomb site. And actually, I think SK's misreading this at the moment. They've got 2 players in B. Fallen was heading that direction. He's wrapping around to not be smoked off, but this is going to be so tough for SK.
Almost impossible. One good grenade, one Molotov here on Fallen. He's going to be in so much trouble. 25 seconds. Smoke wall there to cover the crossover. boltz is going down. The bomb is planted. And it's definitely time to give up here. 15 rounds for Virtus.pro. SK, I'm not sure why they want to give up these rifles. 5 versus 3 with 20 health on Fallen.
Yeah, no, it's time to save. There is no way you stick around in this scenario. You're basically out of money. Cold's going to get 1 kill, but even that's risky. It's not even technically worth the risk for that weapon. Neo's found position. If he could just take 1 or 2 of these guns, that would be so huge. Eddie misstep from SK.
Taco's in a good position here. He's going to walk right into Neo. Just goes forward a bit too soon. That was very tricky, and Cold goes down as well. It looked like half the SK team wanted to fall away then, and the other half didn't. Missing a shot, getting close at the end of the round. Fallen saving the AWP, which is going to be a huge tool in this upcoming round to try and fight for overtime here. That's what's on the table for SK Gaming. There was some really uncharacteristic just hesitation going on there on the SK side. You don't normally see that.
Yeah, it seemed like they really wanted to fight for that to some degree, but I mean, I think eventually Fallen just kind of realized with his HP, they just couldn't do it. It's the unfortunate, that's almost one of those rounds where you don't even worry about trying to take guns away. Actually, hold the phone. VP wants to end it right now. It is a double up setup for the SK side, but there's no one at A. There's 0 defense here, and VP's already got the site. They're gonna have the plant as well. The one advantage SK's got is their utility. The Snax want to come through this over the edge. He finds Fallen. One of the ops is gone. SK has to fight for this round, but they've got no leg to stand on.
Well, you said it, Moses, a knockout punch. And Snax, he's so ready for this fight. Grenade into CT spawn, putting on the pressure, re-smoking it to try and look over again. Bomb ticking inside of the side, and SK know this is their last chance to fight for Mirage. The map that's been played first here. Taco goes down, coldzera, 1 in return, gets a second on Taz, and somehow it's a 3-on-3 now. Cold, he wants a bit more, there's almost no time left. The spray comes in, Neo gonna get 1. And there's just a couple of seconds now. Cole, the last one standing. The spray is in. And Virtus.pro going to win map number 1, 16-10 against SK Gaming. Who could have seen it coming? The absolute return of Virtus.pro here in the grand finals. And it's a best of 5 as well. It doesn't get any better than this, does it?
No, that's some old school VP. That's the VP that everyone is so surprised to see. Neo still having its hair in this tournament, which is brilliant to see, but everyone else contributing in a big way. A nice T side, some bold decision making on the T side as well. And I think the important thing is their T side actually got shut down early on for about five rounds. And then they figured it out, and then they got the solution. And that's a VP we haven't been able to see, one that could stop momentum of their opponents. Well, they've done it here in map 1.
That's going to send SK back to the drawing board. Obviously, there's still so much to come, but that was some really interesting rounds that were being played there. A long stretch in the second half where VP were not having a good time. Didn't even get into the rounds. They just got shut down.
Yeah, I mean, they were losing 2-3 players within the first 20-30 seconds, and at that point, you can't even really figure anything out. You don't even have the space to like find a solution for something. It's just, all right, guys, please don't get killed. We need to actually attack a bomb site at some point. But they've done it, and I mean, Snax is here.
Yeah, the prophecy is coming true, Moses.
Is that what we're going to term this from now on?
The simulation has guided us to this point in time.
Now we've gone the wrong direction. No, but I mean, that's such a sick... Because we were talking before this, you know, how sick would it be to have like the classic coldzera versus Snax matchup? Like the two of the best players we had last year going head-to-head. That would be phenomenal. And I mean, the stage is still set for a long, long series between these two teams. But that was SK's pick.
Yes, it was. Very interesting. I really look forward.
Выбор команды Virtus.pro. Карта Inferno началась. Просим занять вас свои места.
To pasha. Fallen clicking once with the USP, not even interested in reloading. Gonna put out some counter grenades to try and see if they can maybe buy a bit of time, and actually that stopped all of Virtus.pro in their tracks. Now they're making their way on finally. Fur goes down, boltz boosted up, he gets a headshot on Snax and trying to make it back in. This is a really great defense, and even stopping the bomb is Taco coming in so quick on the rotation. This is falling apart here for the T side.
Yeah, this is great from SK. Slowing down with the first kill, the boost yields one more, and then obviously that flank coming in. That was so quick. Even VP, it looked like they'd be able to trade themselves into that bomb site, but once the flank comes in that fast, not ready for it, not expecting it whatsoever. So SK, remember, they lost both pistol rounds on Mirage. It's good that they get started out with one here.
Yes, they definitely need that. I mean, when you're playing a best of 5 as a player, I feel like, especially when you're SK, maybe you're not gonna take it too badly losing one map. That's gonna be like, okay, well, we've got plenty of time to correct that. But obviously, winning a pistol round like this, then you're right back in the game. We'll see. Bit of an interesting buy. R8 on Snax, obviously, I'm a huge fan of that.
Yeah, we've been seeing he's been doing that this whole tournament, so we'll see if it comes to pass here. I think Matt and Henry are doing a R8 count for the number of kills he's got. I think he's up to like 2 or 3. Hopefully he can add 5 more here would be pretty cool, I feel.
He's only bought it 2 or 3 times. I think the success rate right now is like, yeah, 2 out of 3. I think it's like 66%. Nice. So he's got it going on. I think the science is settled on this.
If anyone could make the R8 work, surely it's Snax. Ooh. You think you almost feel like he's timing those shoulder peaks, right? And you could see here, working on it a little bit. Nothing landing yet.
What's going through the mind of when you heard that? Just thinking, what is happening? Well, wants to jump. That's a dink mid-air. Fallen in so much trouble in this corner. They do actually have a Molotov to try and bring him back, but that's great utility use on SK Gaming to try and bring Fallen back. That's definitely going to be annoying for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, the utility might have just saved the day for SK because VP was rearing to go once they heard that dink come out, falling down to 13.
You only have 7 bullets left, Snax. What is going on? Well,
plenty of bullets for 5 kills, Anders. And here comes the rush, the boost. Oh my god, this is so dangerous. What are they thinking? The smoke didn't plume, and SK is so bold with that boost, and they get punished for it.
That does seem like madness. We just talked about the great bonus of winning that pistol round. You do not want to give it back already. Trying to see if they can make their way through. Byali gets 1 kill. He's very low on bullets as well. The UMP coming in from Taco to clear up Byali. And now it's Neo and Taz, 2-1-2. The bomb down. The R8 still in play, even if it's low on bullets. Flashbangs are coming in, and now SK want to go for the retake. They do have a kit on either player, but they can't find Virtus.pro right now. They're both stacked up at Banana, and surely that's going to be well known. Cold wants to try and see if he can go for it. The R8 not hitting anything. There's Neo with a big kill. And the double kill for coldzera, but it's too late. I'm going to call it the R8 to save the day, Moses.
Oh, never thought you'd say that in the grand finals of a big Counter-Strike match. But Neo, it took him a couple shots to get that going, or maybe it's just a slow rate of fire, but I think Kubin and Snax are just giggling about that as well. I thought that flashbang was perfect. I thought that flashbang was going to win him the round in the 2-on-2. But brilliance again from VP, that's heartbreaking. Stolen away in the second round. I don't know what they were doing with that boost. I don't know how that call came out, but that was so weird.
Definitely a misread. They obviously thought they had more time, but the risk is so big.
Here's the dangerous part of that. It's usually one player who makes that call, and the second player just does it because you always try and do your best to work as a team, even if you personally think it's the wrong decision. So I mean, there may be some stress between players after that round that they'll have to calm down, but that can be it obviously bites them in the ass there.
Yeah, absolutely does. 1-1. Deagle's in play. MP9 there on Cold that he stole from the last round or ran away with. And it looks like Virtus.pro are quite set to slow this one all the way down. Don't want any kind of crazy play coming out of SK. Double grenade to top Banana there, just to make sure that no one's hiding in the corner. But they've got all the utility they want here for any kind of execute.
Yeah, and this is just VP just saying, all right, let's just stack up. Let's not try and do anything fancy. And here comes that boost again. This time, it's at the proper moment. It's before the execute comes in. So smoke's going to go down. There are 3 players here. 4 players, actually, excuse me. And actually another boost coming up. They're stacking boosts on this side, but it's all a fake. It's all a ruse, and Taco's found it, and a kill. Neo does fall. 3 players of VP have to make their way into the site, and they have to do it without falling. Snax gets that kill, and that's the site secured. I guess Taco, we didn't see his POV. He gets the kill, but didn't see the others following up.
Yeah, and that's what I really wanted to know. If he didn't see Snax, then his internal timing is going to be way off for how soon Snax could have been in that corner. Very unfortunate. Now Pasha's out there hunting. We'll lose the fight to Fur. A little bit awkward here. SK Gaming still have a kit on Cold from the previous round. Fallen going to walk right into that AK-47. And Snax looking for a bit more. It's going to get a headshot on boltz, looking for the triple. He's blind. Great flashbang coming in here from SK, but it will be too late simply. No health there. And Taz will close out the round. So a bit expensive, but ultimately still a great round here for Virtus.pro.
It really was. I'm interested to see if they were able to salvage Snax's AK-47. It wouldn't be the biggest of deals. If not, this should be a round where they have some of the pressure abated. SK likely going back to USPs, maybe a flashbang to try and be clever, maybe some upgraded into P250s, but overall, Virtus.pro responding after a pistol round loss. You imagine Snax with this MP9 is going to be the main aggressor. Pasha saving up for the 808P, doesn't even get a rifle or an SMG, just goes for the CZ.
Deep grenade to try and chase down Fallen, who just wanted to show himself. Snax could probably take this fight and win it, considering there's no armor on the other side. Cold is right at the edge with no one seeing it.
Yes, he is. Trying to peer over that smoke. It's not working. There goes Taco out in the open. And yeah, Snax is just, how many kills can I get? This is what we call Gladiator. You just send one player out, and he just fights until he dies. And Snax has obviously not died. 3 kills for him so far. coldzera has found himself in a pretty cool position, maybe able to take 1 away, because I think this could catch SK off guard that he's going to be here. Taz has actually got his eyes on it, so I say that. I also said Taz was looking deadly focused in this game, coming out of the booth, and it continues here.
It's very important here, mentally as well, just to get out of these rounds. Going to be annoying for SK Gaming. Good shot, that P250. Definitely a great pistol at almost any range. But not going to make it out of the round. That's a quad kill for Snax, all of them with the MP9. So quite a lot of money stacked up on him, which is obviously great news.
Yes, and now it'll be interesting to see what Virtus.pro comes out on this map, how they're going to open this up. Do they want to go for something where they can try something fast-paced to try and abuse? Even if you can just pressure fast-paced without committing, if you can draw some of that utility out of the SK side, because they're not going to have everything they want, obviously, in this round, that'd be great. Yeah, Snax was loving this round.
Yeah, absolutely. Looked like maybe he could have got shot down by Cold, who was in that smoke. Just never really happened. But let's see what SK can bring us now. That AWP from coldzera and one on pasha as well. I would say this would be the sort of map where both Cold and Fallen could do a lot of damage.
Absolutely.
But we have seen some absolutely insane peaks from pasha where he just no-scopes people left and right at almost any range.
Yeah, last night's matches were unbelievable. Just absolutely insane the things he was doing. Byali, he's had a great tournament, and you can tell by the way how confident he is. We saw it on Mirage peeking out of A Palace. Here he's peeking out of these halls into the A bomb site very, very early on, just trying to catch someone with an awkward timing. Fur's going to push in front of that with a pop flash. Does blind him for a second. Neo as well. Neo's going to expect it. He's swinging around the corner. He's got the angle. He's spamming it, and Fur doesn't want to take that fight. This is dangerous for both players in this smoke. It's just all about luck. Neo, he thought about pushing through, but he holds off.
So risky, especially I feel if you're on the SK side there, giving up the early player. Now it's top mid control attempted and gained as well for the VP side. Cold trying to fall back, and Taco getting a big kill there on Snax is absolutely going to help out. 4 versus 5 and slowly running out of time. 30 seconds tapping away. Taz getting the kill on Taco. 29 seconds. They got to get on that bomb side. The bomb is now dropped. Bolt's getting a big kill, but can they get the bomb down here? Fallen is close by as well, trying to win the fight. He almost takes down Byali. It's looking good for SK Gaming. 2 versus 3.
An opportunity, though, for VP to take this one away as well. Byali's got good positioning in pit, even though he's low, so are the SK players. coldzera with the op has got to do something huge, but he's so scared of moving forward quite yet. This is all on Byali. How can he hold this? The pop flash, it comes out, not as effective as he'd like, and he's not taking the peek just yet. There's the op shot from pasha, and it misses. All on Byali. He gets one, transferring over.
There's no kit right now, so they got to be quick, and Fallen will get the kill. Running right onto the side here, and I think there is going to be enough time, but that's very scary. If they don't go for that really quick retake there, it could easily run out of time. SK Gaming losing 3 players in the round, but they do win it, so not bad at all. And you could definitely tell that Cold was looking very uncomfortable taking some of those early fights. He really wasn't committing to them. He was sort of a bit worried, and they didn't really know where VP were anyway.
He missed a couple shots that you know you normally see an opper hit as they cross into the bomb site as well. He had great angle in library. It wasn't smoked off. It just wasn't landing the shot. So a little dicey there, but thankfully they do win the round anyways, as you said. And he's, well, he keeps the op, but so Fallen picks one up himself. So double op setup coming out early on the CT side. UMP on boltz, though. No banana control for VP. I think that deep smoke caused him to just shy away and back off from it. But he hears the pressure.
That's such a back and forth battle, how people deal with that banana control, and obviously it's very utility dependent, so this time double up all the grenades on SK side. Let's see what they can do. UMP on boltz, wonder if he's going to try and be aggressive with it or just stick around. That was so close with the timing. Fallen, is he going to peek back in? pasha, he's got it scoped up. Did they see him? Fallen still gets the kill on Neo. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. He was staring into the wall. I don't know if like Neo maybe missed the first couple shots and it's a great reaction. It seemed like Fallen shied away from that fight just because he was expecting a pop flash and it just never came out. So he's very, very fortunate, or very, very skilled. Either one works. And at the moment, there's mid control, and there's the delayed battle. You love to see this. The aggression from SK. Retake it once VP has it. Don't let him control mid at any point in time. That's so beautifully done with a good pop flash. Byali trying to come out, but it's an easy shot from Cold. He's not missing these ones. And pasha is all alone.
Yeah, what could you really do with this? Down to that Vietnam grave.
We don't see a lot of times that the CT teams actually fight for that. A lot of teams shy away from those mid retakes because if that pop flash isn't like perfect, if maybe even just one person is open, you just die, and then the terrorist team has a great way to get into the bomb site, multiple avenues to wrap around that A site. But it's one of those it's one of those things where there's no necessarily correct option, because if you play super passively over there, you give up a lot of space, a lot of control, and a lot of information. And if you go aggressive, you risk of just losing the round on that middle fight if it goes poorly.
Well, they've broken the VP economy. pasha with the AWP hasn't really had the impact yet that we were looking for. So difficult when you're on the T side as well. A lot of the time there's going to be smokes, or you'll be standing at the edge of a Molotov, or you'll just be close to a corner where someone could rush you down. SK have to be loving this. They won the pistol, then they lost the following round, and yet they've managed to bounce back fairly quickly here. So that's confidence building, definitely.
Yeah, this is all about pasha. What can he get with the AWP? And this is great. Actually, you see Taz with 2 smokes, and he's actually just playing. He's just buddy system with pasha. He's gonna, I mean, 2 flashes. Excuse me. He's gonna use those flashes to at least force someone like coldzera, someone like Fallen off the angle with the AWP, just so pasha can take it. Trying to give him any opportunity. You'll see one come up mid right here. That was it. It actually was not very effective. And there goes Neo. pasha now, you imagine he's going to grab the angle, try and punish the fallback. But coldzera jumps and pasha just gives it up before the fight happens.
Yeah, very hard to stick around there in the middle. Snax going to try and see if he can run down boltz, and that actually almost worked. Uncomfortably close. Taco with a very good defense there, getting the instantaneous headshot. Taz will fall. And again, pasha left to his own devices, and actually that's just such a great bait from coldzera. Jumping to show his shoulder. Triple for him, 4th round for SK Gaming.
It's also coldzera just like going full Terminator mode, isn't it? Just like announcing to the world that he just wants to take fights. Like you can see a lot of oppers will, I mean, and almost wisely so, just fall away after they miss that shot because it's an expensive weapon. You don't want to give it up. You don't even want to risk that staying on the ground after the round. And coldzera just pulls out the pistol and goes for the fight. And even goes for the second one on pasha. So tactical pause from VP pretty early on here, wanting to get started, and also knowing that they haven't done a whole lot of damage to SK in recent rounds. So even if you don't win them, you have to start finding ways to get kills, finding some weakness in the defense to exploit.
It'd be interesting to see exactly what that is. Right now, I think Neo has 1 kill, so that's obviously a big change from the first map. Someone else might have to start to step it up. coldzera, who was doing great on map number 1, he's just continuing on here.
Shouldn't surprise anyone at this point.
Not really.
You could, like, he's like Mr. Consistent, isn't he?
It is kind of wild. I think he had something like 22-ish kills in the first map.
That's not bad.
It's the average they fan, you know. Well, there
Speaking
it is.
of which, yeah.
Trying to catch up, taking down pasha.
That's actually a big kill to get. There's a lot of utility purchase on the VP side, so he takes some nades away. Still plenty for these 4 players on VP for any kind of execute they want to do. It's the pistol, it's the weaponry that they're lacking. Some spam coming in, but Taco respecting that smoke and respecting the fact that a reload would be just such a juicy opportunity for anyone from Virtus.pro in these holes.
And SK playing very grouped up at the moment. Hard to catch anyone on the SK side without exposing yourself to a second player here, so that's always what you want to see. Taco getting out of the pit just as VP are actually jumping into it, and Taz somehow sneaks in a kill. boltz, if he could have been shot in the face then, maybe the bomb site would have fallen. Cold, he's got a deep diagonal line into the A site here. He can protect a lot. Sees a guy crossing over. boltz just trying to stay alive back there with the AK-47. And they're going to get kills at the same time, leaving byali in the pit. So that's a good attempt from Virtus.pro, actually. I'm surprised they got that far into the site. But SK are playing this one very meticulously. They're really not leaving much chance.
It seems like maybe they had a conversation outside. Everyone's playing a little bit more disciplined, it feels, except for maybe coldzera in a couple rounds when he feels he has an advantage. But everyone is just kind of not taking fights if, you know, it's not the clean advantage, not taking fights if they don't have to, making sure SK's committing into the bomb site, Virtus.pro's committing into the bomb site. That round with just the pistols, VP just didn't have the tools. It was great they got out. It's great that they got control of lane and that kill on a Taco, but nothing left to use to actually pressure boltz inside the site.
5 rounds for the Brazilian side. Very aggressive. Usually they would have thrown that smoke already, but wanted to catch someone off guard. So, you know, the small little details, small changes in the defense from round to round is making life much harder for Virtus.pro.
Well, also that Molotov from VP got the car just a tad bit late, and that's what allowed Fer to just go through it, knowing he wouldn't take a whole lot of damage. Well worth the fight in his opinion. He's got VP scared of the aggression from Banana. And he's actually the only one there, so there's going to be 2 ops over at the A bomb site, but Fallen's going to be on the quick rotate. He's actually heading back to B right now just as that smoke comes out. Even though it's called, he doesn't move from B.
Still a minute left. Tentative top mid control for Virtus.pro. They've sort of peeked around the corner a couple of times, so they know that there's no one really holding right at the arch. Is it going to be enough for any kind of a setup? They really want coldzera to peek. So far, he hasn't. It seems like now is going to be the time to execute. Molotov in the corner, flashbang back in. That worked last time. This time they run into Neo. He gets one. A second opening, taking down Fur. And Taco's in so much trouble. He's got a bit of backup behind him. Gets the kill on Snax. That's actually big, and there's a quick rotation coming in. Fallen, he's right behind them. They take care of coldzera and Taco next, leaving Fallen alone. And he was a second late for that kill. byali will take him down. And Virtus.pro picking up a 4th round. So many small details in that round.
Yeah, so very good from Neo with those 2 opening kills. And yeah, that's maybe the danger of that pop flash that, you know, I just talked about, how you can almost basically lose the round on that hit. Here's the pop flash, and actually it's just blind luck, literal blind luck. Boltz goes down to Neo's spray, and there's the peek as well, but Neo's already got the angle. Even with 4 players at the A bomb site that round, SK still couldn't hold it.
Yeah, that double opening, definitely too much to handle now. We're seeing a lot more aggression. They don't really make the corner quick enough on the SK side, and now the risk of being run down. Fallen just ready if anyone was going to take a peek, but seems like Virtus.pro don't want to try and chase that in. It's so risky to do that as well.
Yeah, this is also so sick from SK. They haven't used the smokes, the Molotovs at that B bomb site. Fallen still got his, Fur's still got his smoke. So, I mean, despite the fact they had so much pressure on them, they still have 3 pieces of utility to delay a hit at the B bomb site to delay that choke point. There goes the smoke just now, and actually going to go through it. Fallen's trying to go around it. That's a mistake. That's an overreach, but this is such a clever position from Fur. Can he punish them? He's calling out that they're actually going towards CT spawn. They're out in the open for cold, but he can't land it. And Fur now, a clever position turns into a desperate situation. He's hiding in the smoke as it begins to fade. It looks like Pasha's aware of the possibility as well, but he can't land the shot, but he's given up his spot. Fur's so much pressure, trying to get one more, but he just can't.
Neo looking over the high ground advantage there, taking down Taco. Somehow it's a 2-on-1. It looked like Virtus.pro was going to make it through this round just absolutely clean. boltz, I think, has been a great player for SK already, but this 1 versus 2 is going to be very tough. He needs an early kill. Then he actually has the utility to force the next player out, but in a 2 versus 1, how do you accomplish the first part? He's already gone and checked, making a bit of noise on the site now, so Neo definitely knows it, and that's going to be the kill for him as well. Double again, tying up the scoreline at 5-5. So I don't know. I feel like this T side on Inferno can be very strong, so I'm not that worried that Virtus.pro got 5 rounds. I think SK shouldn't be either.
Yeah, it almost feels like this map doesn't matter which side did you think it is. It's all about whether you have the utility to do something on either one. As a terrorist, you need them to force back Banana, you need them to take top mid. As CT, you need it to delay everything. So whoever controls the money is going to be winning rounds, and at the moment, that's VP. They've wrestled it away from SK. Here comes the danger of how high they can make this scoreline go before SK respond.
Jump, always dangerous. Does get tagged through the wall. And he's gonna make his escape. Yeah. Really only the AWP, I think, that can do any significant damage through that. Or the auto sniper, but we don't see that much.
Yeah, we don't. We saw it in the previous game, I believe, today.
Yeah, the one time.
Well, Molotovs and utility used by VP, and Pasha's got plenty of time to peek into this bomb site. Just over a minute remaining in the round. It's been quiet, at least compared to last night. Saw Snax using the op earlier on this T-half for Virtus.pro. This can be tough, though. Fur's playing behind the fountain. Can be a tough position to clear. And actually, boltz rotating away, and Fallen sticking around. Oh, they've spotted it out. Nice job by VP. That's pretty much all the danger. Fallen doesn't have the HP to commit, trying to do some damage through the smoke. There's a gap in it, and actually, boltz finds Neo.
Yeah, a little bit silly. Probably not necessary. Headshot from coldzera. Absolutely necessary for SK Gaming. 3 versus 4 with 27 seconds. Should be no problem to get in and get the bomb down here, but can they also hold on to it? That one AK picked up, and the smoke on Taco could make things a bit interesting if they're quick with the retake here. The lack of kits means they really got to move fast if they want to try this.
Yeah, Taco on the flank is going to be the one. When does he peek? Because there is one player, that's Snax, down in water. He's got to hold this. He's got to win this fight. He spotted him out. Taco trying to bait some shots, trying to keep him guessing. There's the peek. He does win it. Now Fallen's got one. They're adding on. Pasha all alone, and he's pulling out the pistol, but it's just too late. SK swarms into the site, and VP simply lost too much before that bomb got planted.
Absolutely incredible turnaround here for the Brazilian side. Who would have seen that coming? They've been very good, VP, with those B executes, but Neo, so once they spray the boost towards CT spawn, and they don't catch anyone, just give up on it. You know, just fine, go and plant a bomb. But you could tell they wanted to take the fight, and boltz, he was there taking down Neo, and then it just all sort of collapsed.
Yeah, Neo got lured into that fight by the gap in the smoke, and I mean, that in itself wasn't necessarily anything too bad. It's when coldzera simultaneously gets a kill on the other side of the map, because then you've lost the manpower to be able to successfully watch your flank. You saw the position Snax had to be in to do it, and if that's the fight you're relying on to watch your flank, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did. Another tactical being pulled here from Virtus.pro, just trying to make sure that they don't lose their minds too quickly here in the first half of the second map. 6-5 and gearing up for what could be a very tight game. I mean, Inferno historically has given us some incredible Counter-Strike matches.
Oh, it's such an iconic and beautiful map for Grand Finals, isn't it?
Yes, it seems like it's just almost meant to be some of the time. pasha hasn't seen much play time either in this game. I think he's got 3 kills overall. It's not the end of the world, but we kind of like to see him get something done here. And I like the fact that he swapped out for the AK-47. Maybe instead of sort of pressuring on with the AWP, that it doesn't seem to be so easy for him to land a shot here.
I mean, it's never easy for the Terra side, and honestly, it might just be a situation of money. This is going to be a pop flash from Taz. They're just going to try and contact and blow up at a timing outside Palace. This could work. There's a lot of SK players, but oh, Taco's here in the bomb site. He slowed him down. There's 1 kill, but he falls. It's so much pressure, and it happens so quick and with no warning. VP's already in the site planting the bomb.
They were definitely caught off guard by that. byali with a great double opening. Fer and Fallen. And look at how far away Fer is. It's going to be like 5-10 seconds before he's even at the bomb site. And by then, there's just not that much time left to defuse. So unless they can get a very quick kill here, it's not going to be possible to retake. And there's nobody showing themselves for VP. They would love to find somebody, anybody right now, that could spark some sort of retake attempt. But it's so far gone already. Fer jumping up on the hate cart. Getting a little bit of pressure from Fallen on the other side. Fer does get the kill. But yeah, the time is going to be the big issue. He has to fall back. I mean, it's a great attempt, but not going to be good enough. byali is going to be gone no matter what. But that will still be the round for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a world if Fer moves a little bit faster on that flank up mid, maybe they can actually realistically go for that. They had plenty of utility for it and some low VP players. Unfortunately, just too much time clicks off. I mean, it's such a tough call because there's so many positions you have to be careful of and be cautious of when you make the route that Fer did on the flank. Either way, VP responds. They're trading grounds. This is great. I mean, it's so nice for VP that actually SK's called a setup. That's a brilliant transfer, isn't it? But the setup is, you know, 2 lane, 1 on the bomb site, and that call, because when that hit comes in, if you're SK, if you're the defense, you still don't know it's everyone out halls. Oh god, Fer's gonna get a huge battle. They line up, but brilliant trade from pasha.
That could have been the end of the round right then and there, but they managed to take care of Fer. pasha still pushing up behind the smoke. Fallen not seeing anyone pushing through just yet. And Virtus.pro, do they realize? They probably don't. That Taco has gone on an adventure and has now reached all the way to T-spawn. Neo, there's absolutely no way you could know this.
Okay.
This man has been playing Counter-Strike longer than almost anybody else, but this spray, he tries to make the transfer. It looked like something was telling him that maybe there was something going on. I mean, it just doesn't seem possible. Fallen gets the kill on pasha, and a great comeback here from SK. Probably going to be winning this round. byali on 6 health. And they've got 3 men stacked at the bomb site. They've even got byali following up. Sorry, not byali, but Taco following up behind here and locking them in.
If Neo had cleared that flank all the way, I don't know what I would have done. That would have been too much for me. But brilliant even to consider the possibility. Taco making a great flank, and you can see SK's evacuated everyone off the A bomb site. They're all here. Surely no chance. And coldzera coming through the smoke does find Taz as boltz takes out his teammate. Again, another round traded back and forth. Neither team able to string them together.
Look at the guy's face
His face
as well.
is the best part. It's a whole package, really.
He's going to say, no, it's not gay to love Fallen. You've got every right. Well, what a situation this is. I can hardly believe it. 7-6, SK Gaming. They've got the money lead. They've got everything going on. Smoke is up, and there is a bit of a jump up on the wall for trying to see if he can get the early advantage, and actually he's just going to go aggressive. They could probably guess that BP don't have the money.
SK's starting to get pretty aggressive on the sides of the map here, just trying to find some information. We saw Taco, obviously, last round with the big play. This time it's aggression towards Banana. And that's one thing actually VP's kind of struggled to do is once SK has control of the car or that half wall, they really haven't been able to force them back without taking heavy casualties.
Byali gonna jump down. Looked like he could have caught Taco off guard. They're gonna lose coldzera in the exchange. But with the bomb drop back there, Taz still has quite a bit of work to do. He's got the time for it. That's maybe the one thing here. So shoulder peek comes out. Taco knows it. And backup is being called for, making Taz very uncomfortable. He's gonna get the first fight. Looking for a headshot. Has to be quick. SK, the bomb is not down yet. They're fighting just a bit more, maybe they need to. I don't mind that they try to help out the pit player in Taco, but now you've got the bomb. Slow it down.
Yeah, Taz has done a great job of kind of predicting where that next player is going to peak, and he's actually done a phenomenal job of finding some one-on-ones all across this map in this situation. This will be the tough one. The angle that Fallen's at, and he is going to win it. Another one-on-one, but Fallen comes out on top. Going into the last round as well.
Very interesting here. Look like all the time that Virtus.pro are on the edge of making something work, so that they're cracking open the bomb sites. They're getting some important kills to make it onto the sites, but SK is slowing it down all the time and really doing a good job. Boltz is at 13 kills, tied with Taco there.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great job for SK winning these rounds despite some adversity, because there was that section where they traded 3 or 4 rounds back and forth, these two teams, and at any point if VP had strung 2 together, this would have been a huge half for them. You're talking like 9 rounds or 10 rounds for VP on the T side. And SK Gaming was just barely able to hold on and now have a lead of their own. No matter what happens into the second half, the question is how much. Neo on a CZ, Byali on a Galil, and nades are going to start running low, and they just don't even want to mess with Banana on this round. And this is where the trouble becomes for VP, not necessarily being able to force back or pressure that one player that's there. They haven't wanted to mess with it, is there's now 4 players a day that they have to deal with.
Smoke raining down, a lot of them towards the pit where nobody is holding. So all of those grenades for nearly nothing fallen to get the kill on Taz. That's such a deep investment for Virtus.pro, and right now it does not seem to be paying off. We're under a minute, and they have no grenades left here on the VP side. Luckily for them, Fallen peaks. Boltz out in the open. A huge overextension, and he's going to go down. Byali with that great pickup now. Fur has managed to rotate all the way in. And that smoke is almost miraculous. That makes them cross. Are they going to be able to make it around the corner? Fur is hot on their heels. 34 seconds here. They need to get that bomb down before the rest of the rotation comes in. Fur lining them up with a great double kill, and that will be 9 rounds here for SK Gaming towards the end. Very good first half, in my opinion.
Yeah, great aggression from Fur as well, just continuing to push down Banana when he feels no pressure. Getting aggressive, getting behind him, even though he gets smoked off, going right through as soon as his teammates feel pressure. That was well done. But that's the thing, SK, again, 4 players in that bomb side. Even when they lose 2 players on Rap side, BP could have pushed the issue and wrapped around that bomb site, because I thought, why not do that? Why not split into that site? But either way, SK comes out on top, and considering they won pistol and lost the second round, that's not bad from SK at all.
No, I think they're going to be excited about this current situation. Big question, obviously, is whether or not they can win the pistol on the second half. If they could do that, then I would say they've got a really good shot at lining up for a 1-1 in the maps.
This is also the half where, you know, we've talked a little bit about how Pasha was struggling in that first half on the T side with the AWP. This is the half where you'd expect him to come alive a little bit. Pasha's had some pretty iconic games in his career with the AWP on Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, we sort of followed him a bit in the first half. There weren't even many times where I thought, oh, you know, he gave away a big opportunity there or something. It just seemed like every time SK had either too much utility to put the AWP into play, or they just had positions where he couldn't find anyone.
Yeah, and that's the problem with, or maybe not the problem, but that's just the difficulty that operators go through on that T side is no matter what happens, like you're just gonna have some halves where you just don't get any of the fights you want, you don't get the time, Snax giving the stare.
Had me frozen for a moment there. All right.
Mesmerized in those eyes.
Audience in play. We saw a variant of this when we were in Poland for the major.
Yeah, that was insane to witness, wasn't it? The whole crowd. And here it's joined by a chance of Virtus.pro as well.
Yeah, the crowd there at the PGL major was unbelievable. I still have dreams about that. Need to go back there at some point, definitely. So not sure what the holdup is right now. Hopefully it will get underway soon and we can get back in the game. But what's your preference for a pistol round on the T side here? If you're Virtus.pro, or sorry, no, if you're SK and you just want to make sure that you can get in and win this round.
I would like to see, I mean, I think the first thing that you do, and I've seen SK do this a number of times, and actually a lot of teams do it, it's not particular to SK, but, you know, run up banana, force back any of the defenses that are there is always a good call on the C. Like, you can't go wrong with that on the T side, unless you're going to do some kind of fast play towards A, obviously, but, I mean, having control of that top banana, or at least forcing the CTs into the site is the first step, because it denies information. And then, I mean, if you go to A, I always like the joint pressure going up lane and coming out the balcony. That can be so difficult to stop. And sometimes if you do that on the T side, you even just get like an easy bomb site because it can be very difficult to hold like, you know, balcony or pit with a USP against Glocks that are jumping out. So sometimes teams just play retake, which I think is a very bad strategy for CT sides. But, I mean, some teams just do it because they have no better answer.
Do you want to know, Moses, not that it's at all applicable to this game, what my matchmaking team does on this map?
I actually would love to, I would love to know.
I know you've been dying.
Yeah.
You've been itching for it. Now that we're waiting anyway, we usually try and get 3 men on the T ramp that don't show themselves at all. Definitely don't show themselves in middle, don't show themselves on banana either. Then we got like 1 or 2 people who go into the A apartments and just make a bit of noise, try and go for a kill towards pit or that balcony.
Okay.
And as soon as that engagement happens, as soon as the first kill happens, no matter which way it happens, you just rush banana. And half the time there's going to be like a CT player that snuck out to try and take a look, and you can run him over.
I've played with you before. I know your playstyle. You are one of the players that's hiding on the T ramp, isn't it?
Obviously, I'm not an idiot. I don't want to get killed.
You are the one letting your teammates do all the work.
Just want my score to be really high at the end of the game, Moses. That way I can point my finger at everybody else and say, why you guys aren't doing anything? What's going on?
That sounds like you. I like it. High fives being exchanged. I think we're going to get back into this one. I'm just guessing. I could be entirely wrong. But I hear the timer clicking, I feel.
Yeah, we've got all the right signs as well. No headsets are off. No one's standing up.
Everyone's talking again?
Yeah, it's all good, I think. Well, cables being thrown around. All right.
That's a bad sign. Loose cables being thrown around?
Yeah, don't want any of that. No, I think they're close. They're really close. Has boltz got his camera, his face cam pointed directly into the ceiling?
Just turn it around at some point?
Yeah. Bit paranoid, isn't it?
That'd be epic.
Just does not want to get filmed, apparently.
No, he doesn't want a face cam.
Well, beautiful cinematic shots here.
Have you ever seen your own face when you play Counter-Strike?
Yeah, because I used to try. I don't know. I just try not to look at it.
I make such stupid faces during Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think people always say, Anders, you look so angry, because I'm focused. I can't help it. Dualies in play. The game is live again. 9-6 in favor of SK Gaming. Second half coming up here. Second map, the grand finals. And if you're just joining us, then a big welcome. It's a best of 5, so you got plenty of Counter-Strike still to come. And Fer going to be sneaking in with a perfect opening, taking down Snax.
That can't be the plan, surely. Ooh, that's nice. pasha going to go for more, though, and he gets dropped by those dualies. But certainly that's an oversight that Snax had no one watching. I don't know, maybe he expected pasha to actually be in that stairwell? But that's as free as a kill as you're ever going to get.
Yeah, that was very easy, but I'm disappointed, though. boltz threw away the dualies. Oh, wow. byali to take down Fallen. Love to see that. boltz trying to go aggressive with the USP. Should have stuck with the dualies, I guess. Now inside of the bomb site, trying to hold on is Virtus.pro. Taz with a headshot. 50 seconds, he's going to swing wide. He almost takes down boltz. That could have gone horribly wrong. Somehow Virtus.pro still come out on top of this fight. If they can win this pistol round, then it's anybody's game. coldzera wants the high ground there. boltz is going to win the fight anyway. Now it's a 2-on-2. Neo missing a huge chance there I have no idea how boltz is still alive in this pistol round. And coldzera now on the side looking for it. boltz still surviving. His face ducked down behind the wall, trying to see if he can make it out of the round. Neo hasn't even reloaded yet, and boltz is going to get the headshot. I can't believe it. And boltz again, quad kill, taking down Virtus.pro. Yeah, I would be shaking my head too. How's he alive?
I don't know. I don't know how he didn't get that kill initially on Taz and Lane as well. So a very big turn of events for boltz in that round, where he's probably starting to apologize to his teammates for missing an easy kill, and then finishing it off brilliantly. But smart play, getting to the headshot angle where your HP doesn't really matter. So fortunate for SK that actually goes into their favor. The tough part is Neo had to make that decision if he rotates away back to the B bomb sites or stick around to help out Taz, because the pressure stopped. boltz backed away. There was one, I think that was coldzera in the halls who hadn't come out yet, so Neo just makes the wrong call at the wrong time.
Well then, SK brought back that pistol round, all thanks to boltz it seems. But now Taz calling for backup, and a lot is coming. In fact, the whole team is about to show up here, so Molotov towards the coils, or coffins if you prefer. Byali somehow sneaking his way through against Fur. He's gonna pick up that MAC-10, everybody's flashed. And boltz is still gonna get the kill, getting the right angle, doing a bit of damage there, and it looks like SK really want to back out of this.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you see all the VP members jumping up and getting into position and being aggressive and flashbangs coming through, SK really doesn't need to have anything to do with this fight. Neo's all alone at A, and he's telling him he hasn't heard or seen anything, so stick around and keep battling at B. Now they're gonna rotate back towards A, and Neo in this spot. Surely this gets cleared. But when does VP start coming back from B?
So looking the right way, headshot on one. He makes it around the corner, they're trying to chase him down, and boltz will do it with the AK-47. So if he could have got away, Neo, they would have had to worry a lot about him even putting the bomb down. Now it seems like they're almost in the clear. No armor on Snax and pasha. That's a really big problem, even if they got close to retaking this. This
isn't bad though. I mean, Taz still has armor and a CZ. You can set up in some positions to get some exit kills. Taz can bring that forward into the next round. You've got Snax coming over. He's got a MAC-10. So just see if you can get a kill, see if you can upgrade, see if you can just force some rebuys out of SK. It's not going to do the greatest economic damage, but every little bit counts.
Well, cold might be shot in the back if he looks out. pasha gets the timing down right. Always a little bit worrisome. Fallen trying to chase his way through and somehow jumping headshot with a MAC-10. You love to see that, Moses.
Do you? I mean, it does look kind of cool.
It's just you know what it feels like to be on the other side of it.
Oh, it's the worst. You're just like, what can you do? I feel like Fur's even laughing about it. Probably laughing about something else entirely, but in this context, I'm just going to say it.
I think they even found the last kill. It sort of heard like they were able to run down the last player there.
Yeah.
So clean up for SK Gaming. And let's see what this is going to bring. Virtus.pro not looking nearly as confident on Inferno as we were thinking just yet.
No, because they've been so good on this tournament. You know, a bad run of form on this map in the year overall, but in this tournament they've looked good on it. And even I think what Taz gave that interview is just like, yeah, all we've done during practices is basically Inferno. We've just focused entirely on this one map. At the moment, I mean, they've lost both pistols, and in the first half they did respond with a second round win. It doesn't happen here, obviously. And SK is starting to get that lead pretty big. No investment this round for Virtus.pro. Snax goes down without a fight. Crossfire set up here. The double peek yields one kill, but the round's already over. It's going to be 12-6 when all is said and done, and Fur is building up money. So is Taco. boltz not able to do it. He's falling back, and he might have to rebuy in the next round, and he will.
That's 4 MAC-10s in that round. That's a lot too.
Yeah, that is.
This feels like the calm before the storm right now. Virtus.pro don't have rifles yet, or at least haven't had them yet in the game here on Inferno, on the CT side. Once they get those, we'll see if some of all that practice starts to get into play, if they could really make something of it. It'll be interesting to see, especially as you mentioned, pasha with the AWP, if he can have a big impact. It's going to be picked up right away here in the 4th round. So 12-6, SK now doubling the round score of Virtus.pro and going for the quick banana aggression. Seems like they're going to get it too, at least bottom banana.
Yeah, well, I mean, it helps they have that third player over there just to drop that smoke initially. Especially that's great in the 4th round because you don't have, you know, the Molotovs behind the smoke, so you don't have every tool you would like to delay Pasha's gonna miss a shot and hauls. That's a fight I expect. An angle and a shot. Ooh, Snax getting aggressive. He's brought down to 2 HP. Pasha's taking up his position. Does Fer get lured into this one, knowing he's done so much damage? That'd be huge for Pasha. He has an angle to watch mid and also flick over towards Boiler. It can be a tough shot, though.
It's a miserable feeling when you get brought that low by a Mac 10.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
even any chance to respond either. Let's see what SK can do. Normally when I see this many people grouped up sort of towards the stairwell here in the second mid, I always think, yeah, it's going to be this kind of second mid execute where you can get some great smokes. You can either get them towards library or arch, you can even get them towards pit if you want it. It's such a versatile place to stand.
The tough part is where does Snax position himself? Because with 2 HP, it's so difficult to have an impact. You're so easily taken down no matter where you play, and if you're inside the bomb site, you're kind of the linchpin that allows for crossfires to be set up off your contact.
Pasha, smoke gonna land on him, wants to fall back into the site. Only 27 seconds as the Brazilian team start to make their way into CT spawn, sorry. And they're gonna catch byali in the middle of everything. And now Neo, who's had a rough game on Inferno, all on his shoulders here by the coffins, and he's gonna need one as well. Boltz will take him down, and 5 versus 3. The rest are not even gonna attempt it. That seems like such a scary play for SK when there's that little time left.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, you have to do something, and obviously they know they could exert a lot of pressure over towards the A bomb site because of how low Snax was, so they force him back into the site. Pasha gives up that angle on rap side very, very easily, and he chooses to go into the site instead of going towards CT spawn. And I mean, also, you just don't have the information that you know, you can tell him it's possible to go towards CT spawn, but as that player rotating back as byali, I mean, he just gets caught a little unawares, and now the hunt is on. This is huge for SK. Oh my lord. That's a gun gone, and Snax has 2 HP, like we said earlier. He's gonna fall very easily there to Fer. Pasha doing, oh, he's got a triple kill. He's gonna hold on because that's a brilliant shot. Actually, one player falling, gonna turn the corner. Pasha, no! Right at the end. Big win for SK.
Sometimes it really feels like the round timer at the end there is a bit longer.
It just hangs on that last second.
Oh, it just stretches, but brave effort put in to save the rifle is not going to be successful, and SK Gaming are loving everything about this.
No, that couldn't have gone any better for SK. The chase down to those weapons, it's worth every death they took. It's going to be an easy round here against just pistols again.
Look at that Virtus.pro poster. Polar bear on fire and everything. It's interesting.
Why is it on fire?
I don't know. I don't think they like that. Boltz falling back after being shut down to 7 health, but ultimately there's no armor and just a couple of pistols here on the VP side, so it shouldn't be too much going on with the aggressive Mac 10 play, and they've got coldzera out there as well. He could take a run for it if he really wanted to, so ultimately this should be a bit of a cleanup round here for the Brazilian side. Almost certainly putting them at 14.
This is going to be so tough for VP. It seems like SK just has full control of this match. With such a big lead, with so much money, and it continues to build thanks to these Mac 10s. They can go deep into the playbook for a very, very long time before they necessarily have to worry about the scoreline catching up to them. So many options available.
How did they snap out of this Virtus.pro? It feels like, you know, we're not quite seeing the same explosive plays that we saw on Mirage, where they did have a lot of their sleeve.
Normally, I'd say if you're going to do something aggressive, if you're going to do something ballsy, you wait until you have the money built up behind you to be able to take those risks. But if I'm VP, I'm busting it out now. No reason not to. 14-6. You need something to come alive. So it's either some kind of aggressive play that's going to have like long-standing implications across the rest of the half, or you just have some massive play from one of your stars. You know, a guy like Neo, the plays he was making on Mirage, or obviously Snax would be a big one, or Pasha with the AWP does some like motivating play. Fires up the whole team.
Seems like a lot is going to come down to maybe the double AWP there. Snax and Pasha. I mean, certainly some of the positions are going to be a bit better defended. One of them looks like it's going to be Snax. You can sort of maybe reliably put him alone over here and just hope that he's going to win the fight.
This is dangerous, though. 4 players over at the A bomb site, and your 1B player is actually deep into the site on the CT spawn choke point. So not getting the information either. Normally when we saw SK do this, they had a player at Broken Wall.
Yeah. Definitely a good point. We'll see if it's going to backfire on them. 55 seconds, and Snax going aggressive against Boltz. It looked like it was going to be a repeat of the previous round, in fact, where they had the same setup. Pasha missing the mid-air shot there. Should have been easy enough to hold. A little bit of a double Molotov, but first still goes down. Taz, not a chance against coldzera. Still 3 versus 4. As Taco Almost taking down byali, and will get the headshot. byali peeking right into it. Down in the pit. 30 seconds. Neo has to come up big here. There is a bit of an overextension from pasha. Neo going to get the spray, but he's only got 8 bullets, and Fallen will take him down. Jumping into it. Leaving Snax to try and rotate in 1 versus 2. This is a very sloppy round coming out of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, pasha had to trust Neo in that round. No reason to take that peek. Neo's got you covered. They can't get into the site without him fighting. And Snax now, it's almost impossible 1v2 to win, especially coldzera. He had the angle, he had the surprise, and yeah, I mean, I'd like the play from Taz. I don't mind that one. Yes, the fire was down that he had to run through to take that fight, but he'd already thrown the flashbang, so he was committed at that point. It's the peek from pasha that really ensures that SK can win that round.
So, we had to wait a long time for that double up to finally come out, and when it does really almost nothing at all. So that's definitely very rough. You have to love Snax getting that early peek, but SK just don't care anymore. They want Inferno, and that would tie up the series 1-1 with the potential 3 more maps to be played. There's Snax knocking Fur out. Right at the edge here of Inferno, 15-6.
Even boltz taking a ding, so a little bit of fight in the Virtus.pro guys still on Inferno. With a man advantage, or a man and a half advantage. But a long road to go, and at this point, they're not even cheating anyone over. The defense at the A bomb site is aggressive enough that they don't feel they need a 4th player there quite yet. Pop flash set up over at B. byali just waiting for Neo's call. I think they might get it. SK is slowly encroaching. Here it comes.
Yeah, setting it up. Knife is timing Neo. That's a 3-man flash, but Fallen, who was right behind the wall, only caught a tiny bit of it, and he gets to get the repeat there. Neo going down. That looked like it was perfect.
Oh, it was outside of Fallen, right? The other 2 players completely blind. Fortunately, Neo doesn't swing all the way out and look to his right. He just stays and hovers around for broken wall, and Fallen isn't completely blind, just half, so the repeat works perfectly. And now the defense is split 2-2, so you can still have an effective defense over here at the B bomb site.
Taco putting down a smoke over on the A side, and looks like he wants to make as much noise as he can here at top mid while pressure is being applied on the other side of the map, hoping maybe to catch someone rotating out of the site. boltz rolling right in, pasha holding down mouse 1, but not connecting with the 2nd kill, so Cold will take him down. 10 seconds now, 2 versus 3 here, and SK looking to close out Inferno right away. They want to make a statement here towards Virtus.pro and say, listen, we're in this grand final to win it as well. Taz and Snax, how do you get back into this site when you have nothing to do it with? No flashbangs, no kit. This is going to be raw, and Fallen is so ready for it. He misses the shot, and he's going to go down. Nice peek from coldzera, making it a double. And now Snax, out of teammates, out of time, and also out of rounds to lose here on Inferno, trying to make the rotation, but triple kill from coldzera, and it will be SK Gaming winning map number 2 here at the grand finals, taking down Virtus.pro. Now we've got a real finals on our hands.
Yeah, we really do. Both teams winning their opponents' map picks, and SK, they didn't seem in danger whatsoever on Inferno, especially that T side. They had everything under control. They had everything under wraps. They controlled the money the whole way. Yeah, that was some energy in that step.
Yeah, Fallen has definitely come alive here. That has to feel just great.
Yeah. I mean, it is obviously worrying if you go into Inferno, which VP's been so good on, you've lost map 1, and then all of a sudden you're on, you're on backs against the wall. 1 more map and you're done. So equalizing things, ensuring that we're going to go on.
Yes, and that's what we want, obviously. Such a great lineup of maps, and it's going to be, I think it's going to be even more unpredictable now. The maps are going to get crazier. Was Cobblestone the last one, I think?
Yeah, and then, I mean, the next map is Train.
Yes.
And we saw SK batter VP on that in the group stages.
Yeah.
That was when Fallen was just God mode with the AWP.
One of those maps where I expect it's going to be maybe crazier than on Inferno. Especially maybe for some of the players that we haven't really seen put into play yet on Inferno. pasha, I think, is going to have more fun playing that map, hopefully.
Yeah, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? He had a very quiet Inferno.
Well, let's see how it is. We're going to get the breakdown of Inferno first, so stay with us. We'll be right back. Definitely worth watching. But for me on train, a player that I always sort of think about with that map is probably Kogu. So yes, I know. I can't help myself, Moses.
Is he next in line for the Markelov train? You're going to get a Kogu train going as well?
Listen, I tweeted, for me, Kogu is the Brazilian Markelov, so that's right there.
Stop.
I can't. Would if I could, Moses.
Either way, this is third map in the series, the best of 5 of the grand finals of Epicenter. Virtus.pro, the proclaimed gangsters of train, according to Machine.
Excellent. I like that. Like the sound of that. Let's see how this unfolds. Ladies and gentlemen, here map number 3, grand finals of Epicenter 2017, and we are already going live with it. Virtus.pro with a headshot there. Neo to take down Fallen. That's a strong start. A bit uncomfortable for SK, who wanted to create a bit of a distraction. Looked like they had maybe bolts over there as well to throw just a decoy and maybe shoot a little bit. But now it's all ground to a halt. What do you do now?
Well, you don't have any smokes either. You have no utility whatsoever. So with the Glocks, it's going to be tough. You have 2 options. I mean, you bust out, you try and get lucky down lower ramp or an upper ramp, or you reconvene all towards Ivy, where you can at least get that one fight that's potentially close up. But I mean, this is the danger. Everything is such a far angle. VP really employing a death squad of their own on the CT side, stacking up outside, getting that 1 kill, and then everyone rotating inside for the moment to see if there's going to be a response. And now spreading back out. And basically at this outer yard, they're just trusting that Pasha and Byali can get the information without falling and allowing 2 players to rotate over pretty quickly from the intersect. That'd be Taz and Neo on the rotate over. And Taz has a kit, important to note.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially Pasha there has to stay alive. He seems to be the one that's really exposed, and he's also covering 3 different angles. Now they've made the first jump past, and Pasha, only now do they realize, so maybe a bit late with the spot, but a headshot will bring it back. They're going to lose him to bolts. Now they're trying to see if they can get close. Neo landing a 2nd kill of the game or the round for himself. Looking for a 3rd. It's very clean work coming out here of the legend. And coldzera now stuck behind the train. 1 on 3. He's only got 19 seconds, and he really wants to get back out. Shooting him in the angles. It's going to be painful. And now he's simply going to get run down. Byali with the final kill, and Virtus.pro winning a big pistol round.
Yeah, that was great. And I mean, you said it. When you asked me, right, after that first kill comes out, what do you do from here? There's no good answer. There's nothing that SK can really do. It's just so long to get into a bomb site against those USPs. That's brutal for SK. Great pistol round from Virtus.pro, but you can also see some of the danger that we'll see a number of times on this map was Pasha. You could see he gets that first kill as they come out of mid, and then he just transfers his gaze over to Ivy to make sure he's not getting pinched, and that's all it takes is just 1 second just to cover, or just to figure out what's coming from the other angles he has to keep an eye on, and he gets punished. Double scout investment from the SK side, and it already pays dividends. Pasha takes a duel, and he's tagged up. Fallen is happy with that victory and just falls away.
It definitely looked like that was close to being a headshot too. Don't want to underestimate this. I wish there was a flashbang or something here for SK to set up with, because even if they do the chip damage with the scouts here, eventually they have to get onto a site, and you do Just want that one grenade to set it up. There's a jump. Ooh,
Oh, God.
Pasha saw it.
Yeah, and he's got no smoke to block that off, so that's an open angle that Taz is going to have to worry about as well. The question is, how much pressure do they feel? Do they call a third player over? They're about to be under a lot of attack, and Taz is going to have a big job to do. He's out in the open right now. He's trusting a scout to hold off 2 or 3 players from that upper ramp, and Pasha's not in position. He is now, but Taz is the one who's going to have to do everything. He's dinked immediately. Can he get the second kill? That'd be huge, but no. Ferg gets close up. He is taken out, and now the scouts, they just can't do the work, but they're going to get the bomb planted, which is a victory of itself in a way, and one more kill would be phenomenal for the SK side of things. It's not going to happen. A pretty good round overall for SK.
And you could tell by the health that's left here on Neo and Pasha that it could have been a much better round with just one more bullet landed somewhere. Definitely a bit worrisome. You could just tell, I mean, you had the whole setup there. How do you hold that upper with the scout? Taz down on the low ground with a FAMAS.
I was so worried for Taz in that round. Out in the open, especially Pasha, just because he can't get into a good spot when he's only got, 30 HP from that initial tag from the scout from Fallen in mid. So, I mean, his only chance is really just one shot, and then Taz is basically on his own. But they do hold off. The plant is going to mitigate some of that investment in the second round, so Deagles come out for the SK side of things. That's where the $800 plant bonus comes from. Fallen's still on the Glock. He gets a couple flashbangs, but he's saving up for that AWP.
A lot of Deagles in play. 4, if you want to get all technical. Going to be a Molotov into the corner where coldzera still wins the fight. How? I'm just not even sure.
Yeah, Snax had to clear that very close left angle, so coldzera got away with a shot or 2 before Snax could even respond. And again, this is going to put a lot of pressure on the captain. Taz all alone at the inner bomb site. Neo is close to connector, but he's not really going to have a quick rotate. Seems like this is another round where there could be a very high probability of at least a plant for SK. And if Taz can't do enough on the initial attack, SK could steal one away.
He doesn't even have a Molotov here where Neo does, and he's starting to rotate back in. That could put some pressure on whoever is going to be putting down the bomb. Cold out here. Oh, looking for the one headshot again. But Pasha will take him down. Now they're starting to push towards the site. And Taz is really far back, calling for backup here. They're down on the site and looking to get the bomb plant. So they're at least going to succeed in that. But it looks like Virtus.pro have got it under control after the initial plant here. Should be easy enough, lining up a couple of kills. With Fallen left to do some damage. And a Glock only. Never a good time. He's got the burst fire activated. I'm not sure that's going to be enough either. Oh. Yeah, he wanted that inside of the smoke with the knife out.
They knew he was still in the bomb site after the plant, so he's not going to fool anyone there. But yeah, I mean, that one play outside from SK, the one player coming towards Old Hell that Pasha did massive damage to, that pulled the rotations just enough. Neo and Taz started to evacuate. That's the window of opportunity that SK needed, going out the upper ramp, getting the plant. That's going to help so much. They're going to have so much utility. Fallen's going to have that AWP. Pretty deadly, or you can have the AWP if he chooses to buy it, but pretty deadly situation for VP going into this first gun round.
Always scary, and I think the desk, Yanko brought up a good point about SK not necessarily always having the best T side here, but historically their CT sides have been great. So if they can get off to a nice start here early on and pick up the round right away, that would obviously be something. Double up on the VP side, Snax and Pasha with 1 each. And they're going to be playing with Taz alone in the B bomb side. Early on, at least.
Yeah, he's another player that they trust heavily. I mean, this is like a specialist position for Taz. We talk about Zipnix as one of the best players in the world at the inner bomb site. Taz is no slouch himself. And this time, instead of Neo, as it was in the beginning stages of this half, it's going to be the AWP of Snax that's going to rotate over. This is an aggressive defense, though. Neo and Byali up close to the electric box. Even Pasha with the AWP chiming in. Pop flash for Neo into ladder room. That'll get called out. Fur is just waiting to pounce.
Yeah, he's very patient right now. But he also has a position where he can't really sacrifice himself too easily, because they need that point of pressure if they want to go for this A side, which kind of feels like maybe they will.
Pasha's so exposed. This is so dangerous. I think Neo feels a little nervous about his positioning. His back is turned to ladder room and T mid, and he's going to be watching out towards Ivy. The flashbang hits him perfectly. He's standing his ground. He just holds it. Fallen misses the initial shot, and Pasha doesn't even take a step.
Absolutely a big giveaway now. 30 seconds on the clock, and SK Gaming, first rifle round for them. They need to make something work. Neo A little bit aware that someone could be coming out of Pop Dog, but Taco will take him down. Byali on the site, 19 seconds. Where's that bomb plant going to come from? boltz looking to make an opening to get them back into the round. They're down to 2 members here on SK. boltz getting 1 more kill, but that was coldzera trying to pick up the bomb, and pasha making it work. Triple for him, and a 4th round for Virtus.pro. I would say that was a very patient round out of EP. No panic at all.
No, the only person I think might have panicked is Neo, being like, oh my god, you're actually going to hold that angle? Now that puts so much pressure on me. But still, it works out. pasha with 3 kills. That's huge, especially considering, if you remember, I mean, it seems so long ago, the group stage game on this map between these 2 teams, Fallen got whatever he wanted in Ivy. They gave him a lot of space, so it's no surprise that we see him with the first time he has an AWP in the 4th round, probing that same area to see if he's going to get the same look of the defense. How that might adjust later on in this half, we'll have to see. But pasha, at least initially, a guy who was mentioned a couple times, tough Inferno match for him. Does a great job, with the scout. Maybe even the deagle tag as well to help him out. That's beautiful stuff from SK.
Making the most of it, which is absolutely what you want, especially when they've got a double op or even just 1 open play. You want to try and take it away as quick as you can. Even though they don't really have any utility in this round, SK, they can still get a pretty big win here if they just get, 2 more kills. Then the pressure is absolutely going to be on. Neo trying to recover the rifle there, making sure no one can pick it up. That's a good idea. Grenade going to land almost right on boltz, but it does go a little bit wide.
He's going to stick around. Fallen's holding the angle. Oh, it's the double. boltz and Fallen are gone. He swaps out to the M4. He has the option, either one he wants. Again, he's going to miss that shot and fall away. Now the M4 in his hands. But Byali's got him covered, and the bomb is at Ivy. Taco's going to have the inner bomb site all to his little own self.
Taco now hoping for a last kill here in the last 25 seconds. I wish somebody could put, like, I don't know, electrodes on Neo when he's playing. I just can't explain how he's getting the timing that good almost every single time.
Maybe it's just one of those games. It happens.
Yeah, can you play Counter-Strike from inside an MRI machine? Can we get like a brain map going on? There's definitely something weird happening inside of his head. Very well done. A double kill there, just completely closing out the round.
Yeah, you love this. Fallen, maybe, I mean, that's just unfortunate. You can't be too upset about that, but it is sometimes just, you get that slight like, twinge of frustration that you just can't control.
Yeah, because that's right when you're grouped up. Otherwise, you'd actually love it if he comes and peeks you and you've got 3 deagles waiting. That's great. 5-0. Very early days here on Train. If you're just joining, it's the 3rd map of the Grand Finals, but it's a best of 5, so either way, there's going to be more action happening. pasha with a setup with Byali down there, and then 2 players behind them in Snax and Neo. So pretty heavy defense early on the A-bomb site. And as a result, Taz is also playing it very safe on B, does not want to get run over. So you have to love everything about this. Yeah, and actually Snax is playing pretty aggressive towards T mid. There's the shot, the flashbang comes out. Byali on his own for just a moment. And pasha smokes off his teammate. Byali's gonna push right through. There's the nade, and boltz, it felt like he heard it, but couldn't react in time. What's up next? Fur's got to be very careful. Obviously, he doesn't know Snax is at this angle, but he could walk right into it. His teammate's coming down ladder room at the moment, so Snax has a chance here. He's going to fire. He's completely blind, and he gets away. Just around the corner, going to put over the smoke. Spray comes through. Snax still hitting it, jumping off the ladder, and taking down Fur. Cold and Fallen here. They need damage, and coldzera could almost always trust him to get something done in a round, even if they can't necessarily win it. He's getting shut down for this. That was such a great flashbang, but he was already tagged up as he made the jump through, and Fallen going to retreat back into the T-spawn to try and save the AWP. Well then. Yeah, well then. We have a map on our hands, don't we? Yeah, this is Fallen taking the extra 20 seconds, talking to his team, talking about what they want to do, just as he tries to save this weapon. I don't think you chase this if you're Virtus.pro. He got away too soon in the round. He's got a great position. You don't commit all the way to T-spawn. Maybe Neo does. Maybe just one player goes for it, but you don't want to lose weapons of your own. I feel like losing, anytime you're on the T side and you lose that Ivy player, boltz this time playing alone, you have such a hard choice to make, because you can either spend a lot of time on players retaking it, But if you... that's too much, isn't it? But if you don't retake Ivy on the T side, then how do you know what's happening? Like, and how do you know how much they know? I think that's the critical question, right?
Well, it also, I mean, one of the dangers of defending that A bomb site is there's so many different angles. Your defense is always going to be spread out to a certain degree because you've got 3 points of attack at that outer train yard, which is pretty centralized. So once you lose your alley attack, you've made it a lot easier for the defense. So very smart play from Virtus.pro, catching boltz off guard. The smoke, the nade even maybe distracting him a little bit. Here's a test for Pasha. Just 3 players towards T mid. He's got an AWP on the train. They're just going to walk out. It's going to be a contact play. Can he find anything? It's byali with the initial one. Fallen knows he's lost the angle on top of the train, but it's boltz who gets 2 kills. That's a big fight to miss the shot. Fur's going to push up as well. Snax, he does get it. Is he going to push through? He's almost tagging boltz. There goes Taz. Stops the plant into a 2-on-2.
Oh my god, such a quick exchange. Fallen and coldzera. If anyone can bring this back, it's certainly them. And Cold spots the angle. He knows that Taz is there, so that should be a lot of information. They certainly know where Snax is, or they thought they did. Snax has actually rotated so far from when he got the first kill that might be very confusing to SK. The bomb is still down. Taz falling back, but look at where Snax is. He's rotated all the way through, and it's going to be down at Pop Dog. I wonder if SK can read this. Cold actually almost getting the timing. There it is, the headshot. That is not an easy read, ladies and gentlemen. That takes a lot of experience. And Taz is going to be in a 1 versus 2. That was the deep play, and it doesn't work out.
Yeah, I'm not sure I entirely agree with it. It's easy to criticize it, but that takes so long to come in, and also it's not necessarily easy to read, but what else is Cold going to do hiding behind a train? You know, his teammates covered. They know Taz is so far away he can't stop the plant. Cold might as well look at something. So great job there from SK. Taz now tapping the bomb, going to try and make it work. No one's peeking. There's Cold swinging out wide, but he's in cover. Now they can just easily win. Taz can only fall away.
Getting back with the AK-47, and SK Gaming are on the board here on train. They will all save their rifles towards the end, but that's about time as well for the Brazilian side here. It was getting a bit anxious for them.
And now it's about stringing them together. That was just a contact play out mid. Pasha wasn't ready for it. He was one of the main defenders on that choke point. byali did get 1, but Pasha, I think, was caught a little bit off guard, just a small bit blind, and just could never find one of the shots that he wanted, one of the fights he wanted to take. Him and Fallen had a mini duel, but that prevented Pasha from really committing to an angle. Double op setup reinvested into by Virtus.pro, and Fur's out very quickly.
Pasha holding an interesting angle here. Molotov, is he gonna push Fur back? Doesn't seem like it. He's very aggressive out in that yard, and Snax is also here, so this is a dangerous line across if you're Fur. But at the same time, if you just stick around, maybe you're going to be rewarded. byali's actually right on the other side. There's 3 players more or less covering Fur in that corner, and I'm not even sure if they know where he is. This could get very strange indeed. There's byali, probably hearing Fallen jumping back and forth, but the bomb is actually still up in the white holes.
Oh, this is so tense for Fur. He's been in this position for so very long. Patient, not making his move yet. Look at all the utility SK has as well. When this utility rings out, that's going to cause distraction. That's probably going to be when Fur pounces, and because they don't know he's there, he can make some impact very, very quickly. There he goes, though. Snax does find him, and Pasha, the other up, rings true as well. That's boltz at Ivy again alone. Now Taz, he's got a player with the behind the spindles. He wins that first fight, doesn't even need his teammate to peek. That's Neo. coldzera comes down, and Taz handles him as well. It's just Fallen. This time it doesn't work. This time it's just contact for SK all across the map. Individual players trying to make a play, shut down by the double op.
Mid-air shot for Fallen at least. Trying to see if he could do the damage here the last couple of seconds. If he wraps too far back, there's going to be a player waiting for him, or there was at least. It looks like Pasha sort of gave up on that angle, not sure why. Well, that's dangerous and a little bit awkward. 4 seconds here. And Fallen will take down Neo. Pasha shooting him in the back eventually will make for a 6th round, and more than that, breaking SK's economy. That is the really big deal here. I mean, I don't know if we can chalk it all up to that, but when Fur is the first person to go down, because I think you're right, if let's say it goes the other way, let's say Fur is the one who gets the opening kill, then because he's so much on the A yard, they're going to have almost no time to react, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have no time as a defender to really adjust into a better position. You just kind of have to stand your ground and make your fight. And as well, maybe that influences pasha to peek out wider from his angle and try and peer into the site. SK, yeah, economy broken, but they're going to invest into this UMP and a bunch of pistols. What can they do? Biali's at Ivy. pasha's here as well. No one's crossed quite yet. He hasn't had to take a shot. His first one is perfect, and Neo with 2 kills. This attack accomplishes nothing whatsoever, even double scoping there. And then in the flames, pasha finishes it off. Triple kill for him. You said it. He was going to feel much more at home on train. 13-4 for pashaBiceps.
He's having a grand old time, isn't he? Down at Ivy. Not really, I think, in an easy position to play. We've seen a lot in the past how easily you can get smoked off. Even up from the white holes, you can throw that smoke through the window.
Yeah.
And the problem is, if you're the Ivy player, it's a kind of a tough choice to make, because you can obviously just rotate back around, but then you might not be able to help out your teammate on the site, and if you push through, then that's also a bit of a gamble. So I'm kind of wondering why SK haven't put more into smoking off pasha, get rid of him. Now they only have Glocks and maybe a Deagle.
That Molotov delays him, and it also buys time for the rotation. Snax watching lower ramp. The AWP is not scoped in. He does land the one. Taz now, he's just holding the line, setting up the crossfire, or setting up the clothesline. Just knocking him down. They do come out and try and get the plant and Taco. That's great cover. That's a big kill. Ooh, and another one. He's pushing forward, but he cannot get a third. It's going to be 9-1. I expect at some point we're going to see SK go back. Remember, their first gun round that they had, Fallen and I believe it was Boltz, really got aggressive in Ivy, and they actually got the angle into the train yard to try and find pasha to throw that flash.
Yeah.
They haven't gone back to it since. It's only been Boltz trying to lurk it, trying to play it in different styles. He was picked off once by aggression from Biali. He's been picked off, I think, by pasha. I'm wondering when they're going to go back and just say, all right, Fallen, last time you were here, you got the space you wanted. When they knew there was an op fighting in Ivy, it seemed like they gave up a lot of space. Maybe go back to that and see if you can get a pick again. That's what worked in the group stage, and I'm wondering if SK is getting mind gamed by that, saying Virtus.pro is going to adapt. We're going to have to do that as well.
It is time to start to get into this first half here if you're on the SK side. If you're a fan of SK, surely now is a good time to send them your energy. It's Snax, really aggressive push up here with the AWP. Such a dangerous position because you can't really scope too much or they'll hear it on the other side. So he's just waiting, hoping that someone is going to get careless, and very close by. Taco is there and coldzera as well. Want to take the shoulder peek. He misses the shot, and they're not going to hunt it down.
Great teamwork, though. Pop flash being held by Taz on top of the train, so as soon as the shot rings out, he just tosses it, blinding anyone trying to chase him down. So an intelligent way to take a risk towards box holes. And now they already have 2 players set up. There's one player, that's Biali in ladder room. This is great positioning from him, especially because that's the bomb. And the bomb is alone. If Taco tries to come down this and loses that fight, SK's all of a sudden got to fight their way not only into the bomb site out in the yard, but they've got to fight their way into ladder room to even retrieve the bomb.
Oh, classic wall of smoke setup here from the container. Everybody can recognize this by now. Only 37 seconds here. This is going to be very readable out of VP. Once they see that no one's coming out of main, that's going to, well, now they finally come. So now they should be able to set up a great defense here. pasha with a kill. Fallen goes down. coldzera is next in line. Now Fur and Taco. I mean, there's just no time to play this game. Fur has got a great flank on his hands, but Taz could finish the round, and he will. Snax will get the kill. SK Gaming looking very confused.
Yeah, VP playing in front of the smokes, and that works so well, especially Biali winning that fight. All of a sudden, he's a second angle they have to worry about when they try and take those fights. But being in front of the smokes, that smoke wall does absolutely nothing. In fact, it backfires. You can see Fur made it all the way down Old Hell to the back of the trains, and he turns the corner to try and alleviate, try and pick off some of those defenders, and he can see nothing due to his own team strategy. It's getting, this T side is looking rough. Or maybe it's the defense looking phenomenal. Either way you look at it, SK's only got 1 round.
I actually don't know what I was expecting going into this grand finals. I feel like it could go any number of ways. That's such a good kill for boltz, and coldzera will chime in. 2 strong kills with deagles. Neo exposed, probably should have been dead there. Fur certainly had the opportunity. Fallen gonna go down. Fur next in line. Seems like a bit of a waste here for SK Gaming, as they did have at least a chance to do more.
Oh, that deagle could be dangerous, and Taco's been hitting those shots all day. That's beautiful. Now we can push up. Now we can get a new angle, and Snax with the AWP is under some pressure, but Taco's not ready for that peak. Switching over to the AK-47. He can be more mobile, more aggressive if he chooses to. His teammate is finally here, boltz to back him up.
Great smoke to put some pressure on boltz. Means he has to go for the high ground. They have one more smoke for that as well. And coldzera is going to get caught. Neo, can he get there in time? boltz needs to hit one shot, and he's not going to be able to get it done. Snax will take him down. Someone still has to defuse the bomb, guys. That's all right.
I think they both want to go retrieve the AWP, so Neo is going to get on that bomb. 11-1, but yeah, dangerous there for Virtus.pro. The Deagles for SK, like even in the semifinals, were ringing true pretty well. There, it almost cost VP a round. This is a sick shot.
Yeah, just very well done. And this one from Taco. He got 2 in the previous round,
That's so dirty.
Yeah, it really is. They're going to fight fire with the Fire Moses, double up versus double up here. See if it's going to work out for SK Gaming. They certainly need it right now. 11-1.
Their straight up executes are not working out, so why not go for the double up? See if you can get some picks. It might slow things down. It might temper some aggression in different scenarios, but see what you can do at 11-1. And actually, look how aggressive Fallen's being. He's done it again. I think Snax saw him.
Yeah,
so
I think
Snax
he did as
not
well.
taking that angle again.
But this is still so much space to work with now. They're just going to smoke him off and make sure he can't repeat them. pasha's on the other side, so very close range with these AWPs. And down on the B-bomb side, Taco almost goes down. That's a good shot from Taz, and he's going to get run down by byali. The bomb almost made its way down the ramp. That was coldzera wanting to push it, and boosted up is Fallen. But he's also alone. The last 2 SK players on the opposite sides of the map. Cold walking in, gets the scope on Neo. Now he's going to be quick down Pop Dog. A minute left here. Can they bring it back? Are they shooting at each other?
Yeah, they did. Panic on the SK side of things. byali's here. Taz is going to take advantage and push up towards box halls, maybe get a flank in as well. This is so nerve-wracking if you're VP because there's so much space, so many different angles these ops can be at, and a lot of time that you can just walk into a crosshair. The question is, how much ground does Taz want to take? This is dangerous. There it is. Exactly what I'm talking about. Still 30 seconds left.
They had everything covered. If he had stayed alive up there, although byali on the ladder, going to be taking down Fallen. 25 seconds here, coldzera. You win this round, that could be the beginning of the comeback, but first you need the bomb plant. He's got to be safe doing that. That's in itself a risk. Where do you actually choose to plant? But he's got that down. Now they've checked B and realized no one is there. And is he actually going to go for the high ground here? Definitely risky. They have had nothing working for them, SK Gaming. This would be a time to announce themselves here on train. He's got the AWP, and he's hidden in the corner, trying to get up on the train. byali, that would be the perfect viewpoint if he could survive the first shot here from Cold, who's looking the wrong way, trying to get up. Cold with a no-scope. byali trying to follow it up, and Cold goes down. So close, but not close enough. A 12th round here for Virtus.pro. Completely wrecking SK on train.
Oh, you saw a world in which Cold hits both of those shots. That's so dangerous. So many different places that they have to check in that outer sight. Cold almost makes it happen, but yeah, that was the best look we've seen from SK in quite some time at actually taking a round, and Virtus.pro is just playing so very well. That round was just seemed like everyone, even with a double up, that's great. I said it was going to slow things down. Taco just tries to make a play at inner bomb, so he basically rushed it all on his own. Found Taz playing so passively, gained a lot of positioning on him, but still loses the fight on byali's rotation. Desperate times for the Brazilians.
Fur has 0 kills. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
That would explain a lot, though.
Yes, it really would. What is the answer here? I mean, try and get the last 3 rounds. Fallen not quite quick enough with the scope. Neo in a bit of an off angle up on that train and makes the jump back over. I see Fur. There's going to be the opening. Taking down byali. So just as we mentioned it, Taco taking down Taz, who wanted to respond to that A aggression. Trying to sneak up on the other side of the map. This could be the round where SK finally gets something happening.
This could be the fight. What does SK do with this? Do they use this as a fake or do they rotate around? Because this is buying time. Well, there's Neo peeking. The AWP is right here waiting for this peek. Is Taco going to do it? Yes, he is, and he's going to win it. Big kill for Taco. Neo's up next, and he finds the return. A risk in its own right, but how do you get back into this round? I don't think you do anymore.
No, very well done. Great peek from Taco. You always wonder in that kind of situation, is he going to go for the close peek or the wide peek? And it really makes a big difference.
Yeah, it really does.
Sort of I think, especially if you're new to watching the game, it's one of those details that gets, you know, missed in all the action. But definitely a big deal how players manage that, and also how predictable they get doing it. pasha trying for the no-scope. They want to hunt him down, and they're going to be successful. Fur with a double. Definitely good news for SK Gaming. Better late than never. 12-2.
Yeah, great initiative from Taco these past 2 rounds, just taking the fight inside, pretty much on your own, all solo, trying to make something happen, and that time it works out. And now you have to imagine there's going to be some pressure on Taz. He's going to be, I mean, if Taco's going to be this kind of a madman, I mean, it really makes Taz think early on in the rounds how he wants to play these things, because if he plays it too passive and Taco gets that map control towards the inner sight, that can be so deadly.
15th round. I can't believe what I'm seeing. 12-2. Virtus.pro doing incredibly well on the CT side. I'm curious now how they're going to play on their T side. By no means does there have to be a correlation between these two halves. It could as well just be that they're not going to be quite as good, and we know SK could really put up a solid defense if they win that pistol. So we'll see how this all plays out. I don't want to count anybody out here. Neo, who made the jump up himself, which is always good. We talked about movement.
Yes. Displaying some there, and Fur, this is going to be so deadly. Again, they have no idea he's here. pasha's going to go down. Yeah, this is for free. Great aggressiveness from Fur. What is the response? Because coldzera is ready to come out, and Neo's all on his own. He has to basically take care of both of these choke points unless he falls back. There's the fight against Fur, but he can't win it. Couldn't find the one he wanted. Now byali's all alone. SK trying to get their 3rd round before halftime, and they're going to.
And Fur so ready. The flashbang is pretty good, but coldzera will follow it up. And there's a headshot as well. 12-3 here at the end. Fur with the triple. There's been a bunch of rounds where Fur's been out in that yard trying to be aggressive, and he's been shut down. And then the last 3 rounds, it just works.
Yeah.
Just does a great job. This could be interesting.
That one is a little bit of timing. Like you said, Neo making the jump on his own, but the time it took to get up and make that jump and actually have it happen, he was able to sneak into a position that Neo couldn't see. So fortunate timing for him. And I mean, the devs talked about it. SK, a team who, you know, kind of built their reputation on this map by having a stellar defense. This might have to be the best performance they've had yet. Certainly, it starts with the pistol round.
And Virtus.pro must know that. I mean, on the other side, now they're on the T side. They've got the Glocks. They're on train. What's the knockout punch equivalent? We saw it on Mirage where they just rushed the A-bomb side with AKs.
I was going to say, you always feel like Virtus.pro, their knockout punch is just straight power, right?
Yeah.
It's just aggression, just swarm, overwhelm something.
Very interesting. I mean, Train is a map where it can get very hard to get close to the USP. So many angles for the CT side to play around.
We saw it in the first half. We saw it's exactly what happened to SK. They lose 1 player, and then all of a sudden, everywhere they want to attack is long range. And yeah, here it is. Here's the straight aggression. Taking control of box halls. All 5 players here. They can still fall back. Oh, God, right through the wall. You don't like that.
Oh.
Also, it looked like he just wanted to have his model punch that wall.
Yeah, about to run out of the booth and just run to the other one. Deep smoke to pretend that this was going to be an A hit. It does right now keep 3 people here. Deep Molotov towards the C connector. Goes a little bit too short. And boltz looking for a headshot. He's going to get 2 great ones. Taking down pasha and Taz. And now it's definitely on SK. They must win this round. byali getting 2 in return with the Glock. How is it happening? Virtus.pro fighting for control right now. Want the bomb site all to themselves. And byali hoping to get more done, but he's going to get shut down. And so will Neo. So that's the retake right then and there. And SK will win the round.
Despite the 2 kills from boltz right at the initial part, the real story of that round is that Molotov misses its mark. That's meant to go right in a connector where people can rotate into. You could see Virtus.pro wanted to push 2 players up sidewalk to get control, swarm into that, crush the rotations, and they just couldn't. They were blocked by their own Molotov, so they had to stay into the open. They had to fight, and that's perfect for the USPs. Their own Molotov denying them close range. SK Gaming hold on. The plant comes out, though, and I think VP will see them, you know, be conservative here, not invest into the second round. They want to go for the AKs in the next one.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Even if we've been seeing the scouts and the deagles do sort of a reasonable job, this is kind of what you were expecting. Snax hanging out by the fridge, makes sense.
What are you trying to say here, Anders? That works both ways, doesn't it?
I don't know, I can't help myself.
We'll get you a pizza later. We'll figure it out.
Please, yes. boltz looking to see if he can make the sneak with the UMP. Not strictly speaking necessary, and somehow Virtus.pro were just incredibly ready for that.
I mean, if you're VP, you have to know. I mean, if you're any team playing against them, you have to know that SK Gaming, when they have the SMGs and they know they're against unarmored opponents, they like to be aggressive. They want to go build up money with those. That's part of the strategy they have. They're just waiting for that push. I don't think we'll see too much more aggression now that SK realizes they're just camped up waiting in those white halls.
Playing a dangerous game with the ladder. You wish that they just had one guy with armor with that UMP, but the fact still is, even with that one kill there on boltz, it's so hard when you don't have armor on train to actually get in and get the bomb plant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no utility as well, so I mean, there's really no power in this round for VP. Even the UMP can't really count on it too much. So they're going to try and split the outer bomb site, which actually looks like it could be effective. Fallen's playing far back. The Molotov will slow him down, gives him the range to take shots with that scout. But now they're going to push up that owl. With his teammate actually down to red, Fallen's in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, just trying to retreat back into the site. Does a lot of damage there, and coldzera will knock out the rest of the round.
All right.
Ace for him with the MP9. That feels good.
So not in a lot of trouble.
Not at all. But very rich indeed.
Yeah.
$600 kill reward. Feels good.
Yes, it does. Well, this is going to be the round now. The buy-up for Virtus.pro, not investing anything into the previous, maybe a P250, but this time you'll have the AKs, you'll have the utility. How much is SK going to commit? Are they going to upgrade these? You imagine coldzera would either keep that or pass it over and buy an M4 himself or drop an M4, something like that. Actually, he straight up just buys one himself. So 3 M4s, a scout and a UMP, and it's all in this aggression. Flashes are great, flashes are perfect, but byali recovers nicely and actually gets a follow-up as well.
I feel like that should have done more damage because I agree the flashbangs were so great for SK. Now they're running with the backs turned. Fur right around the corner. He's going to be down by pasha. boltz there with the follow-up, and that's the bomb. VP still with the man lead, and Neo not checking the corner, and that is a big mistake on a very uncharacteristic one for Neo.
Oh, they had it. They had such a good round going for them. boltz has even spotted Snax. This would be a huge round for Snax to win in a 1-on-2.
Oh,
is boltz going to expect this, walking right by each other?
He's not reading it. He doesn't realize, but neither does Snax. He's looking for boltz, who should have been somewhere back here. The bomb certainly is. This is one of those rounds that just comes down to a little bit of random timing. Who is going to look the right way at the right time? 40 seconds. Snax picking up the bomb, and boltz it. Wow! That is a ridiculous shot, and he's even spotted out the next player in Taco. This cannot be real. Snax trying to see if he can sneak his way in. He's still got 28 seconds. Right now, Taco, his heart is gonna be racing. If they lose this, then train is almost certainly lost. He's thinking he's gonna come back, but Snax has got a great read right now. He has been playing very well this grand final, Snax. It seems like he's back. And now he's gonna go for the bomb plant in the B bomb site. Taco realizing too late the bomb is gonna go down with 4 seconds left. Putting out the grenade, and Taco running into it, taking a bit of damage, and Snax falling into a very good position. He could catch Taco almost any second. Goes for the peek, and he wins the 1 versus 2. Such a huge clutch. That first shot from Snax is out of this world.
That's so unreal, and he bails them out of a tough spot. They had such a good round going from the power, the aggression, but they need a pause button at times. Too many individual fights coming from that, but Snax is just incredible, juking Taco unbelievably well. Faking going back to the other site, and Taco, it's such a tough decision to make.
So it's crazy as well. boltz actually sees him, and all boltz needed was really the information. They just needed to know where he was.
Yeah, I guess boltz thought he went into connector. That was kind of his play, what it seemed like. Either way, I mean, VP not slowing down whatsoever. Here's one of their famed outer hits, even though blind. Snax pushes up, has the knowledge of Fur. pasha takes him out. There's a boost from coldzera with the UMP, wins the duel. But the info that 2 players are there is now out, and the bomb should be getting planted, but actually byali has no cover from Ivy. I mean, from ladder room. You could see him calling it out, and actually, there's the bait and switch. boltz delaying it even more. It's a shame they don't have more firepower, but it's working out anyway. It's all of a sudden a 1-on-2. byali has no idea what has occurred here.
Oh my god, they had the bomb site, but they just didn't control anything around it. And suddenly they were getting shot at from, what, 4 different angles? That's just too much. Now byali has to try and do another 1 versus 2 here. Snax did it for them last time. This time at least, he's got the AK-47 already, doesn't have to go and try and pick it up. And boltz has got no armor, so it can be done. And right now, SK are on opposite sides of the map. This is so risky.
Yeah, tough part for byali now is he's being patient, right? He's waiting to see if there's anyone going to rotate through, but now he's lost track of where anyone could be, because there should have been a call. Well, we obviously knew where boltz was in ladder room, and they knew where coldzera was at one point, but because he's waited so long, now he has no knowledge. They can be anywhere. And he doesn't have a lot of time to do this hunt.
It's pretty impressive that he does such a good job of checking everywhere, but ultimately, he has to try and fake them out, and now they're going to be very much closer. They know he can't really run B. He tries for it again, and it's going to be an easy round win here for Cold. Stopping byali in his tracks. It will be a 6th round here for SK Gaming. We almost need a replay of that round from like a
from 5 different angles.
Yeah, I mean, just there were so many fights happening, and it looked like Virtus.pro just ended up being stacked up on the bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, they had 2 players stacked over towards Ivy. The UMP coldzera was taking that fight over the box and actually takes out pasha at range. I'm assuming Snax tried to make a play through that smoke to bust up the stack and got taken out by the player on bottom. Just a tough turn of events for VP, but part of it is because everyone advanced so far. Like, you could see byali, he runs into the bomb site with the bomb, and you could see even in his player cam, he starts communicating, starts talking, because no one has ladder room, and he knows that. And just that delayed peek, he gets the 1 kill, and boltz coming out just kind of keeps him from planting the bomb, so VP could never get comfortable, could never get into post plants, which is where they would have been just overpoweringly strong.
But you get a feeling that just as byali is relaying that information is when SK start to push in from C connector and elsewhere. So suddenly, you know, whoever was trying to help out at Pop Dog was going to be shot in the back. It was all very confusing.
Well, I mean, that's the danger of those fast tactics, right? I mean, that's the thing you lose, is that kind of control, that kind of set plan that you have when you're a player, when you're a team, of who's going where and who's guarding what. It really shifts in the mid round. And I mean, to be fair, that is one thing that Virtus.pro has always been good on this map, is those fast, hectic hits towards the outer bomb site. This time, it just doesn't work.
If you're Virtus.pro right now, you know you just got to grind out the last 3 rounds. Don't give SK a window back into this game. That's definitely not a good idea. This round, though, no armor and some pistols, and I think a couple of flashbangs here. So if they get a bomb plant down, that would be great. Otherwise, it should be a 7th round here for the SK team. I don't see Virtus.pro turning this around.
Tough part is if you're VP, yeah, you're thinking don't give SK a window of opportunity, but at the same time, you're thinking we just gave them a window of opportunity. So tensions running high possibly in the Polish camp. We'll see though. It's boltz all the way back behind the train. Smoke gonna come down. That might actually, VP might be okay with hitting through that smoke. Some flashes over, see what they can do and try and get into the bomb site.
Yeah, boltz just wants to make sure life is gonna be tough back here. Actually, he gets tagged a little bit. Surprised he hasn't put out the Molotov yet. Fur hitting at least a good headshot, and there's plenty of backup here. It's a good triple for Fur. I think that was his 9th kill there. So considering that he had like 0, I think that was 13 rounds in, he had 0 kills.
Yeah.
This is a pretty good comeback from him individually, which actually I would expect. But it's not always so easy to actually do that. When you feel like you're the main reason maybe why your team isn't doing so well, it can be pretty hard to turn that around.
It really can, but I mean, Fur always just seems so composed, doesn't he?
Yes.
You don't see a whole change in his reactions, even when he's got 30 kills versus the 0 kills that we saw earlier.
Yeah, but it's always interesting, right? I think about this when we see new up-and-coming players that we haven't seen tested on big stages. Obviously, Fur not being one of them, but I always think, well, what happens if they get into that? Can they mentally break out of it? Not everybody can.
No, I mean, definitely new players, it's a big struggle. What does VP do now? SK has everything they could want. Nades, smokes, Molotovs. You can hear just a rain of flashbangs coming out, and Snax tries to win a fight, but Fur's going to take him down. Even Taz brought down to 17 HP.
Oh, a grenade. Just a bit too far away. Gets caught there. Could have been a nice grenade kill. But even just the aggression. I mean, if you're Virtus.pro now, you lost main control. Cold was actually down aggressive at Ivy earlier, so you have almost no map control now.
It's insane if you just look at the players, like how much utility is left on both teams, and we're, you know, still, that's like at 1 minute and 20 seconds left in the round. So much is used for the early advantage in these rounds. Neo's gonna come out the upper ramp. He's been a great entry man for Virtus.pro in these matches so far. This time it's not gonna work out. 2 players at the inner site, Taco and boltz, gonna hold it down. Fallen drops Taz up top. And there goes byali.
That's a very clean shot from boltz on pasha. He just didn't stand a chance. We talked about giving SK a window back in the game. It seems like they've made one for themselves now.
Yeah, they've busted it wide open, haven't they?
This is definitely, this is cause for, maybe not panic yet, but that seems to be where we're headed here. Certainly something's got to change, and this is the same problem that SK were facing when they were on the T side, just not being able to break into the sites, and it took a very long time before they found the solution, which ended up being sort of really fast A play.
Yeah, contact plays at a T mid. Well, I mean, it's also, if you remember, the same problem that Virtus.pro had on Mirage when they had a big lead, and then SK kind of started off really, really strong, was that VP couldn't get any entrances into the round. VP lost so much early on that they just had nothing going forward into some kind of late round execute. The previous round, we see them lose a player, and Taz goes down to 17, so automatically you lose a lot of aggression, a lot of willingness to fight within the first 20, 30 seconds of the round. So moving forward, they've obviously got to stem that.
Again, around without armor here for the VP side. But you have to expect that SK are just looking forward to farming up as much money as they can. The one thing they don't want to have happen is to be reset in this game. That would be disastrous. They lose coldzera somehow. Looked like he was a little bit too confident. Fallen with a good flashbang. I like that, Moses.
Yeah. Yeah? Do you?
I do.
Well,
there's nobody. Where's the B player at? Did he just give up on that?
9, that'd be Taco. He's outside. It looks like he's up in heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is maybe a timing thing because they saw so many players over since the numbers they called out towards Ivy.
It's worked out because now Fallen's, you know, back in the B-bomb side. I was just getting worried for a second. There's no reason for SK's point of view to give anything to Virtus.pro here. And they're going to be running in. Fallen not quite hitting the shot. We'll get the second one. Doesn't really matter. The bomb will go down here, but ultimately the retake should be easy from SK's point of view. Fur will go in and get a couple of more kills, and forgetting about Snax for a moment. Really wants to play it sneakily, and they're going to find out. I think boltz actually spotted him there.
I think Snax is thinking, why is that guy still all the way in the back? His teammates have all passed by me. Yeah, but I mean, the big thing to note is because of that rotation, because Taco went over towards heaven and Fallen rotated in, that AWP is you know, you miss one shot, or even as we saw, he hit the shot, but it was just delayed because he was watching so many different angles. And another bomb plat comes out for the Virtus.pro side, so they're going to be happy with that.
Tactical timeout. What is going to be the plan here, Moses, for Virtus.pro? It's been just an enormous amount of rounds suddenly in favor of SK Gaming, and they're on the verge of making the comeback.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you can call your fast outside strategy. If you remember, just, you know, I told you guys to make note of how much utility had been used in that previous round within the first 20, 30 seconds of it. I mean, SK and Virtus.pro, for that matter, had used everything. So
yes.
Maybe if you're VP, maybe what you do is you try and use a little bit of utility to mask and make it feel like it's going to be some kind of an outer hit, like maybe 2 players worth. You get the counter nades, you get the counter Molotovs from the SK side of things, alleviate some of that utility that they're going to have moving forward, so you could re-execute somewhere else, or you can start to pressure someone else, and you have to worry about all the Molotovs, all the flashbangs coming out.
Very quick down pop dog Fur. Almost got caught with the Molotov there, but instead he just puts it down. An instant headshot on byali, who was getting a bit too curious there.
He got baited into that fight, Anders. They saw each other crossing over the flames, and byali really wanted to take it.
Yeah.
Tough part now is because he falls, VP doesn't have control of ladder room. Fur's got it. So now you can see Taz is very, very cautious. How are they going to take this?
A lot of bullets being used, not much really happening. Fur just holding down mouse 1, expecting someone to jump down. He picks up the AK and takes down Taz and Neo as well. Outplayed. That is so well done. They hear all those bullets go out and they think, that's it. We've definitely got him cornered. 2 versus 5 here, and Fur has most certainly come alive. What an incredible bounce back from a miserable first half into a very dominant performance here on the second half. CT side has been almost all fur.
That's so sick. Yeah, I mean, he uses his whole clip intentionally while he's blind just because he knows that's going to happen. What a complete outplay there. That's disgusting. And all of a sudden, that mistake from Byali, it gets compounded, doesn't it?
There it is, the quad at the end with 4 health. That you look at the way that he's spraying and sort of, you know, trying to control the recoil even though he's flashed, and it just looks like someone who's just been gripped by panic. You know, someone who's lost all control, and you think, well, that's it. And then he swaps in for the AK and closes the round.
Yeah.
That's so impressive.
It's so
that caught me completely off guard. Very, very well done. coldzera here with 20 kills. Another average game for him, just clocking in and doing the work every single day.
I know, it's unbelievable what he's able to do. 5 AK-47s for Virtus.pro, and again, I mean, that time they lose, what, the first 3 players of the round? They've got to change that up, and this time all 5 players towards the inner bomb site. Unfortunately, SK's reading this. They've got the proper call. They've got coldzera here at the upper ramp with AWP. They've got boltz, and they've even got Fur, who's in ladder room once again, and that will be a very quick flank. Oh, that nade before it even begins.
That's so dirty. A nuclear strike right on Virtus.pro, and boltz down on the site. Gonna put out a couple of counter grenades. Virtus.pro though rushing up the sidewalk. That could get very close. Snax gonna catch Fur, trying to rotate in from behind. There's a lot of damage already done to Virtus.pro, but here comes byali, picking up a big headshot on boltz, going for the spray and taking down coldzera. Taco all alone on the site, and he's gonna get one, going for a bit more, still in a 1 versus 3, and he's locked in there all around him. Virtus.pro, a great hit onto the site, and Taz will take him down. 14 rounds for Virtus.pro.
Byali creates so much space that round, and you could see boltz was in great position. It seemed like they had no idea he was there. He was poised to have a phenomenal round, but it's Byali making sure he clears everything. And that's what they're so good at, even on both bomb sites, obviously. Usually on the outer yard, there's fast-paced, aggressive hits. Even eating that nade early on, it doesn't matter. They swarm, and they land all the shots.
That is so impressive, because we just talked about it, how it could definitely damage the motivation once you know half your team is just very low on health.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't care, just walking right into a tactical timeout, even after losing the round. Something that I don't know if they invented it, but Astralis started doing it a lot, where they sort of, and we even theorized about this, I think, during E-League, and even interviewed them about it, and they did say they try and sort of calm down the nerves. You know, they don't want the adrenaline to be at 100% after winning a big round, and that it really is a big round for the VP guys.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The thing that would be heartbreaking now, but I mean, look at all the money that SK has. You could see it on the screen up there. That's unbelievable. Everyone's sitting at like 11,000 to 14,000. Now that's before the buy, but still an obscene amount of money.
Look at how many people Fur has overtaken just in the second half from his 0 kills.
It's so sick. I mean, he's a world-class player. There's no doubting it whatsoever.
What is wrong with him? Taz on the stairwell towards the box holes, looking to apply some pressure, but very, very defensive play coming out of boltz here. Does not want to get caught, and now he's even going to be able to call in Fur to the bomb site. Looks like VP want to maybe just do a repeat. Hopefully without the grenade.
Yeah, why not? Just see if you can make it happen again. Fur's in pretty much the same position as boltz. Byali's going to lead the way again. This time there's no ult from coldzera here. Posh is not ready for that, though. Everyone got by, and he thought he was safe. Good trading, but boltz is still alive. The rotation is in, and there's a man advantage for SK.
byali did it last time. Can he do it again? This is great play from Virtus.pro. Getting the bomb down and pushing up very close to where SK want to see if they can do the retake. Fallen gets taken down. The flames from Snax. He's going to be pushing up right into coldzera. There is a flank coming in as well, so the longer they wait here, the worse it's going to get for VP. Eventually, they have to fight their way out, and byali gets the headshot on 1, making it a 2-on-2. Taz on the bomb site, boltz right between them, getting the spray, and now Taz is locked in, and he's going to go down. Great retake for boltz, the triple. And that's going to be 11 rounds here out of SK Gaming, resetting the Virtus.pro economy, and now we've got a real game on our hands here. This could go the whole distance on map number 3.
Yeah, I really can, although I think Virtus.pro might still be able to invest into this round depending on their money. With that bomb play, it might help out immensely, but the losing bonus certainly is reset. byali's aim is on point at the moment, just couldn't find that next player. Phenomenal job from boltz, and this time the key is, same hit that comes out, And SK doesn't take as much damage. They don't lose as many players before the rotation comes in. boltz is playing much, much more passively. So yeah, even though they lose Fur, he gets the 1 kill before being traded off. Virtus.pro has to search for the next ones, the follow-ups, and they overextend themselves at some point. Some 1 battles by SK help them out. Last tactical pause as well for Virtus.pro. So you want to talk about if this does go down, there's no more timeouts for Virtus.pro to readjust and change the strategy, and even if it goes into overtime.
Always a little bit scary. 14-11. There is still a tiny gap here, but it's really the money here for SK that's kind of hard to deal with if you're on the VP side.
It's so unreal. They can buy through at least 2 losses here. I mean, they only have 2 losses to give up. So
yeah.
I guess that's quite nice. That's a good luxury. I mean, the key though is Virtus.pro that at one point they could have ground out the economy. Maybe you just get 3 kills and don't lose, but that's not an option available to him anymore. Byali coming out. There's Fallen on top, boosted up over the smoke. He's got 1, Fur's got the other. They can't even get close to the bomb site. SK is on point. Byali's moved up. Finally, 1 kill goes his way, but he can't do anything else.
Completely shut down. Not even in a position where they could have built something behind it. They just have to make it past the first mark, which is putting a bit of pressure on SK, forcing somebody back, getting an opening kill. None of that is working right here. Very rough indeed.
Yes, and now, I mean, they've done that inner execute twice. They've won 1 and they've lost 1. It's going to be tough. I don't think they're going to want to go back to it unless it's actually absolutely desperation. But if they go outside, they have to deal with Fallen's op, and it seems like they really haven't wanted to do that throughout most of this half. Taco. 13 and 18 for him. Going up against just Glocks, just pistols. Again, no utility for VP, saving up everything they can. This has turned into an economic struggle for them. Not able to string rounds together on this T side.
I mean, if they were going to go back to that B bomb side, then maybe the way to do it instead is to sort of fake it. Try and see if you can, if you have pop door control, maybe you can use the fact that you've had that B push a couple of times.
Yeah, I mean, even in the round loss, the round the VP lost where they went in, or they were still very dangerous. It's still got to be on the minds of SK that that's a tough hit for them to control. So you could probably leverage that if you're Virtus.pro.
But no armor yet again. A 1 upgraded pistol there on Byali. He's really been playing a great game on train. Definitely, as you said, on point with the aim.
He was a player we always discussed. There were just some games that Byali used to have where he just didn't miss. Like his aim, we used to liken it to a railgun.
Yes.
It's been a long time since we've seen that Byali, but he has appeared today in these finals.
Seems like he definitely took it a bit rough when the team wasn't working. Maybe just a bit more emotional when it comes to that part of it. Fur down here with the M4. Does a little bit of damage, but it's boltz to get a quick double kill. And Neo gonna get rushed down as well. So clean end to that round. Triple for boltz. Doing a great job here at the B bomb site. No bomb plant either being allowed for Virtus.pro. And all of these little details definitely matter for Virtus.pro at the end. They want all the money they can possibly get. They just need the last 2 rounds. What was the first half? 12-3?
Yeah. I mean, this is typical SK, isn't it? I mean, this is what the Dust talked about, a team that's known for just a suffocating and dominant CT side. If you're a VP or if you're a VP fan watching this, you had to feel so good about a 12-3 half. It slipped away so quickly. Nades are out, utility being spent early on. 3 players essentially in a line in this outer bomb site, and then 1 on the bomb train. So if you're Virtus.pro and you're trying to gain ground and create space and get to wrap on the flank of the A bomb site, you're gonna have a really tough time. 3 players here.
Well-timed Molotov. VP looked like a team that actually almost wanted to flash their way through that smoke or something, but they've got a pretty wide net around this bomb site. They still need an opening. Fallen is kind of low.
Yeah, but this is the position that Fallen was so dominant in against VP in the group stage, because this position affords him the ability to push up around a couple of different trains, take a shot towards T-mid, take a shot towards lateral room, and turn and spin and get Ivy. Whatever you might want to do, and he's just adjusted out of it, just as I say that, and VP again, late round, going to go back to the center bomb site to this aggressive hit. And once again, It's boltz and it's Fer to defend this site, but boltz is playing it passive. He's playing it far back. So Fer, the aggressor, is going to take the initial contact, and boltz's only goal is to support Fer where he can, but mostly just prevent Virtus.pro from pushing up too close to the choke points.
This has to work for the Polish side. It's now or never. They're running out of rounds. Fer to get the opening headshot, spraying again to take down byali. That's a huge kill. Taz did get one in return, and the bomb plant will go through, but they're a man down. Neo with a stunning headshot to take down boltz. Makes it look better, and this time for SK Gaming, there's a big change. No flank coming in. It's going to give a bit more space to work with there. Snax, he's up at the box holes, and he's not going to see anyone for a while. So can he get back in and help his teammates? SK, they need this retake. Virtus.pro, it's been a long time coming here at the second half, and they've had almost no rounds work for them. Taz, can he swing out to get the kill? Taco falling back, coldzera with the shot, taking down Taz, and Neo's going to fall, all on Snax. And how does he get out? He takes the kill on fall on the bomb. At the center of the train, can they get the defuse? He can't actually see them. Snax, he's going to go, takes the spray on one, coldzera goes down. Virtus.pro, 15 rounds for them, right at the edge. There couldn't have been more than a couple of seconds on that defuse. And the Poles are going to win it back, 15 for them.
What a round for Snax, put in such a tough spot, a 1-on-3. One player from SK worried about the flank. You were wondering when Snax was going to get involved to hold off that retake. He was watching the flank for so long. Neo and Taz put in a tough spot, but what a victory from him.
Oh my God. Virtus.pro even winning the round.
Here comes the uppercut. They did this on Mirage. It was just a straight rush. Can they get in front of this flames in time? No, they have to fight inside of it. boltz might have just done it. They do extinguish it, but the damage is done. Neo, he's going to go down next. The new player on loan from Immortals has great inside defense, and Fallen is here now. He's there to back him up.
Beautiful defense from boltz. Definitely not easy to get that timing, but he got it perfect. Taz, long-range spray to take down coldzera. Snax got a headshot as well. And now to 1 versus 2. He's going to run, but he can't take down Taco. That was so close, almost catching him off guard. But it will be 14 rounds for SK Gaming, and Virtus.pro surviving with 1 member in the previous round and then losing this one. You have to think that's going to do massive damage to their economy. This could very well be overtime.
Yeah, they have to invest in whatever they can. The plant's going to help, but this is a nightmare for VP. Still trying to pummel this B bomb site, trying to take advantage perhaps of the new player. This was a great 1-on-3 to win. Obviously just trying to stick to that. Had to have been close. That feels like that was such a close defuse.
Yeah, I definitely think that it was. Cuban in the background.
They don't even seem excited. They're just like, oh, God bless, thank you.
Oh, man. 14-15. You are getting your money's worth today, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an exciting game already. We're not even at the last map. Not even.
This time it's Taco inside the ladder room. How do you flush him out of that position? They struggle with that, obviously, the huge round from Fer earlier. 2 players inside now as well for SK. They don't, I mean, they're just saying, all right, VP, if you're going to go inside every single round, if this is where you think you can win a round, I mean, we're going to put 2 players up here, and then also we're going to have 1 player ready for a quick flank. It's Fer who's going to play an off-anger in those box holes. boltz is going to rotate back outside. Taco's the one they have to get. Neo can't do it. He had a moment of opportunity there, and here comes the push from Fer.
Yeah, what a great turn of events here. Taz trying to make the jump over. Fer with the absolute perfect timing, even if the aim wasn't. Now they've got double push into Pop Dog here. The Molotovs are out, just byali left, and it's going to be overtime on train. 3rd map here at the Grand Finals. This is almost too good to be true now. Once you get into overtime, there is like this weird mental reset where, because this game almost seems like it's sort of grind to a halt. The only answer that Virtus.pro has is the B-bomb side, and SK seems like they figured out how to hold that.
Well, yeah, and also, I mean, now if they're going to be running that setup, 2 inside and 1 in ladder room, if you're going to get that every single round, then all of a sudden, there's not a whole lot of options towards that inner side because there's such a fast flank that can come in. That can be, and let's remember, even when they've gone to the inner bomb side, even the rounds they've won there, they haven't been clean. They've been extremely close. I mean, they're having to earn every inch of ground in there with that setup of Fer playing up close and boltz playing far back. So all of a sudden, you've lost the manpower to watch the flank as well.
Well, get everybody involved. Get all your friends here. It's overtime on map number 3. for Epicenter 2017. Byali, I like this play, very aggressive. He wished someone would go and peek after the initial round of grenades. He's down to half health, but still, this is a change for the VP side, trying to see if they can catch someone from SK off guard. And instead, they're going to get smoked off and have to simply fall back from that one.
Now Taco setting up utility, daring someone to try and work their way around that smoke. Similar setup that SK ran a couple rounds back. It wasn't spotted out. Taco close up, fallen into hell with the AWP. One towards Ivy. A lot of different ways to work together like this.
They have pop dog control as well. So Neo being over there, this is definitely a different setup for Virtus.pro, and something that they haven't been able to achieve for a while is even pop dog control. Maybe that could make a difference. 3 men down Ivy. Is it going to be enough to break it open? One good kill here could absolutely crack open this A-bomb side, especially when there's only 3 people on it.
coldzera's got one. Fallen's watching this as well. There's a flashbang out, and it's just Taz. He's going to wrap around the corner. coldzera's got him. That's the bomb. He's going to call it over. Big kill. He gets another one. And the triple, the best player in the world, shows up again. Neo now. He trades it out. So does Snax. A chance for VP to get back into this round.
Call it a very slim one, but that headshot from Neo might just do it, taking down boltz. Fer and coldzera, they must hold on to this round. Setting it up so nicely with a triple. Cold is very low on health. There's only 15 seconds. They have to run for this one. Virtus.pro. Neo coming back strong with another triple here. And Fer coming in. Can he stop this bomb from going down? 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Out in the open, catching Snax almost. I'm not sure if there's time. Oh my God, SK gonna win it back to time, and Neo goes down. Fer will fall as well, but that is unbelievably close.
Cold is so good at those angles. Just lining up against the wall, a straight on angle, so difficult to get multi-kills. Pinned against the wall like this, and this is beautiful, and this is eventually what wins the round for him. The bomb just so far away. You have to remember as well, the reason why that kill is not traded off initially so quickly by Virtus.pro, flashbang from Fallen, from the bomb train, really slowed down the next 2 players. Taz had to take that battle all alone.
Absolute madness. Imagine if there had been 30 instead of 10 seconds left there at the end. I mean, they wouldn't have had to run the way that they did. That round could have been very different. I
mean, that's impressive that Virtus.pro is even able to get back into that bomb site. Some beautiful shots from Neo down the entirety of the map.
A bit of a break in the action here as we get back in. Double AWP on the VP side. That's T side, which you don't always see. And Fallen has one of his own. So a new approach to try and get opening frags, maybe?
Yes, yeah, I mean, again, VP, both teams have really struggled on their T side. Both teams are like really digging into like the desperation section of their playbook. And both teams have tried at one point a double op setup on the T side. Didn't really work for SK in the first half of this match. And already Pasha with one of the ops is brought down very low.
Yeah, I think just a shot through a smoke there. Being a bit annoying early on in the round. Very scary beginning to the overtime here for both teams. coldzera just absolutely unbelievable control with the M4. And this similar setup this time. SK still aware, still remembering some of those dangerous B hits that were coming in earlier. So they've got the setup to try and stop that. Leaving Ivy with coldzera watching it. He's got Taco right next to him, so they could just turn it around and have sort of a double presence here. Smoked off though. Now they really don't know what's going on. Cold a bit worried about main 2. Virtus.pro setting up 40 seconds, trying to see if they can flash their way through the smoke. Byali actually makes it through in the first time, but lining up, coldzera almost ends it there with a double kill, but he does get taken down before he could get the second. Taco very worried about this. 30 seconds now. The bomb is right on the other side being planted. Pasha picking up a big kill. Fallen wants to go for it, but he gets dropped by Neo. Somehow Virtus.pro get onto the site. No bomb plant yet. 20 seconds. There's Pasha again. Makes it a triple before he's out. boltz coming in and stopping the plant yet again. And now it's boltz versus Snax 1-on-1 with 10 seconds, and they're walking around the bomb, trying to make the jump. Snax looking, he needs just one no-scope, and boltz out in the open. He's going to win the round. Oh my God, SK Gaming. What a comeback from 12-3 in the first half.
These rounds are so incredibly close. Fallen just barely stops the bomb plant before he goes down. boltz in a 1-on-3 gets a kill. I'm surprised to see Neo not get off that bomb plant. He couldn't be covered at that point. Out in the open as well because the time was so low. That's so difficult to handle if you're VP. And this has happened even towards the inner bomb site. You're getting in, you're having success getting to the bomb sites. You just cannot win out these clutches. SK is showing their class here down the stretch. CT signs reign supreme. 2-0 in overtime for SK. But VP like what they've at least found at this outer bomb site. They're starting to find a bit more success than they did in regulation. Coming from Ivy, that time flashing themselves through smoke.
Where do SK find the energy to grind these games back? They did it against Astralis, which brought them into the grand finals. Now they're doing it in a best-of-5 against Virtus.pro, who've been looking so good. Fallen, just a quick shoulder peek, does not want to do anything crazy there. Could have gone horribly wrong. Now control again here, all towards Ivy. Cold winning the fight and getting back. No scope from pasha, not connecting. Looked like he almost wanted to push through. That's a bit dangerous. Fur, the only one on the bomb side. boltz goes down and Fur is next. What a big opening. Neo and Taz coming up with 2 huge kills. And now pasha is the flanker over there. Fallen looking to get into the site. 3 versus 4.
Oh, this is huge. Neo watching the flank. I think he heard a footstep as well. He's got the angle. Now pasha comes in. He's ready to pounce, but he's waiting for the indication. Cold's gonna check it though. Oh, and he spots him. He's lost him in the smoke though. Big kill from pasha and Fallen now. He looks like he just has to fall away, but can't even make it. 2 rounds for SK, and finally, Virtus.pro. They come out on top of one of these rounds.
Oh, you can see the focus in Fallen's eyes as well. Everybody's in the game now. This is starting to get to a point where it's going to get pretty raw towards the end of this best-of-5, because when you're playing overtime in the 3rd map, if it goes all 5 maps, just think about how much that is you're going to be playing all of a sudden.
Can be, yeah, this is when you start to get a little bit loose in mental focus. A little bit of exhaustion will come in as well. But this has been brilliant so far. I mean, not to mention, towards the end of this game, especially on considering how weak the T sides have been, this is where sometimes you start getting a little bit crazy. This is where it can get scrappy.
Yeah, and this is actually worth thinking about. I think it's like a tennis term, unforced errors, right? So imagine if you're just playing like a best-of-1, your rate of unforced errors should be the lowest possible, right? But as you start to get into overtime on a 3rd map in a sort of a grand finals, that rate can definitely go up. And that's something that's worth noticing here. If we are going to see any of those, it's definitely forgivable if it happens now, because they have been playing for a while already, and a lot of energy has been spent just getting to this point here. 16-17, SK now on the T side.
Looks like SK wants to fake an outer hit and go towards the inner bomb site. Maybe not even fake it, actually. All 5 players here, they don't have map control. coldzera's fallen back for a pop flash to allow him to get control. That's for the lower ramp. And they've got it. And actually, VP only has 1 player here so far. That's Snax. It's on that high train. No one else supporting him whatsoever. He's got a big job to do if they hit this. This is dangerous. When does VP rotate someone back? Snax here. There's the jump. The flashbang misses the shot. Can he grab the angle? Taco's already passed him the bomb site. That's not the bomb, though. There it is. Molotov hopefully slows that down.
Grenade doesn't really do enough. And coldzera with the opening frag in the round. Taking down byali. This is looking like a really great attempt here for SK Gaming. The bomb is down so quick. The only problem is they are kind of stacked up on top of the bomb site itself. Taco with a good shot. Snax comes walking right through. No chance at all. And pasha might as well just fall away here. 1 versus 4. Great round out of SK Gaming. So well timed. And I just don't know how Snax didn't get the first shot.
Yeah, that's tough. He absolutely had to have that as well. The follow-up Molotov to delay the plant gets extinguished in the smoke. The nade doesn't reach its target either. I mean, the real bummer there is VP, a lot of this has been able to rotate someone back because it's been Taz alone with an M4, but they felt confident Snax with the AWP would at least get 1. And when you only have 1 player here, I mean, you could see the result. He's fortunate that he was even at the lower ramp where that hit came in, to be quite honest.
Yeah, he could have been in transition or just sort of falling off the train.
Yeah, could have not even been able to take that shot. So 2 map points for SK, and they're loving it. They're drowning in tactical pauses. This is only their 2nd. VP's already taken all 4, and I think that was at the score of like 14-12. something along those lines. It's been a while since they've been able to take one, but
Yeah, think of how mental that is when you're down 12-3 and you think, no, we're not going to use the tactical
we'll save
timeouts.
them.
It does kind of make Fallen look like a god because it just seems like he can just sort of anticipate it, reading deep.
Well, coldzera's at 32 kills. Bolt's not too far behind at 28. On the other side, it's pasha with 27 and byali with 26 leading the way for VP.
Another absolute world-class performance from coldzera, and we would expect nothing more. 18-16, and as you said, 2 match points here for SK Gaming. Virtus.pro hoping for double overtime. Let's see what they could do. They were very good on the CT side, so they should be able to find the rhythm again. Double up on their side as well, all the utility.
This time they have both 2 players at the inner bomb site. They have Taz in,
Ivy.
Nia with the AWP, and yeah, push towards Ivy. They're going to get a lot of information here. No one at all, and pasha might just, you know, post up with that op, and again, it's just going to be this inner hit from SK.
Are they going to realize in time? It seems like VP didn't get the full rotation back, so Taz, very important kill, tries to go for the double. Fur will take down Neo. It's all on this. Snax, he gets the fight against Fur, and that's the big step in the right direction. 3-on-3 with the bomb plant, and there's no flank coming. Fallen is going to realize that soon enough, and this angle from coldzera is so good up on the high ground. Bomb is down. Let's see if they can win this one. SK just need another 3 kills. And we're going to go to map number 4. There's a grenade from boltz. He's got no chance at all. And Cold in some trouble, but he still gets the kill on byali. And now the 2 versus 2. Fallen missing a no-scope. Are they on the bomb? Not quite yet. coldzera goes down. There's Fallen with 1. And Snax is on the other side. 2 seconds left. And boom! Oh my god! Picking it up. SK winning train with a ridiculous overtime comeback. And the grand final continues, ladies and gentlemen. This is unbelievable.
Scoring 19 against 16.
I do not know how you recover if you're Virtus.pro, but that is so impressive from SK. Down the stretch, winning every single clutch, and you want to talk about an exhausting series when you go into overtime in the 3rd map. To mentally have to bounce back when you're tired, when you've played for so long and you're just losing every single 2-on-2, every post plant. The amount of rounds that SK had to scrap to get that map.
An absolutely electrifying finish to an already ridiculous game on train. 12-3 into overtime, and then the win at the end. I don't know what you could do about that.
No, I mean, it's insanity. It's the round that the timer runs out on VP. It's the 1v3 that boltz won. It's the 1v2 that Fallen just won at the end. Like, how much can Virtus.pro survive in that match? Finally, it came to an end.
Yeah, but luckily the grand finals has not come to an end. There is still more maps to be played, and that's going to be interesting all on its own. I bet the analysts are ready to talk about the map as well, so we'll throw it over to them.
First day when they played SK in the group stage, he said the reason why we just kind of collapsed and got dominated by them is we got tilted really early. We didn't play our style, and if there's anything that's going to be truly tilt-inducing, it has to be the way that train ended, with so many clutches going the way of SK, so many opportunities for Virtus.pro. They put themselves in good positions, and if you're Virtus.pro, you have to feel like those rounds were stolen out of your clutches.
And they were. Map number 4, ladies and gentlemen, here coming up. It's the grand finals of Epicenter 2017. Virtus.pro now starting on the CT side of Cash with SK on the T side. Molotov and Smoke picked up by Fallen, and everybody set up for an A execute. Gonna be a peek coming in. byali has to go massive here, and he's gonna get 2 headshots in return before he finally goes down, but that might have bought a chance. And Neo with a headshot, dropping the bomb. It's left and right here. Definitely live with the map now. 2-on-2. And there will be a bomb plant. That was quick.
They've wasted. Oh my God, Snax! It continues. coldzera, it's planted for him, and he's got a Molotov to use.
Only one left here in main. That Molotov could do so much damage. And he's looking for the opening. Here's the players right on the bomb. Hasn't really seen anyone yet. And they haven't seen him either. That Glock is not the greatest at this range. He hasn't reloaded either. He wants to go for the shot, almost taking down Taz, and he's gonna get peeked. Snax with the headshot. And they turn around for it, even without the kit. They should have this defused. What a mad round.
Yeah, they came into this one hot and ready to go, didn't they? I don't know, did coldzera not realize he had the Molotov and all the insanity, but listen, I don't know how byali recovered to hit those 2 headshots from the aim punch. I don't know how Neo did it either. That's absolutely mental, this start to this pistol round. And VP's gonna take it.
100% byali should have been down right away. There should be almost no way to recover from that kind of beginning, and yet they do. That shot from Snax, I don't even know what that was.
Well, we wanted him to show up in the grand finals, and he has. Aggressive from SK, though, with that plant. They drop for an AK-47. There goes Fallen. It's grabbing the angle through the smoke. Look at the pressure on these choke points.
Yes, very well done early on. Letting furthest far into the middle could be a bit scary. You've got to be worried about getting him this much room to work with. We saw what he could do on train once he got started. byali's got the angle, but the headshot's got to come through from Fur. That's got to feel very bad for byali, just knowing you had the read, but couldn't get the shot.
Yeah, perhaps even surprised by the AK-47 that's come out. You don't see this too often. We've seen it more and more. There's Snax getting more information. He's spotted 2 outside of the B bomb, so I'm going to continue going for peeks. It's dangerous. The scout tags him up. He's down to 29. Might be something he thinks of swapping the M4 over. That's exactly what they do. The double peek into connector. There's Fur. Couldn't get the second. But now SK knows the second player was out of the A bomb site. And Neil, you almost feel like he has to play this passively. He's going to stay at truck. He's going to go for the cross. There's no smoke on the SK side of things if they can get through. And, well, I think Taco just went... I think that smoke just barely covers him.
Yeah, very scary situation here. All of a sudden, VP losing a bit of control over on the A side. They do have Snax nearby, but he's low on health. And coldzera, if he gets around the corner here, this truck play from Neo could get very dangerous. 19 seconds. Is he going to have the timing to put that Molotov down on the bomb? That's coldzera winning a fight. And that Molotov not quite going to cover everything. Neo comes in with a big shot to take down coldzera. Still a 2-on-2. But the bomb planted now. Pressure all around here. SK, and they break Virtus.pro early on map number 4. Taco wants to get close with the Deagle. Try and see if he can surprise someone. Shoulder peek almost gets him killed. And when he peeks back around, it's a headshot on Neo. Taz coming in with the M4 kill. Boltz, where is he? They just have no idea right now. He's all the way out in main. There's going to be a smoke there, and with the kit as well. This is not an easy kill for Boltz to get. He has to get it perfect. Taz diffusing inside, and the bullets are just not connecting. Taz with a great play. That has got to be really frustrating for SK.
No, but that's got to be frustrating for VP as well. Yeah, they win the round, and thank God for it, but they've lost so much. And it'll be interesting to see. I think SK is going to keep on the pressure here. Remember, that was a round where they only really they had some upgraded pistols, but just the one AK-47. And I think with that plant and the amount of kills they got, they're just going to go for it. So early pressure on the economy of Virtus.pro. That plant had to go very, very wide to avoid the Molotov, and maybe that's why boltz was having some trouble hitting it into the smoke. A difficult shot nonetheless, but definitely an unusual lineup. Spam through. boltz had the angle, but doesn't want to commit to that fight. Doesn't want to do the coin flip this early in the round.
The reverse boost up into the vent, always a good idea, especially if you get the shot early on so that the T's don't hear the vent being shot out. Then maybe they'll forget about it when they get into the middle and see that the vent is not broken on the other side. It's kind of a common thing, but, you know, in the stress of the situation, maybe you'll forget about it.
SK's running low on nades, so it'll be interesting to see how they find their opening. It's going to have to be some duels won. Some smokes deployed over towards the A bomb site. Mid-round boost by coldzera. He could turn into a big lurker, but boltz is still on the other side of the map. Player on loan playing some very lonely positions. Snax with the UMP, tough to get this kill at that range, and now that coldzera's dropped down, he doesn't want to take the fight. Turns from the flash, there's Snax with the fight. He's brought him down so low, and that's a big kill from Neo. boltz tries to pounce in mid, and there it is. Snax is going to finish him off. No, the spray doesn't land. He can't do it.
Oh my god, and somehow Cold takes down Neo. How does Cold get out of this one? He's going to take down Snax. Almost unbelievable. He should have been dead quite a while ago. Another 2 versus 2 here. Fallen the last one left. As coldzera dies in the middle, and Fallen trying to make his way out. He's going to get 1 kill with the scout. And Taz is on the other side. He did it one time. Can he do it again? He's going to save Virtus.pro. This time with a kill on Fallen. And you can see pasha looking almost a little bit worried there. Yeah,
he fired off that no-scope, gave away his position, was in a really tough... I do not know how Snax didn't get that kill on Fur. Just not his round, as the bullets go everywhere but into the body of Fur. Either way, another costly round for VP, but without the plant, I don't think SK invests into this. They do get the Deagles. We've seen how deadly and dangerous they can be, so chances at getting a few kills and keeping the economy low. Here's Neo with the SMG, gonna push up close, and Fallen's gonna fire off the Deagle. There's the headshot. boltz has gotten 1, but Snax is down low as well.
Just a little bit painful. pasha looking for the fight. Gotta be careful about sticking around too long, although that grenade on Fur without the armor, definitely gone.
That's such a big kill to get as well. But Taco, perhaps the deadliest player on SK at the moment with the Deagle. He's been hitting stunning shots. On train, he had some big ones. He can make something happen once again, because pasha, a lot of this is timing. You're gonna spot Taco. Oh no, he just crouches underneath his vision. This is so difficult for pasha.
Yeah, especially because byali will be alone on the A side if pasha were to go down. Taco, the timing is almost with him. That would have been the opening right there. There's the headshot. Pasha going down. Taco wants to follow it up. Pretty quick aggression here. And he wants the deagle. Looking for another headshot. Almost getting it. Now the M4. He's down to 30 health. And waiting for him in the middle with Snax. And that does leave Fallen. This is a doable round with the deagle. Even without the armor. If he could just get the first kill in. But he's going to get sold out by byali. That's a very good angle. Holding it. 4 rounds in a row here for Virtus.pro, but by no means easy rounds.
Yeah, and by no means do VP feel comfortable whatsoever in this game. SK is doing great damage, getting a lot of plants as well. This is huge for them. This has been probably the best start you can have when you're down 0-4. Pasha there. I don't know, it seemed like he just didn't even consider the fact that Highway could have been dangerous when he just backed right back into the fight.
Well, the timing was good for Taco ducking right on the box, so...
And then,
unfortunate.
I mean, there's no money for the AWP on the VP side of things. That's a huge benefit for SK. They've been able to keep that out of the hands. Remember, we talked a lot about how good Pasha played with the AWP yesterday. This was one of the maps where he was apparently just a god.
coldzera really, really quickly in the middle, not really respecting the smoke. Trying to see if he can catch that counter boost, although it's not really happening this time around. SK Gaming relentless early on with the aggression. The VP barely holding on. I do like this from byali, though.
Yeah, his position is allowing Neo at the moment to keep an eye on the highway, on players trying to come up, trying to peek that way. He can work with Pasha at some level, but Pasha falls. Gets pulled into a peek in mid. Fallen was just waiting for it. Over a minute left. And a 4-on-5 for VP. Snax as well is down extremely low.
Yeah, that's a big problem. They do have a 3-man stack over here, and with byali in main, who knows what can happen if SK try and go up the highway. It could be sort of almost a reverse fight. Taco gonna put up that smoke. The door is closed in his face, though. Neo not buying whatever Taco was selling. 40 seconds on the clock here, and they're making their way up with 3 men on highway, or at least 2 of them, 1 hanging back, but still, we're gonna need some great kills out of EV to save this round. They've done it before, but now it's looking really tricky. Taz getting shut down immediately, not ready for Fur. And Neo in the corner, a lot of trouble for him. He's going to go down even though Fur was flashed. I can't believe this. byali will take down 1. Fur has fallen as well. byali with a headshot. Last couple of bullets. 20 seconds in a 2-on-2.
Yeah, and there's a flank coming in. That's from coldzera, but he doesn't have time to be this slow. He's got to get to this site. Fallen can't make this happen with the AWP. byali, although he's not considering the door. There's the kill from coldzera. Are they ready for Snax? He's been waiting this whole time, and now he's going to get it. He stops the plant. coldzera's got to rush, but there's no time. Snax is going to save the round, and even though he falls, VP gets another one. A miraculous play from Snax.
My God. Well, the analyst said the stats only tell about half the story of even that, and they're standing in the back there the whole game.
Yeah.
They weren't ready for it.
I mean, this is why it's so possible, by the way. VP has to completely gamble on that. Down a man and Snax has no HP. They have all 4 players at the A bomb site. That was their only chance of winning that round. And the fact that, you know, SK kills 3 people, they're just thinking there's no way that Snax is here as well. A brilliant stack out of nowhere, but VP, their economy is still on the edge.
And they obviously know that Snax is the B player as well, so their calculations probably, well, there's probably no way he's going to be here. That was the last A player. Let's go. Pasha, leg shot on Fallen, and does get right into the corner, so could have maybe been returned upon there.
Now, that is kind of a next level setup, because Pasha in that spot kind of baits them into thinking that, you know, if he moves out of that, likely there's no one else there. byali's just waiting with his back turned for a flashbang that could catch him off guard. But since no pressure comes, they'll probably consider that later on if they do fall into an A hit. Fur's going to be the one boosted this round. It goes a bit far to do too much to Neo. Double play and checkers as well. Boltz is still there patiently as the solo player.
Bit scary with that smoke almost about to fade. Fallen is waiting on the other side. Pasha has got the lineup against him. See what Fallen can do when he peeks for this. The flashbang to set it up. Fallen, no hesitation at all. Taking down Pasha. And now Neo, you could sort of tell, in some trouble here. He's hearing a lot of steps, and actually SK making a lot of noise. Snax goes down. 5 versus 3. Now 2 versus 5 here. Should be no problem for SK to win the round. Even with 25 seconds, byali in the corner. He picks up the first kill on boltz, who's not had a good game so far, but he's alone and isolated, and they're going to shut him down. Taco with the kill, SK on the board.
What a god-tier flashbang from SK to blind Pasha. Fallen gets legged earlier by pasha, but he wins the battle outright in the end. And that's it. That should be the reset. So many of these rounds have been so incredibly close, there's just no money left. VP has done everything they can to sustain themselves, and it's almost incredible that they've even gotten up to 5 in these situations. But great job on the boost from Fur. Picks off Snax. That's been a fight that's happened a couple times already. And then double checking.
It's very well done in that round.
Ooh.
It's a headshot and a half for pasha. It looked like he would use halfway running against Fur. Still makes it happen. Virtus.pro go for a very quick boost behind it, expecting that SK maybe won't see it coming. The P250 close range, shutting down Fallen, stealing the AWP. Oh my god.
Oh my god, now look at the position of Snax. I don't think there's any way boltz considers this, and he does it! Somehow Virtus.pro has given themselves a huge advantage. A round they have no business winning. SK has dropped the ball here. Snax ready for this as well, but it's a good adjustment by Cold. VP has to make sure they don't get picked apart. They still only have salvaged 1 rifle, and that's perhaps the saving grace for SK.
I'm impressed coldzera's weapon model didn't block that kill on Snax. Maybe he's playing with left-handed, but it looked like that AK was going to block it. Either way, 2 versus 4. No armor at all on VP, and there's still 50 seconds, so they have to keep the focus now. When you get this close to bringing it right back, you really don't want to let it go, and because coldzera is still alive, you've got to expect anything can happen.
Got to be very worried, and the AWP is over at the A bomb site, so SK's actually going away from the weapon. They need to at least delay. They need to at least grab 1 of these kills and wait for the rotations to come. Just now, VP starting to move. Taco's held off initially. Taz trying to find a timing with the deagle, but it's out of bullets now. It's up to pasha. He opened up the round. Can he close it? Still alive in the bomb site. Biali's finally here, but pasha does go down. Taz runs in. He falls as well. It's a 2-on-2.
The bomb is going to be planted, but there is a Molotov on Neo. Can he find the angle for it? He's going to get shot down. coldzera getting the kill. And now byali, that smoke is going to fade, but this is almost impossible. Walking in, how does he get this shot? 1 bullet on his chest, and the aim punch is going to finish this round.
You don't get a kill soon. Just grab the AWP and bail out. You guys had a chance to win it. It's not going to work. But now he commits. There's no returning from this, is there? The double peek from SK neutralizes him.
What a round. The fact that SK can bring that back after losing 3 players to just an enormous amount of aggression, and somehow they slow it down and turn the round back in their favor.
Yeah.
That's very, very, very difficult.
Yeah, very, also, you have to say, fortunate as well that they go to the bomb site where the AWP isn't positioned. That could have been a much stickier situation. But yeah, obviously a phenomenal job. It's that 1 kill in mid onto Snax that really opens up the map, because then the defense has to spread out very, very far.
So, pistols, a little bit of mid-presence here. For not afraid to take the fight, although got to be a bit careful here. You don't give too much away. You also have to build the economy on the T side, even if it's a little bit less. Fur doing a pretty good job in cleaning up in the middle. They should not be able to steal away any kind of an AK here.
Well, you want to know how he bounced back on train from 0-13. And it's the same, it's the confidence to go back onto that boost after pasha just ripped your face off in the previous round. And just take duels.
Absolutely ready for it. It would be great here for byali to pick up 1 more kill, just to make sure SK all the time have to worry about the reset of the economy. There's something, because we talked a little bit about Snax and how he's definitely improved here with the Grand Finals. He is, in my opinion, sort of a specialist player on the B-bomb side, especially because he likes to play it so aggressively. And obviously SK are going to know this, but I will take this map almost as a measure of how much Snax is really back in that role, because if we start to see him push out past the smokes and stuff like that, then some of that confidence certainly will have come back. Yeah,
I mean, he's even said it himself, like he just needs to find his confidence again. That's kind of what he's been lacking as a player these past few months. That would be nice to see, and also very good with the AWP when he plays it in checkers as well. Virtus.pro, still the economy. I mean, it'll also be great for the M4 buys. It's the alt buys that are going to be light. Snax with no armor. He's got smoke, though, and doesn't matter. Gets the opening kill. coldzera through the edge of the wall. And all 4 players from SK, all the remaining players are here.
Run boost.
Yeah, I think that spam might have actually covered the footsteps of that boost.
Yeah, because that's the big problem with doing it that way. There's been a lot of discussion about the best way to get up on that boost. You know, you could do it quick, but that usually is noisier. You could do it slow, which is risky. So Taco making a bit of a jump, just wants to see if anybody's on highway covering it. Put up the smoke. For byali here, this is definitely a comfortable position to be in.
Good timing on that nade. Neo finds it, not too much damage. byali with the smoke in main, he feels a little bit more comfortable. Turns from the flash, but not the second one. Oh, and they clear him out. A brilliant double flash, and they sink back into the smoke. Fur's got a second kill, going for more, and he's got it. He's not slowing down, Snax is gone.
This is so impressive. Flashing in, he wants more. If anyone was going to challenge him there, who knows what would have happened. pasha's in CT spawn waiting, but this round is already done. Fur is just an absolute monster in this game now. I can't even believe it. Quad kill for him. He seems invulnerable. And Taz will be going down last. They had a great setup with Snax in the opening kill. Huge stack towards the A site with the boost up in the corner. And Fur just wrecks the entire defense.
Yeah, I mean, poor byali. I mean, the double flash comes in. He dodges the first one, turns around just the right time to catch the second one right in the face. A double peek, and I thought SK was going to be happy to just fall back into the smoke, but Fur just kept going. I think that second kill might have even been through a smoke.
How do you I mean, when you're on the CT side, it's very hard to deal with someone like Fur who's having this much of a good game.
Yeah, he's certainly not starting slow here. Probably upset about how he started on train. Made it a little difficult for his team, but he's up to 15 kills now, 15 and 7. And it's only been 9 rounds.
More. This time they don't have armor, so maybe not as impressive, but still quite valuable. We already see what VP did a couple of rounds ago with just the pistols. We don't want to give anything away. Neo will take down boltz. He, on the other hand, has definitely been struggling. But the rest of the crew will pick it up here, and Taz and Snax should not get much of a chance to do much more. Ooh.
He's just so smart the way he gets the one kill and he waits for the next angle that he's expecting to come out. His anticipation of the second fight is second to none.
It's the end of the round, but you're absolutely right. Got to tie up the scoreline here. 5-5 with just... I mean, it looked like Virtus.pro were getting away with too much in the beginning. And SK now, they've taken their revenge. Now the real economy, I feel like that's what's going to come into play now for especially for Virtus.pro. How many buys can they get out of the rest of this half?
And the smoke had just cleared. That's so sick. The fact that he even takes this fight, right? He's already opened up the bomb site. It's like you don't even need to take that. And that little rampage, immediately VP's just like, oh, we're saving. Snax got the opening kill here. Can he do it again? And this is a designed one way. Or maybe not a one way, but a designed smoke to be able to peer over the top corner.
Look at how he's playing this. So aggressive with the AWP. Taco wants to run him down. Oh my god, the bullet took the wall. Otherwise, Taco would have been gone. Maybe he even knows it.
The fact Snax is taking those kinds of fight when he's the only one at the B bomb site is so insane to me. He still gets away and back in the bomb site as well. Here comes the hit. Molotov's going down, and Snax has no smoke to extinguish these. He's forced into the back corner. Neo's going to bail him out for now, and he's trying to do more, but he can't. Taz falls as well. They still know Snax is here somewhere with the AWP, and this is going to be so difficult. He eats a flashbang, and he's trying to hold on, but oh! The spin! Not the second, though.
Yeah, he needed that. This is one of the classic problems of playing on the B bomb side is how do you either you sort of stick two people on the B bomb side, which is not always is he having trouble with the door?
We talked about his movement at the beginning of the show.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, once you go to once you're a B player, if there's only one on there, once he's in trouble and the smoke is up on the high ground, it's up in B main. If you try and run through, you could just throw the whole round away.
Yeah.
But if you don't, then you're leaving your teammate alone. It's not an easy decision to make.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why a lot of times you see like a player in vents, like you put some players in checker more than just one.
Yes. I actually thought Snax was going to get one of the early kills there, just because how confident he seemed. I mean,
he had Taco, right? He knew that lineup. He knew a player was likely there, and I mean, he just went for the, I guess it would be called the quick scope, and the bullet just went a little sideways, didn't it?
Unfortunate, but great round for SK here. Very confident, and that B execute looked very good. The Molotov's just absolutely everywhere.
And a lot of times you'll see, especially if it's maybe not always with an AWP, but especially if it's a rifler in that bomb site, they'll have that smoke to extinguish that Molotov, and then you can jump up on the bomb plant boxes, you can peer over it, you can be more mobile, but Snax, remember, had uses with that design smoke and checker, so he had nothing. He had to just sit in that corner and wait for the fire to subside, and because of that, he couldn't help any of his teammates. I mean, Neo had a couple of the players frozen in Team A, and it's just Snax could do nothing to help him out.
I don't know how you feel about this, but I definitely think you can get away on this map with just having 5 rounds on the CT side. I don't think it's great or anything, but I think I've just seen so many comebacks from 10-5 now that I need more convincing, you know?
Yeah, and well, I mean, and also if you look at SK, this isn't exactly one of the maps they're known for being dominant on. They've certainly had some stretches where they've been playing pretty well on it, but I think the scary part is when you have a map like this and you have an AWPer like Fallen and someone like Fur who's having a very good game, you can be so aggressive and so successful with aggression on the CT side. And especially an AWPer like Fallen can take those peaks whenever he wants, and especially Fur. If he's feeling it, you know he's just going to push everywhere.
Spread out all across, trying to make sure that nobody's going to be sneaking in anywhere. That one AWP on pasha. Is that going to be enough? Big stack in the middle. Taz looked like someone who wanted to try and jump through the smoke, but SK have had enough of that.
I don't mind this idea from VP with the op on pasha, especially because you can see he's just zoned in on boost because Fur's been propped up there so many different times. They're expecting him to go back to it. It's not going to happen here. And now he's going to rotate off over to that B-bomb site. Neo's pushed out of position. And now it comes just a little bit later.
Definitely dangerous to stick your head out here if you're Fur. A lot of people on the other side waiting. Molotov actually going to force him back. Very interesting. That's the last, almost the last utility. There's a flashbang there on byali. boltz hiding close. Going to take the sprite against Taz. He will win it. But Neo will take him down, tries to get the AK, and is he going to be able to make it out? It looks like he's going to get run down by Fallen. Not quite sure. I think he was thinking someone was going to come up the boost there to try and catch him.
Yeah, the boost fight was happening, and also I think he was going to reload the AK-47. boltz had been running low with it, so just stuck between a rock and a hard place, essentially. The shame for VP is this AWP still hasn't gotten into the action, and if it doesn't find anything here, Fur's going to be... Oh, that's an immediate headshot. You can't even fight that, can you? byali out in the open does win it. I was going to say the next thought for VP needs to be saving that ult, but Fur was waiting, and now Taco's going to clean it up.
Very well done. Getting the bomb plant with just 4 seconds. I was getting worried for a minute they had forgot about the objective, but they've got it all straightened out. I mean, we talked about the somewhat unknown performance of SK on LAN on this map. They're looking really good. Now, I mean, if you try and factor in the first 5 rounds there that Virtus.pro won and how close they were,
yeah,
this could actually be a very different story here.
Yeah, this could be just a beatdown for SK if any of those rounds had gone their way. But regardless, VP adding 1 to 2 more. That's all they need at the end of this half, even if it's just to break up the streak. There's that same smoke again, thrown from a different angle. No success for it this time. I think SK might very well know that Snax loves that spot.
Fallen certainly pre-firing it, doesn't even try and take a look, and now creeping past. I don't think coldzera saw that. So Snax going to go back and try and hide in the corner. Very close range. Great spray down from byali. That's a fantastic triple. And this should be easy now for Virtus.pro. Back to the basics here. Don't want to keep fighting pasha. Gives a kill to coldzera. This is how grand finals are lost. If you keep fighting now, that is unforgivable.
Yeah, well, yeah, fair play. pasha had the angle, didn't he? Just couldn't find the shot. And there's the jump over from coldzera, trying to do something special. And a couple missed shots from Neo gave him the opportunity, but byali's triple is going to hold strong and win VP the round. They finally get back on the board.
They definitely weren't ready for that. He was also sort of at a weird... He was just in the middle of everything.
It's a very weird angle, isn't it? Yeah.
Because he was in main, then probably they would have checked it eventually, or if he was obviously... They were looking for the other side, but they just...
I wonder if they thought they heard something. Someone made a call that someone was there, but they were just really committed to clearing out that one corner.
Taz and pasha right now having a rough game here on the CT side, but they do pick up around here for VP. I think that's very important. One more, and I would definitely say that's a big success for them. Again, byali very aggressive over on the A side. They're in main for hoping for an opening with the AWP. Got to be very careful, and he gets blown up. Great headshot for Snax.
Oh, byali's been a monster, and if he can find another one here, the bomb is right outside this stairwell. Molotov to clear out vents, but That's a lot of pressure for a mid control that's not coming, and there's coldzera, an immediate response. Felt byali had the jump on him, but the equalizer goes out for SK. They definitely know that Snax is going to be here so frequently.
Question is if they could really do anything about it. Right now they're at least keeping him in lock there, but if they go A, it could just be a retake for Virtus.pro. They don't really have anyone on the side except now that Taz is starting to sneak in there. There's a couple of players on highway as well. 45 seconds and Neo slowly climbing the ladder to get into position the bomb. Where is that going to go? It's just hovering around the middle. Very strange.
We know SK is very, very willing to run down this clock, but at the moment it doesn't seem like they just don't have a plan. Getting a little hectic, going to go for a late boost in mid. 2 players here, but pasha's in the open. And again, he gets caught out. This is a number of times he's been trying to make a play, trying to find new positioning. And now Snax, he really, really has to deliver. The only one here, he gets one. Taco not able to trade it out quick enough, and there it is. Now he finds it, baits out the other shot. And poor Virtus.pro, they're going to get reset here.
What a rough turn of events. Bomb goes down at almost the last possible second, so if anyone could have stayed alive a bit longer, and the timing against pasha there in the middle, lingering there for just a bit too long. Neo and Taz, they need very fast kills if they want to even dream of a retake. Should be nearly impossible. They have a couple of flashbangs on Neo, but in the next 5 seconds, otherwise it's not going to happen. And that might have been the one opening there against Taco. Fallen gets the kill, and Neo has to give up on the pursuit here. It will be an 8th round for SK Gaming moving into round number 15, last of the first half. And there's so much happening in that round. They look like they had the opening.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can't reduce these rounds to just one kill necessarily, but pasha has to stop getting caught out in the open like that. It happened earlier with the Deagle over towards the A bomb site. This time he's just wandering in middle, you know, with 30 seconds left in the round. You can't just get caught out. They could have peeked from main, they can peek from boost, they could swing out wide and boost, and he wasn't prepared for any of it.
Very unfortunate for Virtus.pro having to play the final round here with that loss on their back. It's going to be minimal what they can buy. C said there, UMP as well. Fallen just running right into the middle. Realizes there's no smoke. Boltz, though, tries to transfer the spray, not going to be able to. Instead, he goes down. byali next in line, taken up by Fur. So 4 versus 3. What is the answer going to be for VP here at the last round of the half?
You got to trust in Neo. Oh, Fallen with a great shot in vents. Yeah, he's just taking control, isn't he? Neo with the peek out. Finds the timing, can't complete the kill, and Fur's got the angle. He just continues moving forward, continuing to take up space that his teammates are creating for him. And very quickly, it's just pasha with the CZ. He's the last one left in a 1-on-4. It's looking like it's going to be 9-6 for SK going into halftime.
So many rounds that Fur just open and close as well. He's got 21. That's going to be 22 kills for the first half for Fur. Out of control.
Yeah, what do you do about that? Especially considering some of those, like, we've seen him get, the triple kill was on a gun round where he just comes out, gets boosts, one more towards highway, then one at truck. All different kinds of fights.
I mean, the problem is, when you're on the CT side, the amount of choices you can make to try and stop someone like Fur is just very limited. You don't control where he's going to go, and your defense could just be in the wrong spot. It's so. That's why I feel like on the T side now, Virtus.pro, they're going to have slightly more of a chance to control the game and maybe just try and fight where Fur isn't.
I mean, I don't know if that'll even matter, because you know Fur's going to find you. You can't run from him forever, Anders.
Well, let's get into the second half here. If you're just joining us, then a big welcome. It is map number 4 here at the grand final. Second half coming up. Taco in position on the B bomb side and realizing this could get very bad indeed. coldzera already gooshed on the bomb side. He's going to be going down. Taco low as well, and he gets dropped. Neo and pasha with big openings. Picking up the USP as well for getting one headshot, but that's all he's going to get. byali takes him down, and boltz now 1 versus 4. That is a bit of a power play from Virtus.pro, but a perfect start here in a must-win map for them.
What other kind of play would you expect out of them? Just a rush at the B bomb site. boltz doing what he can, but there's just too many angles. Try and make his way in a second time, and he's got Snax low, but that's just another difficult spot to clear out for him now that Snax has made it to that choke point. Dropping down, he gets it, but the other two find him. And for all you viewers out there, if it makes you feel any better, even pro teams struggle to stop a B rush on cash.
Yeah, we all know that feeling, that sinking feeling when you see everyone jumping past. Especially bad if you have the AWP and you miss the shot on the first guy jumping. You're like, oh.
You always feel like you can make that run back to the bomb site, don't you? You always think it's closer than it actually is.
Definitely a little bit scary. Couple of block shots was all it took. Now we do have armor, except for Fallen and Taco. Deagle's in play, and some smokes to try to put a bit of pressure. Snax wants to lead the charge with a UMP. Almost the peak there for coldzera. Could have worked out. Bit of a famous position with the Deagle there for Taco. Just nothing but headshots if you can make it work.
He's hit some stunners today. VP's got to be careful. And yeah, they heard 2 Deagles ringing out, and they don't want to mess with that whatsoever. They're going to reconvene to the other side of the map.
Where Fur is.
Yes.
Gotta be careful.
Where Fur is, and he's got a CZ. Byali is going to take an angle. I think boltz might have spotted that, but realized he was holding it, waiting for that peek. It's up to Fallen now. And there's the jump. He gets the info, but I don't think he liked the result.
No, definitely not feeling very welcome in the middle. Long range for boltz, trying to control that highway. Feels like Virtus.pro want to reconvene on the B-bomb site, where now there is a bit of a push-up from Taco. He's close with the Deagle. So not an easy spot to play. This is one of those one-and-done kind of situations. If you don't get the immediate headshots, then you're not going to be alive for very long. Neo sneaking close. pasha looking to blow up the vents. That's going to distract a little bit. Flashbang right in his eyes, and Taco's gone. And Fallen next in line. Good opening for Neo.
I don't think VP designed that to be that perfect, but the vents breaking caused Taco to transfer his gaze right into a flashbang. That's doesn't make you too happy. Nades out. I think boltz and Fur just save these weapons. Fur's already in T-spawn, hoping maybe someone just falls back into him. But boltz definitely, that Deagle can do some damage in the next round.
Every little bit matters. Fur looked like he was almost going to get killed immediately. Eventually, Snax will get the job done, so just boltz left to try and save it. I feel like, and maybe it's just because there's so much on the line here, but you can almost feel that both teams are starting to slow it down a bit. And I feel like this always happens. Then the last run of this half is probably going to be completely electrifying.
Just mental.
Yeah, but I feel like it happens because nobody wants to make a mistake, right? No one wants to be the first guy to give up a kill in a round.
Yeah, and you definitely don't, especially in the anti-ecos, the anti-force buys against the pistols. That's when it gets very scary. Considering as well, the way that second half started, VP just doesn't want to get into that economic struggle, even though, you know, it's easier to do on the T side. Just don't even want to mess with it. Get wrecked.
See how this unfolds. Really, really good timing. Avoiding any kind of Deagle madness out of the SK team. 8-9. Another strange round here for SK without the armor and the pistols. Just that one Deagle on boltz. Let's see how this unfolds.
And one flashbang on Taco. It's for an A main peek. Here it comes. How effective is it? Taz not blind at all. There's pasha chiming in with the AK. Good idea, and VP is ready for it.
So avoiding the damage early on here, that's obviously going to be great for VP. A grenade right in boltz face and somehow still gets a headshot. Wants a bit more. Can't get it against Byali. The scoreline tied up, 9-9. Now it's down to business. This is the really big test for SK Gaming. Can they make this defense work on the CT side? They've got the rifles. They're not going to have a great amount of them, but it could be enough.
I'm interested to see the aggression. What would they bring out in this opening round? How do they want to set the tone on their own defensive side? Great job by VP. Actually, none of them really blinded by that flashbang, so sitting in some pretty good positions. So the AWP on Fallen, it's glass cannon, and it's going to be in mid.
They're going to go for the boost. It looks like they will. See, this is what I said. This is very risky to do. If anyone shoots with that smoke, they could get the kill very quickly, but it looks like no one will. Oh, boltz is going to go down. There was a second line of fire, and that's a big giveaway, but no one's checking it. First, still alive up here. That's the bomb drop. Taz goes down. Fur with a big double. Finally gets taken out. Byali with the kill. pasha taking down Fallen. And coldzera and Taco, they have an M4 and a UMP. This is not a great set of weapons to go for the retake with. Can they do it?
They've got utility. They've got nades to work with. Molotov, smoke, and 3 flashbangs. Now they've got both rifles. The UMP's traded out, and they're setting up. Oh, that flashbang bounces off. Byali in the site, and pasha and A main.
Smoke and the Molotov could be absolutely pivotal, but Byali getting one more headshot in. coldzera last alone. In a 1 versus 2, he goes for the spray, but pasha will take him down. Great triple in the round here for pasha, who's had a rough game on this map. That's Virtus.pro taking the lead again after a very, very long time. They're back to 10.
Listen, and as well, VP has won both pistol rounds, obviously, and strong starts to both halves. 5-0 in the first half. It's 4-0 at the moment in the second half for them. And the money is building up. Fur was almost the nemesis in that boost. The flashbang came out just as Taz was looking up there, and Fallen gets caught out in the open. That was deadly stuff. And now a scout in Fallen's hands. Deagle's still on board. But really, VP has done a great job on their terror side of not taking damage in these rounds. And Taco's got to fall back, but Snax isn't going to let that happen. The Mac 10 rings true. coldzera on the ground. Taz turns the corner. He falls as well. They need to trade this. It's buying time. boltz is here with the deagle, but he gets dropped immediately.
It's that moment of hesitation when you see that it's coldzera on the other side of the wall that makes you wonder what a headshot from Fallen. Catching Neo looking the wrong way. Oh my god. Don't do it. Don't let him have the 1 versus 1. He's going to get shut down from Byali. So incredibly frightening.
I thought that was going to be a headshot on pasha. I thought that was going to be a one-on-one.
I thought it was going to be one on Byali before that. These Brazilian players, they're just off the chart right now. You can sense that any mistake that you make, I mean, even this from coldzera, if just one more person dies here, if he's got another chance, then who knows? Double up back in the hands of SK Gaming. Let's see what they can bring us. 11-9 the scoreline. We are nearing the end of this second half here on the 4th map, and SK probably do not want to play a 5th.
One off is at the B bomb set in coldzera's hands. The other AWP, we know how strong this setup can be on the CT side of Cash. It's in mid, it's in Fallen's hands. And who else but Fur to play up close? And ooh, that's, yeah, you deserve that one. The jump back is not necessary. Molotov to force Cold away. Snax is gonna go right through it. He just doesn't care, does he? Headshot right onto coldzera. Taco feeling lonely in the bomb site, and Snax is gonna continue forward, but no, actually first stops him. Great recovery. It's traded out by Byali into a 3-on-3. Plenty of time to slow things down if you're Virtus.pro. And Byali the headshot, he recovers in time. Now it's Fallen's turn. He's got to hold this truck.
It's a good chance there. Taking down Byali. Still got 45 seconds, and now, weirdly, Taco's running in the back. Did Neo hear it? I think maybe he did, and maybe that's the reason Taz is running in here, because they certainly know where Fallen is. What a turn of events. Neo turning around at the wrong time, but he gets a second chance at life somehow. This is a mad round. 30 seconds now, and Fallen up on the high ground, trying to get into the site, has not been spotted yet. The bomb only just planted. Fallen wants to go for the peak, and now he's definitely been seen. Grenade gonna chase him back. And Taco seen on the other side. It's gonna come down to the duels here. Neo crouching in against Taco, sees the gun barrel. He wants to go back for more. Fallen coming in from the other angle. The timing is unreal, and Taco gonna get the one shot. Now it's all on Taz. 1 versus 2. He has to stay alive and get this. A lot of damage put out already. He misses the spray, and Fallen will take him down with the USB. SK win a critical round. Double up investment, and they barely make it out here. No kit being picked up. The defuse happening for a very long time, and it's going to be the last possible second as well. Oh my god.
That was not a guarantee, was it? We talked about Neo and how he's so good with his timings and how fortunate he gets sometimes when he's peaking, but that round was all unfortunate timings. He turns away just at the wrong moment in mid to allow Taco to get the flank, gets in towards vents, and then it's just barely missing a couple more. But VP have a chance to do exactly to SK what was done to them in the first half, and that is you have the economy still on a knife edge of the CT side, and the double up setup is it's so expensive. And you could see SK buying into it, salvaging at least one of the AWPs, but still they can punish this.
That's so aggressive. Smoking up main, pushing in behind. It's very common for people to check this, but you do have the high ground advantage looking over the smoke there, and you could see it. pasha so ready for it. What a read. As coldzera also went down to Fur. 5 versus 3, and this is an absolute catastrophe for SK Gaming. If they lose this round, the economic impact is going to be massive.
At this point, it almost feels like, I don't know how SK would want to do it, but you almost want to get the AWPs at each of the bomb sites. Just give yourself a chance. At least gamble stack. The trouble is there's just so much time left in the round. Fallen's going to get neutralized. He goes for the jump over. Has he spotted anything just yet? I think he kind of will, but he doesn't reveal his position. boltz with the UMP has a lot of work to do with this A bomb site, especially if they wrap. If anyone can save him, it's Fallen, though, with this AWP. And actually now they've condensed the defense. Now Taco's here as well.
It'd be a miracle if they win this round. 40 seconds, 2 AWPs, any missed shots, and it's going to be over. Fallen flashing his way through, getting the kill, and falling back through the smoke. Unreal. And now boltz with a kill on byali. It's going to be one in return at least, and Taco goes down. Fallen with a shot. 25 seconds here, but the bomb will be going down. Taz cannot be stopped in that. And now it's a 1 versus 2. Do not challenge him. Stay back, stay away, don't give him the chance. He's hoping so badly that they're going to come and peek him. But without any utility, to get on and defuse that bomb is going to be near impossible. And he's so patient. Nothing being given here by Virtus.pro. When you see Fallen do something like that, it's hard to even explain, isn't it? He's going to have to fall back. He had to rely on VP giving him that chance. 12 rounds for Virtus.pro. My God, Moses.
Oh, that was so intense. The fact they almost bring that back. The way he just flashes through the smoke, gets 1 kill and falls away, it's incredible. I don't know how many other people could have actually survived in that scenario. byali leading the way for VP, 23 and 15. Not for anything, but he also had a bunch of money in the bank. Fur, on the other hand, still on a tear, leading the entire server, 26 and 18 for him. That's the reset. And even though they're going to invest in this round behind the AWP, they don't have a lot to work with, and they certainly don't have anything to fall back on. This is a great chance for VP to grab control of this match in a big, big way.
Pushing us closer to the final and 5th map. They're trying flashbang right in coldzera's eyes. Nothing that he could do, and they almost take down Taco. Hiding with a deagle. Fireworks all around him. Not an easy position to be in.
A lot of players for VP here, and Snax is just waiting for Fur. Taco, this is going to be a tough time for him. Molotov, and actually they're going to boost right into it. Snax hopping in there to watch the flank. byali's still over at the A bomb site as the Virtus.pro chants ring out from the crowd. They love what they're seeing so far. Patience out of VP as they have a big advantage in that nade. It's going to be a team nade. Fur didn't get the memo. Taco trying to make a play. Or maybe Fur thought it was the flashbang. That would be actually hilarious.
Calling in the airstrike a bit too soon.
Danger close, broken arrow.
Oh, man. I mean, he was probably dead anyway, to be honest. But still, Fur reflecting on the horror of what he just did, gets shot in the back. Obviously traumatized for life, as Fallen is now alone and trying to make his escape with an incredibly valuable AWP.
Listen, we need to make a mental note to ask Fur if he thought that was the flashbang.
Oh, man. Oh, pasha. He's got it figured out. One chance for Fallen to survive. This AWP is incredibly important. They're all coming for him.
Yeah, he's calling it the cavalry.
Got him. Flashes are in. Knife is out.
No!
Oh, my God. But Fallen is still going to go down. pasha wanting a piece of Fallen, literally.
They had like 3 people with knives out in that round. They really wanted it.
Psychological warfare on top of everything else. Why not? Get into their minds and get on that 5th map. Cobblestone as the deciding game. We are very close. Tactical timeout, the first here on cash being drawn for SK Gaming. This is turning into a historic grand final.
Yeah, it absolutely is. This has been insane the whole way. Both teams, both players on each team making incredible plays to keep their squads in it. And VP, it's taken them, I mean, they started out so well, 5-0 in the first half, and then it was all SK for a while. Finally, VP has wrestled control away from them once again on this T side. Neither team able to really keep any kind of consistent defense going. Remember, it was 9-6 at half. SK's only had 1 round.
And once again, they have not had the economy to really do much. It's so rough to watch it happen again and again, but pasha wanting to take the fight. They will have done the math, Virtus.pro. They know that there's not much going on. That's a very cool flick coming out. Asher looks dialed in all of a sudden. Fer getting the headshot, but he's isolated, and there's going to be a grenade to follow up soon. He actually gets a strafing headshot as well. Again, without the armor, they are going to fall.
Just fallen. And the question for SK that they probably talked about during that timeout, during that pause, was do we buy in the next round? This is, I mean, they invested in, this is a pretty harsh reset. I don't know what they're going to be able to buy if they actually want to fight for this. They might just have to give it up and play for overtime. And these are the tough questions that there's usually not a great answer to, and especially not in map 4 of a grand final.
No, I mean, I'm not even sure you could make an objective answer, right? You almost have to, you have to be in the team and get like a sense for the atmosphere. You know, what are people feeling? Do they have the spirit to come back, or what's going to happen here? They've gone for the M4s.
Yeah, they've got more money than I expected them to. This is, I mean, definitely the right decision to buy with this kind of arsenal you're bringing to the table.
No defuse kit though. Do want to point that out. Grenade comes through, aggression comes out. Taz, he can't see a thing, but pasha somehow covering him. If Fer goes down, the one kill you want every single round. I have no idea how Taz is still alive. He should have been sprayed down almost immediately.
That was so cool from SK, the way they disguised that flashbang coming in with the nade and just going for it, disguising sound as well. And Taz probably resigned himself to death.
Yes.
And now you could see a small bit of desperation for SK stacking over to the B bomb site. They're going to bust it up now, bring Taco back to A. That's likely because Fallen's HP at 15. Tough area to battle with low HP.
But they almost have to take a risk now. They've done it as well. Stacking 3 men on this side. Let's see what Virtus.pro can do. The grenades raining in. Close to the forklift is Taco. He needs a strong opening. He's going to get drop bolts with 2 in return. There is a soft player as well. He could pick up Taz if he's quick about it, but Neo will take him down, and now they're on the bomb side. 40 seconds left, and Fallen, he goes down right through the smoke. And coldzera, is he really going to try it? A stunning headshot, electrifying, taking down Neo. And now he's up on the E-box. He wants to look over the smoke. He needs one more kill to really try this. And they're not showing themselves just yet. Again, no defuse kit. He has to be quick, jumping up, getting shot in the feet. Taz takes him down. It's map point now. Virtus.pro at the edge of bringing this grand finals all the way home.
You really felt like coldzera could do that. A disgusting shot on Neo. Very, very quick reactions, but that is a very, very nice execute. The immediate kill on the forklift player was huge. And that was so dangerous, though. I forget who it was from SK, sprayed down 2 players. And then you could see Taz with low HP, like wanted to take the fight, but realized he couldn't. It was Snax who had to initiate from the door.
Yeah, all the time so close. Quick trade early on. Scout versus AWP. And pasha goes down. Snax, though, picked up a kill. He's getting smoked off for a moment here. Weaponry heavily favoring Virtus.pro here in what could be the final round. SK fighting for overtime, which we've been here before, and it worked out before. This time it seems even more unlikely. Fallen gonna get a body shot in on Neo, who can't even chase him down. Fallen so quick with the movement. And now, are they going to go for the counter boost? They're stuck on top of each other. They'll just make it out. Not sure about Fallen. He still takes down Neo. Oh my god, SK, they should not be getting this close. He gets one more tag in. And Cold getting the spray, following it up. The MP9 defeating the AK-47s. It's all on Snax. 1-on-2.
Surely not. He's got a player in vents immediately behind him as well. He's got 50 seconds, and he decides to just give it up. Reposition himself with an AK-47. He's got plenty of time, and Fer hears all of this. Calmly directing his teammate over to the A bomb site. Snax, I think, is just trying to beat the rotation, doesn't care about the noise. And now he's got to fight his way in. He's found Fer, but now he's found his opponent. It's the wrong way at the wrong time. 11th for SK.
I mean, good attempt from Snax, what can you do? But the fact that Fer could hear him running, and if you're brand new to the game and you're wondering, why is he sort of tracing him through the wall? Obviously, he can't see the outline.
Yeah.
It's to get a sense for the directional audio. He wants to know if he's moving left or right, essentially, and it's so much easier if you're pointing at the source.
By the way, the hidden gem of that round, maybe not even that hidden, Fallen, that is
my god-tier
performance. Like, quick thinking, he's boosting coldzera into the vents, and he all of a sudden realizes that VP's actually pushing the envelope, and you have to decide in a split second what you do. Do you continue the boost? Do you risk it? Do you fight? Do you fall back? He even gets a kill on top of it, but then he baits VP into that B hit right into coldzera's crosshairs.
Yeah, he got 2 kills that round and a tag on Taz, right? So with just and yeah, Neo he tagged earlier on as well. So just so much damage put out with 1 scout.
Listen, the next tough part for SK is there's a lot of money built up on this VP side. I mean, Taz is up towards 7,000. Everyone else is going to be able to have a, I mean, especially if they get a plant, they'll be comfortable with the buy. So there's some money to burn through on the VP side. They have at least 2 to 3 more buys in this, probably 2 more buys in these last 4 rounds. Oh, God.
Burr wants to go aggressive. The timing, it's uncanny. They have absolutely no idea. Fur pushing in. He's seen Neo already. Gonna try and take the kill and just run up behind him. Neo, can he communicate it quick enough? No! Fur gets 1 more kill, goes for the long distance spray. It gets taken out by Snax, who follows up with a kill on Fallen. boltz still hiding in the corner. He's gonna get 1 on byali. Snax now all alone, 1 versus 3. Gets the first kill. And this time he's got a bit more time. Goes for the plant, but now he's stuck in the corner. coldzera has him locked in. Flashing his way out. Snax wants to go for the fight, and it's a headshot. coldzera bringing it back 15 to 12.
Smart from Snax, though. Just get in and get the bomb planted. Get that extra $800. Give your team more money with which to work with in the next round. See what you can do from there. Burr, now this is where it gets really, really touchy. Most people, you mentioned it, start of this half, both teams perhaps playing a little bit cautiously, but now that we're down to the stretch, this is where if you have the balls to make those kinds of plays, there can be a big, big payoff in the end.
Yeah, I think there are people who pay money to have first balls right now because that's too much. But you're exactly right. To make that play in an online game, best of 1, yeah, sure. But this deep in a grand finals, that is absolutely not easy. 15-12. 28th round is coming up now. Very laid back defense here for SK. All over. A retake, in fact, on A in case it was going to be a rush.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're SK, you have to be very wary of the rushes to end this game. We know it's a VP favorite. The uppercut, we've started to call him.
Yes.
AWP on Pasha. This is a very slow, conservative round for both teams.
Everybody knows now. 1 single opening, 1 mistake. That's all you're going to get. There's still a buffer here, but I don't think it's going to be on VP's mind just yet. But if we go into overtime, my God.
Yeah, that's when PTSD really would kick in, wouldn't it?
Yes.
This is actually kind of dangerous for Pasha, just playing right behind the smoke. Nades out, it's going to go too far. Fur's going to get close. The timing, though, isn't going to be there. I think they've thrown out enough nades to delay just as long as possible. Spray from Fallen, he's at the highway box. When does Fur pounce? There's Pasha, gets the kill.
Oh no.
Fallen peeks out too wide.
And Fur needed that backup. Now he only sees the shadow, and he's going to go down to byali. Check in the corner. 5 versus 3, another 3 kills. And map number 5 will be coming up.
They're going to go towards B, though, and there's 2 players here for SK. Are they going to clear out this back box? It's coldzera, the exact wrong player you want in this spot.
Flashed in by a teammate, gets a quick kill. He couldn't follow it up. And Taco's alone. AK-47 and so much work to do. He's going to get one more headshot. Oh my God, 6 seconds left. Taco, finally he's down, but there's no time. They can't get it back. Snax still gets the kill. Oh my God. 5th map coming up. Virtus.pro survive. I cannot believe it.
This is absolute madness. Snax with the flank call. They had the manpower for it. 3 people hitting the B bomb site, and Snax saves the day with 3 seconds left. What an effort from Taco.
That 180 was so quick, you couldn't even catch it. But they make their way through. Overtime is avoided, and that means we're going to go to map number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Cobblestone to end this incredible saga.
Taz and Neo having an intense conversation as they leave the booths. One last map. How does it get better than this?
Well, we're going to have to find out on Cobblestone, I think. That could be a very interesting... We haven't seen much Cobblestone in this tournament at all, so...
Epicenter coming out of nowhere and even bouncing back after a tough overtime loss. An incredible comeback from SK on Train, taking cash, and now into the pistol round and the final map.
Here it comes. Virtus.pro and SK Gaming, best of 5, and we're on the final map here. It's Cobblestone with VP starting on the CT side and SK Gaming on the T side, and Taco in a lot of trouble here. Alone, there's no one there with him, and he's gonna go down. pasha very aggressive, and Snax. One headshot here could do wonders. He's forced back a little bit, and Fur wants to try and see if he can maybe chase him down. boltz is there as well. Snax in the corner, and that's a great double kill in return.
That's actually huge. Snax just couldn't get away, couldn't feel comfortable. Taz has to hold the line, has to hold the bomb site, and he can't land that shot, and they all fall down. Aggressive pistol round from SK, and they've got it. 1-0.
Very interesting, and I guess a hard decision to make. As soon as they get Taco over there, it seemed like they could have played it more defensively. I don't mind that Snax took the first shot over there, but he didn't feel comfortable running away.
No, he really didn't. And I think the big thing was, for a while, he was fine in that position that he fell back to. But his teammates that are helping him out, because someone has the long range on that one, someone has the long angle and playing contact, and he's there to kill on the distraction. They can't stay there forever, because there's potentially players coming up the mid-ramp, and then all of a sudden they just get taken out from the side. So that's the tough gamble. Nice pop flash over, a good idea. Doesn't pay off. The opportunity was available to him.
They've got 3 HE grenades, so I almost feel like they kind of want to bait SK into a push on the catwalk here. That would be interesting. Up on the plateau. Early grenades not quite doing enough damage. This is a map that's very hard to play the CT side on.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. Very, very tricky, especially because both of these teams have been wrestling economy control away from each team. All 5 players for Virtus.pro are here. Important to note, they didn't buy armor in this round. They have the nades, they have the upgraded weaponry. I actually would just say, don't even go for this anymore. You lost. You gambled B. It's fair play. It's a good idea. Doesn't work out. You had the nade stack as well. Just keep your guns for the next round and go for another dangerous stack then.
Yeah, you have to agree with that, I think. Taz wants to be close enough to maybe surprise somebody. Got to be very careful, though. Getting a couple of kills here would probably help out a bit. Fallen is flanked all the way into T-spawn, wants to catch anyone rotating that way. But there's a bit of a standoff here. We'll see if SK actually want to hunt once the bomb is about to go up. I kind of doubt it from their position. It looks like they sort of just want to fall back if it comes down to it. Neo is going to see the grenade. And they're just all going to run. Oh, maybe they're going to find one kill there. Snax going down.
They are hunting actually pretty aggressively right here at the end. Turning the corner, he's going to get another one. Almost transferred over to a third. Good finds, no real loss for VP, but some bonus money goes the way of coldzera.
All right, we've got the chance out for SK as well. I was hearing a lot of Virtus.pro earlier, but it's good to see that the crowd is really alive here. They've been here for a very long time today.
Yeah, they actually have been, haven't they?
Second round on the board for SK Gaming. Scout in play for pasha, but not much. Actually, I think they even had the HE from the previous round, so I like the fact that VP did not buy armor in that last round. I think they really need everything. That 4th round has to be a big one.
Yes, definitely. You have to remember as well, this is a map that has been very kind to Virtus.pro. They've been very, very good on it at certain times during their runs. In this resurgent form, they could pick off right where they left. And there's some more kills from Fur with that MAC-10 just pushing right through connector. And now the chase is on. Now the hunt is on. Tagged by the scout, though. The one thing that's going to force Fur away from aggression is not having the HP to take the fights.
CC on Neo. Goes down. That leaves byali alone with just a USP. So definitely very hard to stay alive here if you're byali. Oh, he's going to get a good headshot on Fallen. That's not bad. Fur will take him down for a triple. All of the MAC-10 kills. 3-0. Great start here for the Brazilian side. See what can happen now. Virtus.pro, AWP on Snax.
Yeah, look for him to get aggressive in the halls, push all the way down to the end of it, and just take a quick peek, much like he did on pistol round. Fall back if he doesn't get much, but the dangerous thing is, luckily the rest of VP has head armor and body armor. Snax has nothing, so those MAC-10s could be very, very deadly. Just a couple lucky random bullets, but you'd also expect for SK Gaming, if they're going to have 2 MAC-10s and even a Glil, these MAC-10s are going to be pretty fast, pretty aggressive, leading the way.
Taco just waiting, respecting the smoke. Snax hoping to find someone. I would say that's a dangerous position to take because that mid gets grenaded a lot from the T side, but
and spammed as well. So yeah, I think that might be why he decided to just bounce away really quick. He didn't find the kill he wanted. Smoke is going to isolate Taco. There's the Molotov to force him out, but he's boosted up, so that could catch him off guard. pasha's got the angle though. pasha takes the fight. And here's coldzera dropping down drop as well.
Trying to respond to losing that control over it long. Plenty of time. The bomb is still dropped pretty far back here. Do Virtus.pro want to try and retake it? I think they may have heard the drop already, so Cold. That SMG around the corner, going to get shut down. pasha with the second kill. And Fur in the corner, he's been spotted as well. So very, very good start here. And Snax taking down boltz will fall right afterwards.
Yeah, they're going to want to keep their eye on that AWP, though. You definitely want to salvage that if you're Virtus.pro. Taz not going for it quite yet, obviously not realizing, not knowing if they still have the angle covered. He's the only one over at the A bomb site. He's not even really in the site as well. He's got to be careful. There are 2 smokes, Fallen and Fur, and if those get put up at the right time in the right place, they could be blocked off and have to fight their way into a retake. But look at the info Neo is gaining on the flank.
Yeah, this is very good stuff. Should be almost unwinnable. He's making a bit too much noise coming in. Got to be very careful. Shooting him in the back, though, is obviously great news here for Neo and byali to close out that round. So Virtus.pro winning the first rifle round, and not just winning it, saving the AWP, and another one, saving both the AWPs, in fact, and with 4 members alive. That's fantastic.
Yeah, a phenomenal 4th round, and you have to give them props for the discipline to just completely, pretty much save on that 2nd round, not invest in the armor so they can have everything they need to take those fights. We saw a lot of good utility usage, over towards the B platform, the deep smoke, the Molotov, the isolation of Taco just to get that 1 pick. Not that it's a huge detail. I'm wondering if maybe they didn't, the double op setup wasn't intentional. They both just tried to save the AWP for Snax or for pasha.
It could be.
And they ended up getting both.
It could be dangerous, especially because it looks like it's going to be a very explosive round here. This is classic Cobblestone. Jumping down through the smoke. MAC-10 leading the charge. Fur is already down, and Taco is going to fall. The defense holds. byali with a kill on coldzera. Fallen, unable to get the flick, and pasha will drop him. Now it's boltz, 1 versus 4. He needs the damage, a couple of kills, but pasha shutting it down. It's a triple here. Very well done. And we have to point this out, because we talked about Snax as being a specialist player on the previous map on Cash, but on this map, over on B-Long, whole teams have been crushed just by throwing away like 5 rounds in a row against Snax. He's got like a really uncanny ability to hold that part of the map.
Especially with a shotgun.
Yes.
I think that's the best weapon he sometimes uses over there. So even on dicey economic situations, he can have a big impact. Well, the desk called out pasha, saying he need to have a very strong game 5. And at the moment, he's putting in a good effort early on here. There is rather large investment from SK into this. They have armor, they have utility, they have an AK on Cold and deagles and pistols on the others. As this losing bonus builds.
Early battle for the control of the drop here. So difficult to hold if you're on the CT side. If one mistake and you're going to fall. And the really big problem with that is that loses the B bomb side almost immediately. Now, looks like they want to take control of A-Long instead. But look at where VP are. They're very far back on the site. This could definitely work out. They do have the weapon advantage, so...
Yeah, Snax is peering deep into mid. From the top of the building, Taz is spotting over towards those A-hulls, so they'll have plenty of time to call out. The trouble is, VP had 2 players in drop. That's a pretty quick rotation. Now that they're more committed to the B bomb site, it's going to take much longer. Taz and Snax have to hold off as long as possible. Flashbangs coming out, slowing SK just a little bit. Now they're up the ramp. There's byali with 1. The Molotov is going to do some damage. The deagle's going to finish off Snax. And Cold is trying to do everything he can.
Don't underestimate him. He's going to get 1 more kill. Taking down Taz, and he's finally going to get zoned out. pasha coming in with a big kill there. And boltz, the problem here is there's only 15 seconds. The bomb has to be picked up right now. And he's going to get zoned out by Neo, who was on a very long rotation. So very close. coldzera almost bringing that round back to a win. but it will be Virtus.pro picking it up. And considering that they're on the CT side, I would say this is a fantastic start for them.
Yeah, it's great. And actually, I mean, it's been 2 rounds now that Neo has had those big flanks early on in the first 3 buy rounds we've had in this first half. Wonder if SK is going to start catching on to that. Neo's got to be careful at how much he abuses that. But also, part of it comes in because they're doing such a good job of having information at B platform. Snax again going to go for this peek in mid, waiting for a flashbang. Oh, and there it is. Right over the top of the smoke. Fallen goes down.
Such a great peek coming out. With pasha on the other side, definitely going to take something else for SK to start breaking some of these positions open. They really need to win some of those fights early on. Of course, this time they really don't have a lot. Scout being picked up again by coldzera, but this defense right now on the CT side is so much more proactive than we normally see.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an offensive feel to it, isn't there? I love this out of Neo. And pasha, and again out of Neo. Now coldzera hits a stunning shot with the Scout, takes out pasha, but they can actually recover that up. So an element of danger now in. Neo close up, he hears the scope, he doesn't want to do anything.
No, there's no reason to give them a big opening here. The bomb is even pretty far back for SK. I think they're just hoping to get a lot more damage done. Grenade, and a great follow-up from Neo with a quad kill here. 4 rounds in a row. And we got the kiss count. Oh. Denied.
You hate to see that. You really don't like it at all.
Listen, Moses, at least he's got someone to kiss, right?
Sad laughter.
SK looking a bit concerned. And they've taken their first tactical timeout. Now, in the previous maps, even when they were down like 10 rounds or something, they didn't really take the timeouts until much later. This time a little bit earlier.
I was going to say that entire train during that comeback, they didn't take any. They were using their second timeout in overtime, which is just madness. So maybe a little bit rattled. I mean, it could just be as simple as saying, Fallen saying, all right, guys, listen, if this is a couple rounds now, we've seen them be aggressive on B platform, taking control and actually denying it from us. Like, they have to have a plan to push that back or to at least not get damaged by it. It could be as simple as just picking up the pace.
Let's find out. It's about time SK made their way back and win some of these rifle rounds. That's definitely a must here on the T side. I would say you do kind of expect to get up to like 10-ish rounds, maybe more if you can. Flashbang in to try and get the angle. pasha waiting for Neo here. Really good coordination between the two, and you can tell SK aren't feeling so comfortable. Maybe they're going to try and take drop instead. Yeah, they're saying if they're aggressive towards B platform, that means there's at least 2 players using utility and peeking. We can abuse drop, and this looks like it's going to be a split towards the A bomb site. The bomb is over there. It's actually just now starting to rotate back. Oh, Neo's in a really, really dangerous position. Yeah. Certainly this gets Molotov. There's 4 of them available on the Brazilian side. 3, excuse me. He has a smoke, but that only sort of saves him halfway. A little bit of a flashbang trying to bait someone in to take the peek. 50 seconds now, and SK making their way down drop. There's the smoke to come up. Foe with a great headshot to shut down byali. pasha getting one in return. They have to get this round. SK Gaming, leg shot comes through. Neo gets one, a great double kill. Pistols out, but he can't make it work. They've done so much damage already, Virtus.pro. And Snax now showing up with the AWP. Taz on the side. It looks like SK want to boost up onto the box in the middle to get that high ground advantage. Snax sees it coming, and now it's Unfallen. 1 versus 2. 25 seconds here. He's on the site. No bomb plant yet. And Taz is just baiting him out. Snax is waiting on the other side. The clock is running down low. Fallen is going to go down. Taz with a really good kill. And Virtus.pro, that's such a big round to win. Yeah, heads-up matchup from Taz behind the rock. It's who's bluffing who, who's going to push up and be the aggressor. Does Taz think that Fallen is pushing towards him? How aggressively? What a great hold. Neo somehow in that situation gets 2 kills. That's a massive hold. Him and pasha have been monstrous on that B platform. And this is the tough part. All of a sudden, if that portion of the map is shut down to the terrorist side, like that's one of the main positions to hit that site. That is the main position to hit that site. And if you can't do it, all of a sudden, what options do you have available to you? Not many. Maybe a change of pace is exactly what the doctor ordered. They're going to try and fall back. Taco will go down. A lot of pressure being applied, but Snax has got free reign over on this side, and those are just some great shots. Taking down boltz and Fallen both. Fur and Cold They need something in this round.
Yeah, they need to at least do damage. It doesn't look like it's going to happen as well. coldzera caught off guard, and it's just down to Fur. He does find one onto Taz, and pistols out for Snax, waiting for the close-up peek, and it's Neo again on the flank, a third time in this half. Virtus.pro putting up a stellar defense. And it almost feels as if VP has carried Snax all the way to the grand finals, and he's finally arrived for them in this tournament.
It's the prophecy, Moses.
It's coming true. All
It's
the
happening.
stars have aligned.
It did seem unlikely that Snax was going to be gone for very long, considering the kind of player that he is. But it really has not been his tournament outside of this, and what a time to come alive and peak. AKs all around for the SKC team. Let's see what they can do. I'm still surprised they haven't gone for more aggressive B-style pushes. A lot of damage onto Snax is definitely a good start, but he's still pretty aggressive.
I mean, it does seem like SK has put a little bit off their game by some of the aggression out of the Virtus.pro side, especially towards this side of the map. Dangerous for Neo, and actually that's a team shot. That's Pasha, I think, shooting Neo. That's gonna catch him off guard. I think I just saw Pasha say, "Sorry, bro." Now he's got the op. He's looking deep. Gotta be very careful how he handles this. So flashbang is well timed. That's going to allow Fallen to get into position. Pasha still wants the fight.
Oh, wow.
Hello.
With almost no health at all, right in first face. But Pasha's in trouble. That flashbang gonna allow him to get back a little bit. Goes for the repeat. He does see Taco. Doesn't want to stick around for it. Trying to take a little bit more of a safe angle here. The bomb is out there. SK Gaming. They've got them low. And they've got the 4 versus 4.
What is boltz going to do? He's on the other side of the map. He's got a great angle. He's already up long A. This is going to be so dangerous. Flash over towards B platform. Biali's going to push it. They're taking matters into their own hands. That's brilliant, and Pasha saving Biali as well. This teamwork is so impressive. boltz is still on the flank, though. Still some danger. Snax is ready for it, but misses the shot. 20 seconds left. The bomb can't even make it. Taz cuts him off. VP is everywhere across this map.
Oh my god, I was not expecting that. It looked like SK had the lineup, but the fact that they go that aggressive, Taco not ready for it, Pasha saving Biali. Incredible team play. And boltz can't, there's nothing he could have done. 19 seconds when the bomb drops. Another round.
It's the most, like, it's the lurk that is like so ineffective, despite the fact that it gave them everything. It gave them everything they needed. It gave them a bomb site, gave them information, and it's just Taz who's pushing up, who stops the bomb from rotating over. If you're boltz, that's got to be so frustrating.
And technically speaking, SK could have called it either way. They can either say, listen, we're going to hit the B bomb site and you catch someone rotating out, and that's going to be the distraction, or we're going to wait for your lurk, which is what they did, and then they get pushed on. I mean, it's hard to know.
Yeah, it really is.
Let's see. 7 rounds in a row for Virtus.pro on CT side Cobblestone.
Here comes Anders. Just a strong, strong B hit out of SK. Taco leading the way per usual. Got a lot of players here. That's a moment in limbo that could have caught Neo and Pasha off guard. Here comes the flash, though. Fallen's anticipated it, but he smoked off. He's going to go right through. Another flashbang out. Pasha's there. Doesn't have the angle.
That's a big kill. Pasha goes down. This is the opening. They cannot lose this round. Taz is here. Neo is here as well. What a flashbang. Is that a team? I'm not even sure. Neo is going to get dropped. And Taz shot down by coldzera. Snax now at a 1 versus 4, and he is miles away. So
save it.
Bit of a scary moment there. Looked like that flashbang maybe was going to do a lot of damage.
I think that was a team flash that actually that allowed Taz to get that kill so easily, but they'd done enough damage before it so that it didn't really matter a whole lot. But maybe just going to show some of that SK, that vaunted SK communication is at the moment not quite there. Either way, SK finally stops the bleeding.
It's very interesting to see what will happen now, because we've seen this in the past where a team will go on to win a number of rounds, and it's like once the opponent sort of cracks it open, then they can really sort of get it running. Like, you just need that first round to get yourself back in the game.
Well, does VP continue with this aggression? Because you're seeing Taco and Fallen, it's like this continuous chess match throughout this, like trying something new every time they're over at B platform, changing something up, changing up a nade, changing up how you take a line, how aggressively you do it, just to see if you can catch them off guard or find the formula. So does VP alter it now? Do they go a little bit more passive on the B bomb site?
Let's find out. 7-4. Big hiatus for the Brazilian side. Not able to connect with the rounds, even though they got some openings every once in a while. It wasn't always enough. Double AWP back on Virtus.pro. Snax obviously saving one of them, and they had to rebuy the other one. See how this unfolds. Oh no.
Yeah, certainly a little discombobulated.
I don't want to see that. I mean, it didn't cost them this time. There could have been someone there.
Well, there's Snax and A-Halls again. It's not pushed up all the way, but still in a position to get good information. Still in a good position to say, I'm not feeling any pressure whatsoever. And even being able to peer down danger stairs. So it comes down towards drop zone. Neo's here, going to put a smoke up, and it looks like Fer wants to try and beat that, but he's not going to. Nade out as well. Pretty decent damage.
And that boost from byali is interesting. I don't think SK have been molotoving that box, because you can do that from the other side of the wall, but I haven't really noticed them doing it either. So maybe if byali can stay up there alone without getting pushed off, that's a very powerful position. They only have 2 left as well, SK.
Yeah, got pasha to deal with. Plenty of flashbangs. One comes out now, and he's blind. He almost even hits the shot. There's Neo from drop. When does Fer come down? When does he apply pressure to drop zone? Boltz gets a kill. That's on byali. Pasha smoked out. He can see absolutely nothing. It's all on Neo. Instant headshot onto coldzera. It's Boltz up next, and he gets one more. And they still can't find their way into the bomb site. This is a very slow hit, but Virtus.pro, they're holding it for now.
Neo getting close. Running headshot, takes another one, and almost drops Fallen. Fer, who's been lurking the whole round, has to come up big here. It's a 2-on-2. Fallen did finally take pasha down, but there's only 10 seconds left. They need this round. They must win an SK. If they can't make this work, this whole first half is going to be washed away by Virtus.pro. And there's Neo coming through with a big kill, a quad in fact. As Virtus.pro win it, SK must know that was not a good turn of events.
Taz said in his interview that it doesn't feel like the plow has arrived this tournament. Certainly, he's starting to get that impression now. 8-4. They are stuffing SK, whether it's with aggression, whether it's sitting back into the bomb site. It's only one gun round that SK has won.
And look at the timing. When Fer comes out of drop is just when Neo goes back around the wall. I mean, that's not really, can't really credit Neo for that, but it's just the timing. It's almost unbelievable. Running into a grenade there, a little bit of damage onto Fallen, looking for a headshot. He actually does a lot of damage to Taz, who simply forced back. They wanted that kill.
That's a smart decision by Taz, though. Don't stick around for that fight. You don't have the line, you don't have the angle. He even goes over to group up with Snax immediately, just in case there was more pressure coming. Still Snax being aggressive, and it looks like this time he's going to get some action.
And very elusive over at long here. He's so hard to catch. They did it in the pistol round. Gonna come back with the AWP. Almost an overpeak there, but still takes down Fallen, who did not have an AWP on the other side. And he sticks around. He technically, you would say, by the book, he wouldn't have to. He could just wait for it, and he misses the shot on boltz. And that's why you sometimes warn against it.
Can't chain a player like Snax down, though. You don't mind those kinds of plays. Only one smoke for SK to cross into the site. One HE need left in their arsenal as well. They're gonna have to fight their way in because VP is here, but pasha gets caught with a nade in his hands, and that's 2 kills from Fer. Taz is the only one left. He's down to 48 HP. They haven't seen him yet, though, but coldzera's coming to the balcony, and Fer's gonna check it anyways. Yeah. That's beautiful stuff.
Yeah, double peaked, in fact, from low ground and the balcony.
I think VP is gonna be out of money, perhaps. I think they've been drawn down enough. I think they've been whittled away.
But that would be an interesting change of pace. That would mean finally SK could get some breathing room here in the first half. They've definitely been suffocated quite a bit by Virtus.pro's defense. Neo will get the 1 kill. Saving the AWP is probably a very good idea considering that you only have 5 health left.
I think he wants to stick around and try and get Fer as he dips away from the bomb site, but not happening quite yet. So yeah, he's just gonna fall all the way back now. Big save for Neo. You never know what kind of magic can happen. Even saying hi to the chicken.
Yeah, bringing it with him.
Yeah.
Always a good idea.
Yeah, good guy, Neo. There's 2 kinds of players in this world, Anders. Some who would kill the chicken, some who would bring him with them.
Which kind of you, Moses?
I'd probably kill the chicken.
See, I was expecting that.
Yep, pasha not expecting that aggression from Fer, and I mean, it's at this point, it's just expected. Fer does so much for this team. The entries that he just provided, 3 kills, that's huge. That's the pistol round.
Yes. 8-5,
Ooh, look at
14
Neo.
coming up.
Holy hell.
Wow.
I didn't notice that whatsoever.
16 kills. And just 5 deaths. The flanks that were coming in this time, they were a little bit too slow. But, yeah, he's been doing a remarkable job here, the 5th map. And they actually will buy, and would you look at that, Snax with the max 7.
Yeah, we talked about this. This could be a lot of fun in this round. And I mean, the crazy thing about it is most teams, if you have a buy like this and you're going to put someone in those A-halls with a shotgun, like you'll put a second player there, won't you? Snax can do it on his own. Snax, you're just like, leave it to him. He'll do something. Taz is going to come with him anyways. 3 players over towards the B bomb site, but the real strength of this buy is that AWP. Neo's got an M4 still. They're lacking a lot of utility, though. And oh my god, you're getting aggressive with very little nades. Pasha now taking up the angle.
What a risk. Pasha's here. He's going to take down Taco, who was stuttering into the angle. Fallen is back there. Does Taco, Pasha, does he really want to repeat this? Again, once you get that opening kill on the CT side, you can afford to be a bit more defensive, but that's just not the style that VP are employing. They want to keep it up. Snax here, and he's going to get knocked out by boltz. Not many people win that fight against Snax.
That's a big fight. Neo's already on the flank, though. He's already pushed up so far. He's going to continue forward, especially now that kill's there. Taz has got to take out boltz. He's got to win this fight, and he does. That's going to delay them. That can buy them time. Flashbang over the wall. That's not bad, but he does get taken out. Not ready for Fer to be there. Again, Fer overly aggressive, and VP's not ready for it. Same with Pasha. And that neutralizes the flank of Neo coming in.
And they obviously know it. Fallen with a great kill. Shutting down Neo, reading it very well. 8-6 in the 15th round coming up, and there's just no money left at all on the VP side. So, I mean, this is a good adjustment for SK Gaming, absolutely. They figured out what the problem was, and now they've got the formula.
They also have the advantage of the economy. Finally now, like, there's not as much utility for Pasha and Neo to play with. Neo is still even aggressive that round without it. But a lot less to worry about, certainly, for SK. That round only had 2 M4s and the AWP. This time it's a UMP. Some upgraded pistols. With that, Snax is going to try and make a play in this smoke in mid, and he's spotted out by boltz, who's done a great job watching the flank over towards this A yard this whole time.
A clean win here towards the end probably would reboot SK a bit in terms of the confidence, just bring them back in line. A lot, I think, is going to be decided in that pistol round on the second half. I can't even wait for that. For playing near the drop here, they are actually rotating every single member of VP towards this B bomb site, so a big risk here in the final round.
Pasha still on the stairs, that's CZ, but byali is waiting patiently. This has been a very slow lurk at times. Not this time, though. They're going to do it aggressively. Fer, he does fall. That's all byali can get. 3 players here at B. And SK still just pumping the brakes, just waiting. Not seeing any peaks come.
They really don't want to commit to it. Taco trying to peek in that same style. Obviously, no AWP waiting for him this time. Speaking of time, 34 seconds right now. They need to make up their minds. You don't want to get slowed down when there's this little time left. And there's the double peek coming out. Neo getting one. The reloads are in. The C set. It takes so long. And coldzera's there with a headshot. Pasha dropping the bomb with 20 seconds left. And now it's a 2-on-1. Neo getting a shot. And he's got time. 4 bullets left. Can he find a gun? There's the AK-47. And boltz is on the other side. Neo getting shot in the face. Great play from boltz. Out in the open. A big risk. And the half finishes 8-7. Barely in favor of Virtus.pro. That was way too close.
Oh my word. This is unreal. The tension in that round.
Yeah, you could really sense at the end how focused and I guess also nervous SK were making any mistakes.
No, and the crazy thing is Neo and Pasha this time, they've been so aggressive and so peaky by those stairs at that broken wall. This time they show an immense amount of patience, holding their nerve down the stretch. Because you could see, at a certain point, you want to have the information, because you have a stack at the B bomb site, and you want a shot in the round, but they just wait. And they just say, you know what, we just kind of have to do this with the arsenal we have, with the light weaponry, and it works out for them. They're almost able to win it.
Now it's going to get interesting. The pistol round. Virtus.pro on the T side, they've had a lot of really fast ones, and this is a map that almost invites you to do that. It wants you to rush the B-bomb side with Glocks. All you need is one good kill in either drop or the plateau, and there's very little chance that the CTs can hold on for long. But we'll see what happens. Second half coming up here, the final map in the grand finals, and everything is on the line right now.
Oh my god, the bomb is out towards A, but this is very fast towards the B bomb site. Flashbang comes a little bit late, but Pasha has spotted Taco. His second one blinds him completely. They don't want that fight. They pulled the rotation. They need to make this work. They need to hustle back to the A bomb site if that's the plan. Neo's going to drop down. He's there to cut off some rotations. Oh! Oh my word, that's so quick to come through. One player fallen, he's down next. And they have the A bomb site. Neo's cracked it open.
There's absolutely no way. Taz gets downed finally, but I'm not even sure what we just witnessed. 3 on 4 as Taco gets a great kill there, bringing it back to a 3 on 3. Bomb plant finally going through. I still feel shell-shocked from that. Taco getting one more great kill, taking down Snax, trying to fight it back and shake off the shock that just was Neo, who's still alive and pushing closer. He's got the double. He wants to take bolts as well, and the timing is perfect. Turning around and spots coldzera up on the high ground. Neo looking for the ace, but he's going to get taken out. And now it's Cold versus byali. One-on-one here for the pistol. Glock versus USP. Cold making the jump. byali spots it. Going to try and fall back. He gets a fadeaway headshot. byali taking down coldzera. And that is going to put it miles ahead.
What a pistol round. What a sequence from Neo.
I have actually just never seen a kill like that from anybody.
Was that a burst fire as well?
Yes, I think it was. Mid-air jumping. I'm speechless.
This is a stunning performance out of Neo. byali even clutching it out as well, getting just around the edge of the wall. That's both pistols now on Cobblestone for Virtus.pro. Scout comes out, another tag for Fallen. He's been great with it. He gets 2. He's gonna get, no, he doesn't get a 3rd, but he's done some damage as they push up, and he's bought time. His team is rotating over. There goes Fur. Taz gonna continue forward, but he's dropped from the side, and now they're gonna push right through the smoke. And oh my god, Virtus.pro, they just barely hold on. They've done it. Fallen. He's got a kill on a Neo in a 1-on-2, but they know exactly where he is.
Locked in, could not make it out. That looked like it was gonna completely fall apart for Virtus.pro. Trying for that aggressive push, just not giving any space at all. I mean, they have been playing against that scout a lot. Oh my god.
No, that can't happen.
It actually just cannot happen. I don't know what to say.
This shot is sick. This is disgusting. Like, he even like realizes there's someone in murder hole and just goes, and that's like the selfless play to go for the guy who's encroaching on his teammate as well. He knows byali has the better positioning for the fight.
He's got 23 and 9.
That would just add to the legend. This kind of a performance in a Game 5 victory to take the championship at Epicenter.
It's just very hard to explain how someone could be so good for so long. Snax taking down coldzera. I like the boost attempt though. I mean, that CC could have almost done it. Gonna put some pressure on Snax. Maybe they could trade it out so someone else gets a chance to run and gun with it. Don't see Snax getting many more kills in this round with just about 10.
Just watch the flank even. Just build up the bank. Neo's on his way back. Surely he's going to be mindful. He's waiting for it. He spots out Fallen. The spray control is there. Pasha's swinging in. He knows boltz is in the sight. And there's really nothing left for SK to be able to rotate into position, and they're all gone. An 11th for VP. And remember, there was a second round investment from SK, so they'll be light on some utility. VP could be able to just grab complete control of this match with 1 round here.
The crowd are absolutely loving it. They've been cheering Virtus.pro for a very long time throughout all 5 maps. 11-7, 5 more rounds. They've got the AK-47s, but now that AWP on Fallen. Let's see what this defense on SK can do. It's going to be very tricky with 2 smokes and not much else. No defuse kits or anything. And are they going to go for the nib smokestack? It almost seems like it. Yes, indeed.
What do they do with it? That's the question. So versatile. They've pulled away Fur from that A bomb site. Well, not all the way. They've pulled him just to the double doors. Still haven't pounced anywhere, and it's going to be a split. These guys want to attack drop, and boltz isn't ready for it. The timing, there's the boost up. Is he ready for that? Yes, he is. byali goes down, and now Snax has to go elsewhere, and this is where Fur pounces. He's traded off. Are they aware of fallen over towards A halls? Now it looks like they changed their mind. They want to go towards B, and nothing is working. They just haven't had enough success, and that might be the dagger. Snax is now in a 1-on-2.
At least he spots out where Cold is, and they definitely got the call about Fallen with that AWP. Still very hard to get the bomb down eventually. That's all SK have to play for right now. Just make sure that you force him to at least attempt the bomb at some point. Time is going to be running out. There's 40 seconds now. Cold in the corner. Snax, not easy to check at all. He's got to worry about 100 different angles here. Tries to see if he could do it, walking out with his back turned, and that's the round. SK pick it up. Very, very good adjustment to crush that split on A, which was a very good round there. I mean, it's a great tactic for Virtus.pro, but so well read.
Even the fact that they even try and turn it into a crunch towards the B-bomb site, even though they try and crunch towards connector and get those kills. An adjustment in the middle of the round for VP, but yeah, great to hold on for SK. They do lose 3 players, though, so remember, that's going to be that economic strain. Still on the verge of a reset. What does VP come up with in this tactical pause? Doesn't look like Taz is doing too much of the talking.
Well, we heard in one of the interviews going into it that sometimes when they just needed sort of a couple of rounds, when it got to, you know, I think he said 13, but even 11 maybe, they sort of look to Snax sometimes to try and find the solution.
The creative answer.
AWP picked up on Pasha. CC on Snax. Is there going to be a weapon for him, or is he just going to try and make a crazy run for it? What a final this has been already. And the best may yet be to come. 11-8. 20th round here. All on either team. This time a lot more grenades on the SK side, so that's going to give them more to work with. Never, ever count the Brazilians out of a game like this.
Yeah, falling over at the A bomb site. He'll be the first rotation to B if this hit does come in here. This time it's Fur and A-holes. Virtus.pro being very, very patient. They don't have a lot of utility. There's not a whole lot of things they can do to force a fight early on in some of these rounds.
They don't have that much drop control, which, given the fact that they have 3 on the B bomb site, they sort of have, if there ever was a fight on plat, they really have to win that. Because otherwise they're going to get crunched from drop almost immediately. Neo is clearing out this side alone, which is going to be a little bit annoying. Forcing Fur back. He does not want to go down, so that's now very limited map information for SK. They don't know much of what's going on. And unlike Virtus.pro, they're not flashing their way back onto the plateau.
No, they're not being aggressive there whatsoever. Comes some pressure towards drop for VP. Pasha lining up a smoke.
For the door, I think, or for the, actually on the other side of the rock there. Trying to control that. 30 seconds, and now they're going to come down drop again. This first fight is going to be everything for this defense. Cold playing inside of the smoke. Really good angle. boltz there, and coldzera knocking out 2 players. That's the kind of start they need. And Cold again, triple now for him, leaving Pasha scouring away from the bomb site. Not welcome at all. It looked like Virtus.pro maybe had the idea. When you get down drop that easily, you feel like you've got something going on.
I mean, it's that crossfire setup, right, between coldzera and boltz. That's so effective. coldzera is distracting him inside the bomb site at the statue, and boltz is just sitting in the perfect position, exactly where actually coldzera just won the clutch in the previous round. That position is so hard to clear out, especially when you're get shotting at from the site. And the unfortunate part for VP, not just the loss, but they've kind of let SK off the hook. They had him at that reset, that edge of the knife. And SK, with all 5 members surviving, they're going to build up some bank.
This is so well played. Spray transfer continuing. So hard to call as well. Gotta imagine if you're the first player going down there, how do you sort of relay that information to the rest of the team? Sort of playing inside the smoke, but you might not be able to see him.
Yeah, right? He's over there. No, it's also just the confusion of the moment as well. The hit coming in and then get shot in the back also.
Let's check this out. 3-man setup. Grenades being thrown from practically T-spawn. Looks like the wall of smokes kind of play coming in yet again. And they're actually running the other way with the bomb. How many people are going to stay here and for how long? Fallen, this peek back in here could be really big. Pasha has got the AWP, so he's got to be a bit careful. Oh, and he sees everybody. He's smoked out almost immediately. This could actually be a really big problem. Fur has to come up big, lining him up, but he gets knocked out. Snax with the kill. Fallen going down. Neo with that one. 3 versus 5 now, and they can't let go of this one. Boltz is out as well. coldzera very exposed. And somehow he's still alive. The bomb will be planted, but Cold is doing even more work.
Pasha's got the position with the AWPs at the bottom of the ramp in mid. Taco is going to have a very tough time getting out. He's got a smoke, and that's what he's going to use to get out. But does he turn to his right to take the fight? He has done a great job getting in this position, and they have all post-plant spots to win it.
And they have to win it. Taco making his way in. Pasha missing a huge kill, but Cold, he had so low health, he's going to go down. And Taco might not have a chance any longer. He's going to slide back out and try and run away with it. Virtus.pro with just a huge round here. And Taco is going to get the AWP, which is really big, and run away. 12 rounds now for the VP side with almost nothing in the bank. That setup was so good.
Yeah, no, that execute was so beautiful, and what it did do, it didn't actually cause a rotation. Fallen didn't fall for it whatsoever, but he did put his eyes over towards the drop window, just saying, okay, if there's smokes at B, I just have to be mindful that maybe they can come out drop, have to be ready for it, have to help watch my teammates back so if I can just land this one shot. And the timing of it, it allowed one player to just gain some ground on him, and he wasn't expected when he turned back towards mid, and that's what caused him to give up the fight.
I think that was almost the entire bank of SK used in this round. So now it's on a knife's edge here for the Brazilian side. So they don't quite lose the game here, but it's dangerously close. And SK, I mean, you know VP are feeling fired up right now. They can taste that. 12-9 the scoreline, still too close to call.
3 smokes left for the SK side. All 3, no, 2 of them at the B bomb site. 1 is over in long A. That's Fallen with the AWP. Virtus.pro using some utility to apply pressure at drop. They haven't committed yet. It's boltz playing outside of it. It's coldzera again playing that little cubby just outside of drop zone. The one that's so hard to clear. This time though, there's no distraction at the fountain. There's no one there to keep their attention turned towards the bomb site. And now this gets dangerous. If they smoke this off and just book it up mid, oh my god, that timing. That's so harsh.
Wow. Let's see if that is going to cost SK Gaming. Now they're getting very close. Fallen right on the ledge, and they're ready for it. He misses the shot, and now he just has to run. They've got him trapped in the corner. Cold picking up a shot, and Fallen trying to stay alive, but won't make it happen. Boltz goes down to Pasha. This is big. 4 versus 3. 25 seconds. coldzera looking for an opening. He wants back in the site, but they're not going to let him that smoke. Can Fur bring it back? He's gone undiscovered over at long.
Taco as well is on the flank. This could be very tricky for Virtus.pro despite a man advantage.
It's all on the line. Big investment in this round for the Brazilians. Byali holding close here. Fur going to go for the peak, and he gets shut down immediately. coldzera and Taco left 2 on 4, and they just want to make it back. Taco with a big double opening, bringing down Taz and Pasha. But there's not that much time left. The bomb has been planted for a long time already. Cold, he needs this fight against Neo, and he finally gets the headshot. And Byali, can he save it one more time? He's going to go for the diffuser, and Byali gets the kill. And that's almost the last kill coming in. Byali, he got dropped, but the bomb is going to take coldzera with him. And another round for Virtus.pro. It's so close now.
That double flank from Taco and Fur, that almost ruined the days of Virtus.pro, put Neo in such a tough spot. But yes, they hold on. Finally, and again, it's some timing with Fallen. He's going to be so upset when he watches this replay. Last round was rough. This one was even worse. Just as he looks away from danger stairs, they walk past, and they're doing a contact play up mid. So again, when he peers towards mid with that AWP, he's not prepared for them to be that close. Now there's a proper kiss cam. Not even that we're doing it, but why not?
I was going to say, that guy wasn't even taking any chances. He was definitely going to get that kiss. Virtus.pro with a third tactical timeout here, trying to get the adrenaline down back to normal, if it's even possible at this point in the game. And look at the money for SK Gaming. That's why that last round was such a big deal. It's only a 4-round gap, and given the history of these two teams in the grand finals, we've seen comebacks that are way more impressive, but the money.
Yeah, the money's just not there. It's going to have to be, I mean, obviously they invest in some upgraded pistols, but it's not ideal. And even their next buy could be just a tiny bit scrappy. Missing some kits, perhaps missing some nades. Neo at 26 and 12.
Hoping to catch anyone going aggressive. Those two Deagles. You mentioned it earlier. We saw it certainly previous maps, how good someone like Taco or Fallen could be with Deagles. Definitely don't want to underestimate that. See if they can try and just sneak in a kill anywhere. I'm kind of surprised that SK are just not a bit more aggressive on their CT side.
They haven't really had the tools to do it, right? I mean, we know this team likes the double op setup. They haven't really been able to afford that. They haven't been able to build up enough money to feel confident in being too aggressive, especially on a map like Cobble that is difficult for the CT sides to find places to be effective with that aggression. You need the utility. There's Taco. Here it comes.
Long wait, deep breath. Taco really wants it, but he was already tagged up with a grenade. That was Snax putting it out earlier. Put him down on 30. Now they've got a very good position here. SK Gaming without the armor on the bomb site. Almost impossible. The bomb being rotated back as well. Called in from pasha, who's just slowly climbing his way in, saying, yeah, we've got this covered.
Yeah, I mean, they were going to go to the A bomb site and pasha just walking his way, just strolling in, no care in the world. Finds all the space in the world. Neo does fall in mid to Fallen's Deagle. That means an AK-47 can be brought into the next round if they want to go hunting. Depends on how much money Virtus.pro has. But you can feel it building now. VP about to be on a 14th round. SK Gaming does not have a whole lot of mistakes left to give.
Fallen gets spotted. Really wants to save the rifle. Every single dollar counts right now if you're on the SK side, and he's going to miss the chance. Byali takes him down. We talked about this earlier, how when they had their backs to the wall, we had players like Fur who came out on the SK side and really took some big risks and got the reward as well. This time, they really seemed quieted down, SK Gaming. 14-9, Virtus.pro, so near the finish line now.
Oh, and it was that force buy win that has really propelled them forward. So yes, this time, solid buy. In terms of what they have, coldzera the glass cannon op with the smoke, no kits. Here comes Anders, the classic, the overpowering play. coldzera's with the op, and he hits one. Can he get any more? He's gonna drop the smoke to his left, peek out to the right. Looking. Byali's got to kill meanwhile. He's got to do it now. He's forced into the flames, and he gets one more. He's holding on as long as he possibly can, and the bomb is getting planted.
What a sacrifice from Cole, taking all that damage, still alive, and Fallen getting the shot on Taz. Byali and Neo trying to stay alive, and now just Neo. 1 versus 4, and the bomb not going to go up this round. Great defense. You're absolutely right. The attempt at the knockout. coldzera with the triple. 10 rounds for SK Gaming. It almost looked like they were going to get run over the edge here, but just slowing it down a little bit like this, that can really change the game now.
Yes, I mean, especially if now Virtus.pro doesn't have that necessarily, if they're a little bit afraid to go against coldzera with that op. He's so good in that chicken coop in the back of the bomb site. He's so good at staying alive. That smoke to the left, sometimes he'll just hide in it. I mean, he puts it to his left to just allow him another avenue of escape, another avenue with which to op with. And SK, with so many members surviving in that round, they can build up some utility behind it.
That's obviously the big deal. Last tactical timeout.
I'm getting deja vu. Virtus.pro, much just like Train, using their last timeout towards the end of regulation.
They know, if they found any weakness, if they've seen a pattern, some sort of read that they have on SK, if they can get it in now, they could maybe close it out before the Brazilian side start to wake up, before they start to dream about that comeback, which is absolutely possible here. Not that much of a gap, not that much money either on the VP side. In fact, look at this.
Okay. Conservative down the stretch, not a bad idea. A lot of utility, yeah. Well, I mean, that would just tell you that they have similar strategy with the same smokes, right? So you can mask it. This VP might call those smokes out again. And this time, they head towards the B-bomb site and catch him off guard.
That's dangerous, though. That's definitely lethal. It looks like maybe leading the charge could be pasha. If you jump around that corner with a CC, catching someone close, that could work out very well. Ready to get in drop. Not going to catch anyone, so all of these flashbangs not really doing much. Final grenades are coming out. That's not going to do anything either. Boltz, really good hold from him so far. And with everybody chiming in, a complete lockdown here for SK Gaming. That's so big. Surviving with 5 members as well.
Yeah.
Building the confidence, Moses. They're not out for the count yet.
Yeah, SK, they don't get fooled by that one. They don't budge an inch. They play passively. They wait to see where exactly VP is committing, and they just crunch on it. 3 players all chiming in. Now you imagine this is what the Virtus.pro timeout was for, this next gun round. It's like, all right, guys, half buy some utility. We're going to do this in the save round, but the next one, this is the idea we have. 4 bodies heading towards the A-bomb site for Virtus.pro. They've caught some really, really fortunate timing on Fallen a couple times, but that's when he had the ult. Now he's holding on to the AK.
pasha hoping that this would be the round where someone wanted to take a risk on SK's side, and it is a really big risk peeking past this point on long.
The last time we saw the setup with Byali and Snax working together at drop zone, this was the attempted split towards the A bomb site that turned into them trying to go back towards B. Still waiting at the moment. Fallen's going to drop a smoke just as the opponents come in. That's going to hold him back. That neutralizes 1 smoke from Virtus.pro. Clever play from Fallen. It looks like that's going to force some kind of adjustment.
Avoiding the spam through the wall there. Very dangerous with the AK-47. He's still playing very actively and close to the middle. He wants the early information. There's been a couple of rounds where he's been run down at the top of ramp, so now he's a bit more proactive. Grenade doesn't do too much. This B defense, though, is going to need help. It looks like Virtus.pro are setting up, and this could be extremely fast. 37 seconds. Cold looking dead into the smoke. Pulling the trigger now would be wonderful, and they're trying to boost to look on top of it. Cold repositioning himself. Can he see anybody? Not just yet. And here comes the push. Taco getting the first kill, taking out Neo. That's a really big effort. Dropping a second and nearly a third. Taz finally overcoming him. And now coldzera in a bit of trouble behind the statue. Flashbang, Zareni drops Byali. In fact, fallen there. Coming out, the defense is holding. SK surviving this round. 7 seconds as Fallen shows up as the hero with a big double.
Yeah, but it's Taco behind that smoke, isn't it? The 1 kill to transfer over to drop zone to help his teammates out, and even getting the dink on Taz. Byali looks a bit stumped. And these hits have kind of felt like they've lost a bit of their power into them, haven't they? They're getting stalled out. Some of the first kills going the way of SK, really slowing down the way that Virtus.pro can wrap on the bomb site. coldzera has been phenomenal with the AWP since he's finally got it in its hands.
It feels like what Virtus.pro really want is to sort of peek a corner and have a lot of really quick fights. And instead, the SK defense just absorbs all that aggression, you know?
Yes.
The fights don't happen quick, they happen over a long stretch, and it's working out very well. And this time, Fur is aggressive. And Neo is weirdly locked in here. Ooh, bit of a run back. Could have gone badly.
I mean, fair play, good effort. Fallen behind the smoke. Boltz just going to give up drop zone. Doesn't have the teammate to fight for it with them, so they'll just have to play contain. Now that Snax has the positioning, and dangerous game with the nades in your hands. It's Fallen again. And all the kills going the way of SK. So the next round, remember, VP's out of timeouts now. They have to find a winning formula, and they have to do it on the fly. Snax has picked up an AK-47. Would be great to take any of these weapons away down the stretch.
So close right now. Battling away. Fallen gonna take the kill against Taz, and that puts us at 14-13. I don't even know what the formula is right now for Virtus.pro. They seem very locked in. They've tried the change of pace. They've gone for the A rush up the ramp. They've tried for the A splits. They've tried almost everything.
One thing they really haven't done is actually gone at Fur in the A halls. He's been largely untested. They haven't actually put like more than, you know, we've seen a couple times Neo's cleared it out all on his own, caused some distraction, put some pressure on it. But we haven't seen Virtus.pro really commit to taking over and attacking that bomb site from that angle.
Well, looks like they want quick aggression or at least noise towards the B bomb site, and this might be the round where they do it. Moses, you might have it dead on, but look how Fur's playing. He's just getting a tiny pixel peek, and then he's back around the corner. Wants to put up the smoke, the Molotov, in fact, to try and force them back. Fallen missing one shot, goes for the repeat. Now they're going to try and grenade everything here, and Fer has to get at least one kill and preferably stay alive for quite a long time. I think that was a friendly flashbang. Fer getting the kill on Snax, dropping the bomb. This is big news here. SK Gaming fighting for their lives. Fallen gonna burn to the Molotov. Fer is down as well. pasha getting the kill, but boltz is gonna come in as well. 3-on-3, boltz shot in the face. Taz now in play, and Taco, he's very exposed here. Gonna get shut down. Neo just walking in casually. coldzera, 1 versus 3. It is looking like tournament point here for Virtus.pro. They've got plenty of time. coldzera sneaking in, getting byali. Surely not.
That's let the bomb cross, though. That was something that could have helped. coldzera with the op now. He's got to find 2. He's got to find his one-on-ones, and he has no idea where the second player is.
Behind the truck. One missed shot, and it's going to be a headshot from Taz. So quick. The triple, and Virtus.pro now. Tournament point here for the Polish team.
It's all focus for Neo. Taz was so patient. The 3 kill, but when they needed to cross into the bomb site, he's waiting for Neo for the double peek down at APC while Neo peeks from the fence. Neo just takes a clean headshot for it, but there it is. Finally, they pressure Fer. And that wasn't just pressure Fer, that was 3 going holes and then transferring down danger stairs. Only 2 going, actually committing to the site from holes, and 3 coming up mid. Fallen again. Some critical misses in these rounds, and they've actually attacked him. Now it's crunch time. Double op setup. Fallen's got his op back. coldzera's got his as well.
29th round. Once again, SK fighting to extend it into overtime, and they have certainly proven that that's what they could do. Double op. It's been their ace up the sleeve almost every single matchup. And here on Cobblestone, it had better work out, because otherwise that's going to put an end to the marathon game for them here.
Back to the halls play. This time Fer is committed. This is just going to be a fight. There's no chance of him getting away, and he's completely blind. He's got nothing to do, nowhere to go. Opening kill for VP.
Now the pressure's really on. SK, they must know it. 4 players left. And Virtus.pro don't even follow it up with aggression. They just want to slow it down. Do SK question themselves in this?
Yeah, but boltz rotated so quick. He felt the pressure coming. That's normally what happens. Fallen's got a big job to do again.
Oh, he's pushed up against him. He gets the first shot on Taz. That's almost unbelievable. Going to fall back into the site behind the cannons. He cannot miss this next shot. Snax is right in front. Ooh. A headshot from Fallen. He wants more. The triple. Trying to get the no-scope, but he cannot get it. Neo has taken him down, 14 seconds, and trying for the bomb plant. 2-on-3, Neo and pasha holding on to the dream. Otherwise, SK Gaming could be right back in this game. And their heads have got to be spinning right now. The pulse rushing in their ears. Neo on the site. They've got him isolated. There's a deep flank coming in here from pasha. He goes down. Neo, the last one left. He's going to get 1 kill, turning around, and he gets shut down. Going all 30 rounds here against SK Gaming.
That is so close. Fallen delivers. He struggled a couple times in that scenario, but not this time. Holding on for a squad, allowing them to get there to the bomb site to finish it off. Taco with the big flank as well. And now the question becomes, what does Virtus.pro have left to fight with in this 30th round? It's not going to be a lot. 3 UMPs, a CZ, a Galil.
At least you have to say, without the bomb plant, it would have been...
even worse. Yeah,
almost cementing overtime, right? Do they have one last trick, one last bit of magic here? Or are we really going to see overtime in a best-of-5 grand finals on the final map? 3 UMPs, 1 Galil, 1 CSET, 75. B-Rush could definitely be exactly right.
I mean, they have no presence on the other side of the map at all, so it doesn't seem like they'll be able to... yeah, they're just going to execute here. And this is a clever smoke from Taco. He'll be able to utilize that pretty well. He can hide in it. He can walk around the edges. That Molotov for coldzera is going to burn. He's going to drop that smoke. Here come the UMPs.
Rushing right out. Neo almost jumping on top of boltz, who sets up a great quad kill, spraying down every single member, and that's overtime. 15-15. What a comeback from SK Gaming. How do you keep the focus for that long?
It's the mirror of Train. They made it happen. VP is out of timeouts as well, and they finally gotten here. The double up setup serves them well down the stretch. This is incredible from both teams, the resilience to stay in these matches.
Keeping the focus, keeping the stamina up. How far underground do you have to put SK for them not to just resurrect and come back again? 15-15. Overtime is in effect here. We've got double AWP. They can afford it now on the SK side and everything else. Let's see if this changes anything.
Well, SK is trusting Fur this round. He's the only one at the A bomb site. Puts out an early Molotov due to a pop flash coming through the doors. Oh, he's getting spammed. Yeah, get back to the site. 35 HP. Actually, everyone has taken a lot of damage on this SK side, and boltz is completely blind. That should be an easy kill for Snax.
What?
He doesn't care for it. He doesn't care whatsoever. Fallen doesn't have the info. boltz doesn't know what's happened, and Snax now could be a masterclass. He does get taken down by Taco, but now it's all on Fur, and he hears the footsteps. Close angle. He's going to go for the peek, but pasha takes him down.
And the madness continues. 3 versus 4. Grenade comes in. It's going to be Neo instead to pick up Taco. I have no idea what Snax just did. boltz now burning to the Molotov, down to 20 health. coldzera shut down from byali, and that's going to be the first round of overtime in favor of Virtus.pro with an inexplicable play.
No, it's what a selfless play from Snax that it is. He's got him completely blind, but he's already into the window. He's looking at the end goal. He knows that his job is just to kill one player a day. Fallen in the doors. That's his only kill that's important. He does exactly that. Because of the fact that boltz hasn't died, because of the fact that he hasn't called anything out because he hasn't seen anything, Fallen doesn't realize the danger.
Neo dropping 30 kills in overtime against SK here at the Grand Finals. Have to point that out as well. SK right back on track here with the rifles. Double up again. What a round.
Now it slows back down. But it's got to be so worrying if you're SK that the pace can just be picked up whenever. And it seems like VP really realized this Halls portion of the map. If they can just take out Fur, he's going to turn the corner. That's the bomb. Neo's going to come in for the trade. The spam, and he can't win that one either. pasha has just been holding for a peek, but it's just been Fur all on his own, winning basically a 1-on-3 in the Halls.
And he's sticking around.
Yeah, they have to deal with him. The bomb is there.
That's also a risk. If you put too much on trying to hold a bomb, could get out of hand. And they're gonna fall back here. One-man army stopping Virtus.pro here. Absolute brilliant play coming out of him. Once you get the first kill, you could think that might just be it. He's certainly locked in that corner.
Well, there's only one smoke left. That's on pasha. So VP is going to have to fight their way into this bomb site. The timing's not there. Fur drops 3 in this round, and there's no utility that they can use. Snax with 1 as he works his way up to the top, but there's still 2 players here, and the op from Fallen, it's not going to miss that shot. Now he spotted out Snax as well, and it's an easy kill for boltz, who snuck over by cannons.
Good reset for SK Gaming. Incredible defense from Fur. We were talking about this a bit earlier. When the game has been lasting this long, you play overtime, this is where mistakes start to happen. I could have forgiven Fur if he had, you know, sort of pulled out a grenade and missed the second kill or something like that. That's the kind of thing you expect when you've been playing for this long at such a high level. And he just doesn't even stutter. No nervousness at all. And Fallen with a flick, taking down Taz.
That time, there wasn't a pop flash from VP into the gap. Fallen punishes him for it. I don't think they've actually had to deal with that too often in this. Now it is still Fur all on his own again. This time he's taken out. A free equalizer, down to a 4-on-4. Looks like Taco and boltz going to start cheating. Taco especially is just on his horse. He's over to the A bomb site.
19 is the magic number. Don't recognize the overtime format.
I don't think VP's won a round at the B bomb site since cold's got that AWP.
That's a good point. They even know that he's at the chicken coop. They keep Molotoving it, but he still gets a lot done.
It's unreal, isn't it?
He's got 26 kills. Let's see if this is the round where they finally find an answer for it.
Oh my lord.
Timing. He's going to be forced back a bit, standing in the fire, and going to be putting it out. That's a lot of damage, and remember, these walls are paper thin. Any bullet through right now, and he's going to be in trouble. And they know that someone's going to be back here. That smoke is a big beacon. Byali gets a kill. pasha's there to shut down coldzera. Beautiful entry into the site.
That's how you do it. You don't take care of coldzera, you take care of his teammate and force him into action where you are waiting to pounce.
Fallen sneaking right in. Byali going to take him down, and Taco with 3 health here is going to be dropped by Neo. 17-16 as Virtus.pro win 2 out of 3 of the first rounds of overtime here.
Still enough energy to laugh. He's having himself a game. Got to be enjoying it no matter what. Virtus.pro chants again ringing out in the arena. SK now trying to figure out what to do. And remember, I mean, we'll just go back to it. They do have, I believe it's 2 timeouts left, if I remember correctly. So, I mean, if they do happen to lose that first round and they have to win 2 in a row, they have the timeouts to come up with a game plan for each of those if desperation strikes.
There are not that many players in their professional careers who are going to be put to the test to this extent. Playing 5 maps, overtime on one of them now, overtime on another one again. That has got to take a huge strain.
Yeah. Yes, it does. Taz is going to be in halls. He's going to be joined by Snax with an AWP. Pasha and Neo in the first half were phenomenal. It feels like ages ago, but they played so well together. This time they're a bit split up to start. Actually, 3 players for VP. I'm not sure what this read is. Maybe they're thinking because they were so dominant at B, just stack A and see what happens.
That would be quite next level. And looks like their read is amazing. Snax in position here with the AWP, even a bit of an off angle. Now he's going to take a more regular angle here, but there's a lot of backup here for him. Fallen setting up for the flashbang. Snax not getting the shot. Taz in the corner gets a great spray and almost takes down boltz. Are they going to be ready for it? Do they want to hunt him down? Very dangerous, especially because Byali's right next to him.
There are 4 Molotovs. If SK readdresses back to the B bomb site, Neo can get burned out. He doesn't have a smoke to extinguish it. Fallen just playing the waiting game now, forced back. Snax being so patient. Flashes and nades coming out. There's a good flash on the timings there, though. Fallen finds it. Now it's Byali who's got to step up, and he's committed to this position. pasha's on the rotation. He's got the AWP. 2 coming up the ramp, 2 coming from halls.
The time, 20 seconds. They don't check the corner. Byali gets a great double spray down, dropping the bomb. That might just be game-winning. Taco goes down, and Cold gets dropped. 18 rounds. The patience, not taking the first kill, ensuring the double and getting tournament point again here for Virtus.pro. All of the pressure now on the Brazilian side.
That's so incredible, the trigger discipline. VP is playing lights out at the moment. We wanted Pasha to show up. He had some quiet maps. He's at 26. He's doing great. Byali is doing great. They've got 2 chances now. And it's the creative nature of this defense. The first half, dominating B platform with the utility usage, Neo and pasha. And then that round, calling for the 3-player stack out towards long. Virtus.pro being very proactive.
You really have to love it, don't you? Luckily for SK, they do have money to buy. That's obviously critical. Would be the most disappointing thing if they simply ran out at the end here and had to play the last round with pistols. Nobody wants to see that. A lot of damage on pasha. He's going to be forced back a bit.
No defense inside of drop for Virtus.pro either. So that could make it dangerous. If any of them have to rotate, you have to be very, very cautious. If they have to go to the A bomb site, you never know who can be perched up and drop. Flashbangs out, so are smokes and nades. pasha blinded. 1 is crossed. coldzera at this angle can really, really hinder that. Taco's got to be careful with this peek. There it is. The flick doesn't hit.
Oh, look at Taz, aggressive. Timing could have been there, but now this A bomb site is in so much trouble. And with 30 seconds left, they are going to make a run for it, SK Gaming. They want to get up close before too much aggression comes in from the VP side. And in fact, they're a little bit slow, which has allowed Virtus.pro to get closer. Snax unscoping at the wrong time, and he's in trouble. Gets the damage, but every single teammate has fallen, and he's going to get dropped. Neo was miles away, so it looked like maybe SK were waiting too long. They bring it back, and now they're almost a double overtime.
It certainly helps, that push from Taz at the wrong moment, trying to make a play, thinking there's going to be more pressure at the B bomb site. He gets stopped cold, and then from there, it's just, you know, VP is scrambling to get into position at time at the A bomb site. Patience from SK Gaming, even in a round where almost having so little time on the clock punished them in the previous round, still being very, very patient. There's coldzera going to close it out. One more round. It's championship for VP or double overtime.
How much longer can this go on? One mistake is all it takes. The focus still 100%, and finally there's a tactical timeout for SK Gaming.
I was wrong, they had 3 left.
Wow.
How unreal is that? Even during comebacks.
Yeah, in final maps of grand finals as well. I mean, it's almost too much.
We'll do it live. Well, VP would love to find some way. The crazy thing is it seems like, I mean, SK's not really giving him a whole lot towards B platform. Both of these teams really going after that A bomb site in these overtimes, especially through halls. Oh, they're just taking 2 in a row. What a nice little luxury to have.
They really don't want to lose this at all. that makes you think, I mean, what's going to be the call here? I mean, is it going to be something really interesting, or do they just want the full reset, the full mental reset here? Inside of the mind of Fallen, running through all of the rounds in regulation.
Years of practicing.
All of that culminating in this one round, just trying to figure out how is this going to play out. 18-17. Overtime or bust right now for SK Gaming. They've played an unbelievable tournament. Now they have to fight just a bit longer. Fur coming in aggressive, tries to run down, drop, the flashbangs are in. Neo shutting it down, turning around, oh my god! Triple kill! Unbelievable! pasha on the bomb site. And now they've slowed it down. SK Gaming, they need this next kill. And Fallen is gonna give it to them. Still a 2-on-3. Everything on the line right now. Fallen creeping up, close scoped in with the AWP. He makes it back alive, but that could have gone horribly wrong. boltz, long range spray to take down pasha. 2 more kills here for Virtus.pro, and they will have made it all the way through. Taz looking, one opening, no bomb plant yet. Nobody wants to make the next move. They're just waiting for it, and a shot from Fallen, taking down Taz right through. And Snax patiently waiting, wants the mistake, and he does not capitalize on it. That might have been the one chance here. I don't see SK giving away this now. 1 versus 2. Snax gonna try and see if he can fall back and reposition himself, but with the bomb down, they've spread out, and he just has 1 life left. There's a shot to take down boltz. A single bullet from that AWP of Fallen, and it's all gonna come to an end. He's hiding. Snax getting shot in the back, and it's double overtime. Fallen, an absolute hero, saving that round for his team.
Fallen delivers in such a big way, and what a bold call. They do the they throw Virtus.pro's tactic right back at him. Just a power play down drop, and it actually fails. 3 kills for Neo. That was what, a 2-on-4 at one point? And you're exactly right. I think that's the first time in these games that we saw the pressure get to Virtus.pro. It seemed like nobody wanted to take the fights. Everyone was just trying to survive. Everyone was just trying to get into cover, and Fallen takes advantage of all of it.
Maybe they were expecting that SK would try and sort of come and force Taz out, because he had the angle. Snax could try and take that deep shot.
Snax just invested a lot of money. No, he bought an auto shotgun as well, and then he bought that shotgun, and then he bought an M4. So I'm assuming the plan is get the M4 somewhere, play with the shotgun, don't commit, get a kill maybe, get away, and then pick up the M4 for everything else. The luxury of 16K.
This is way too much. Double overtime is now in effect. Fur turning around, and Taz, did he not see it? Neo gets a kill, but first running down Taz, so he definitely did not spot it out. Leaves Snax in a very odd position.
He's Fur in a very odd position, although now he's dinked, so now it gets a lot easier. He's just got to find a way to get back safely. That was very awkward from Taz, but trademark aggression from Fur puts him in an unexpected position. Neo and Pasha still over at the B bomb site. The one area that has no eyes on it at the moment is drop. Neo's getting closer now, but they just have to play contain. They're playing outside of it.
Asher on the stairwell. He has been magnificent in this position, usually with some help from Neo, who's put up some great flashbangs. Can they do it one more time? Asher with a smoke, very good timing on the smoke there with 35 seconds. That's a real problem for SK.
Yeah, they want to bail out. They're going back to the A bomb site. Does byali read this though? And again, look at coldzera. Who better to lurk in this position? All he has to do is get one kill. byali has to watch this, and he's going to find it. He's going to get the kill. Now it's on Snax next. Boltz is going to turn the corner, and he's going to win the fight. He's down low, but another flashbang goes down. And SK, they might have just done it. 5 seconds left on the clock.
They're going to get the bomb plant down. There's no grenade to stop it, otherwise that could have been ugly. They're very low on health right now. But VP, can they make it past that AWP? It's on Fur now, in fact. Neo trying for the peak. There's the first kill. Unreturned from SK Gaming. And he really wants to see if he can get this done. boltz going for yet another kill. Almost out of it. And Fur to get the shot with the AWP. SK Gaming, they win that round. boltz.
2 critical fights down the stretch go the way of SK. That's so painful for Virtus.pro. They had the fights they wanted, just couldn't finish off the kills.
I mean, look at the performance for boltz in this game. 33 kills. Brand new on the team as well. Not even 100% joined yet necessarily.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, he had some rough maps early on in these grand finals, but certainly coming alive in this 5th one.
Madness. 19-18. Virtus.pro with a great start in that round. As soon as byali won that kill on cold, you thought that was going to be it. Okay. Oh. Not all that graceful.
I think Neo thought that Molotov was actually going to burn him, so he bailed out of the stack early before byali could get up. But yeah, there's an opportunity there. Who knows? Could be saving grace. Could have been for a reason.
Divine intervention.
Yeah, one would call it. Well, here's Pasha again with his angle. Really, I mean, this hasn't been as effective, whether that's just SK being much smarter about it, but here's that iconic shotgun from Snax. boltz won this fight earlier, and it's the same exact way. He does it again.
I'm starting to believe that boltz just might be a genius. Not many players are going to be able to win that fight, and he's done it twice now in double overtime.
Taz is a flashbang as well if he wants to do that, but he misses the shots. Now here's byali. He's got to get 2. He's dinked Fur. He's going to go for Taco. It's not going to happen. 2-on-3 situation. Neo and Pasha are going to rotate over. They're going to be here in time.
They need to be quick. They have to get this next kill. Neo almost caught out. boltz getting more kills. Another double for him, and there's the triple, the headshot. He has truly come alive here at the end, erasing any question about whether or not he could fit into this team.
He's been so solid, and what a story as well. Remember, he was part of the original core of Luminosity that came onto the world map with Fallen, I believe even for some time with coldzera as well, with Fur. Was cut from the team. That was back at the end of 2015.
Final tactical timeout now.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, you have a timeout left for double overtime. Just put that through your mind for just a second.
That's so dirty. Virtus.pro used all theirs, I think, around 25 of regulation. They've got to get this one, though. They need to have some kind of a cushion for that second half of overtime.
I don't know which outcome right now would be more shocking, because it definitely looked to me like Virtus.pro were going to run away with this map. And just like time and time again, SK, they dig their claws in, they do not give up. And suddenly, they've turned it around. Neo almost at 40 kills. What can they do here? Virtus.pro, double AWP, a lot of rifles to follow. And you're absolutely right, they need that 1 round buffer.
A lot of pressure on this B defense. No hit yet, here they come down drop. Byali's here, can't win that initial fight. Now it gets scary. Taz underneath the window. He gets one, Taco doesn't want to mess with it.
But that's a big kill. coldzera getting one on the bomb side itself. pasha locked in. They don't even have the bomb committed to this yet. Cold is just looking for a way, and he sees the gun barrel. pasha in so much trouble. He's gonna drop, and Snax, I'm not sure there's any way to retake this. Picks up the M4, and he's gonna get down by Fallen. 3 in a row here. SK Gaming now a tournament point in double overtime. A miraculous story.
I'm not sure there's many teams other than SK that could have made the comebacks in some of these games. You think the comeback on Train, now on Cobble. Surely there's not many teams who could keep their focus. And again, just very fast-paced down drop. The initial fight doesn't go their way. I think there was supposed to be a second player from VP to get into drop zone with Byali. It was just that hit came so fast. They weren't expecting that.
Second half, double overtime, last map. One mistake from Virtus.pro, and SK are going to be able to pull this one all the way back in what has to be just one of the craziest tournament runs of really almost any team at this point.
Oddly enough, I think the only team that could match it would be Luminosity at that DreamHack right after the roster change.
Yes, indeed. Stacked up all over towards the B hallways are Virtus.pro. No crazy plays coming out from anybody yet. Okay, not a fight I would take with an M4 there, but he does come out on top.
I was gonna say, he wins it clean, doesn't he? Hasn't been touched. Neo down to 58. Fair play to Fur. 4 players of Virtus.pro over towards this B bomb site. Again, they're gonna have to go through coldzera with that AWP. Taco's here as well. Boltz will be quick on the rotation. Flash is coming over. coldzera's actually out in the open. It's a wall of smokes. Where's the hit gonna come from? They're still so far away. They're not even making a presence at this bomb site. This could be, they're using a lot of utility and not doing anything with it.
Oh, Cold getting the first kill. A lot of people coming down, drop making a lot of noise here. They've already lost pasha. There's boltz with a kill. Can he close it out? He's going to be going down to Byali. Taco comes in with a spray. And somehow Taz gets a 1 in return. Now they want to run for the site. Fallen is here, shutting down Neo. Byali and Taz left 2 on 3. 30 seconds, they have to make a move. The Falling missing a shot, but Fur is there to follow it up. And Taz, the last one left. SK Gaming, miraculous comeback here in Russia. They win the whole tournament time and time again.
You can't mess with this team. You can't doubt them in any scenario. The comeback on Train was incredible. The comeback to force overtime and just hold on. SK didn't always look like it, but they found all the answers.
2017, SK Gaming.
I am absolutely lost for words. Such a long battle. They made the comeback against Astralis in the semifinals. They did it on Train, and now here on Cobblestone for the 5th map. Double overtime. What exactly does it take to break this team? I don't think anybody has the answer.
And you gotta feel for Virtus.pro as well. One of those tournaments, like you said, an insane run for a team coming into this tournament that didn't look like they still had it. Answered a lot of those questions. One of the rare times you could say, you could almost feel a team deserved it, and SK, they say no right at the end.
Such calculated and such foresight, saving the overtimes, doing everything they had to. A very taxing game for everybody involved. And absolutely the fans are loving it.
just another incredible performance from, I mean, really, across a BO5, you're going to have it from every single player of the team, but this tournament run has been phenomenal. I mentioned before this began, Fur, Cold, Fallen, all in the top 3 statistically, but boltz, what a time to come alive. Not even on the team, on loan, and he stepped up huge in the grand finals.
Well, here they are, ladies and gentlemen, your grand champions here at Epicenter. It's SK Gaming. What an incredible team.
Чемпионы турнира «Эпицентр» по Counter-Strike Global Offensive 2017. SK Gaming!
Surprised they still have the strength to lift the trophy, Moses.
Yeah, well, they're gonna have to find space on the mantle. They have that trophy room set up in the house, and it's got to be getting full, and that is a huge trophy. And well earned and well fought for.
A historic grand finals, best of 5s. Don't always get to see that. Incredible.
And the fact that
Чемпионы турнира «Эпицентр» по Counter-Strike Global Offensive 2017. SK Gaming! Dear friends, the champions of Epicenter Counter-Strike Global Offensive Tournament SK